I'm more concerned about my taste buds than the ultimate nutritional value.
Oh, it has nothing to do with nutritional value. In fact, cream
Well, you
spinach.
just said it wasn't good for you.
I know cream spinach isn't good for
Right,
you.
yeah.
Right.
No, but I'm
not eating cream spinach for nutritional value.
If I have the choice of another prime rib or cream spinach, again, it goes to my theory. That's a waste of space. I'm not going to take up that important real estate where it could be had by a nice red, juicy piece of meat.
So no side, like, I don't know, like mashed potatoes or...
I had some horseradish.
Okay. So you're a no side person.
No,
so
I mean, if I'm just going with the family, yes. I'm not going to order 5 steaks. So I will partake in the sides because you do have to leave full.
Yeah.
But if I'm going somewhere like a Lowry's Beef Bowl where it's unlimited steak, then I'm going full on unlimited steak.
I get it. I understand. Mm-hmm. All right, we should pay homage to 2 professional football teams, right? Professional sports teams right now.
Yes,
in our city.
Yeah, that are performing well.
Yes, and I'd love to hear from people who either stayed up late and watched the Pistons beat a team that's not that good, Sacramento, obviously, but it's still, they won by 9. Cade with 23, JD with 23. Duran had 13 rebounds. Cade had 14 assists. As they call him, Unk. Tobias Harris had 24 points.
They just call that to all the old guys now?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. They're 24-6. This time last year, they were 13 and 17.
Mm-hmm.
The Red Wings last night, and I'd love to hear from people who were there because it appeared to be a raucous crowd. One of the best of the year. They win 4-3 in overtime. And with all due respect, they weren't defeating, Pittsburgh or some of the okay teams in the East.
You're right.
They were playing arguably the second best team in the National Hockey League last night, the Dallas Stars, who are really freaking good and are highly skilled. And the Wings dominated the first period, led 1-0, and they fell behind and had a bad second period. It was 2-1, tied it up. Dallas went ahead, and the Wings come back with a great, great goal. JVR, James Van Riemsdyk, with a sick behind-the-back pass
between the legs.
Larkin between the legs for the goal, and then Larkin wins it. That tied it, and Larkin wins it in overtime. And the Red Wings right now are in first place, and I know a lot of us are like, oh, we've been there before. But, yeah, they have 47 points. They're tied with Carolina, who they play next down in Raleigh over the weekend, for the most points in the Eastern Conference. They're 22-13-3. This time last year, they were 16-18-4. And they were basically starting to get booed off the ice at LCA. And on December 26th, which is Friday,
right around the corner,
2024, Steve Yzerman fired Derek Lalonde. Derek Lalonde was gone. Todd McClellan took over. And right now, since Todd McClellan has been the head coach, if my math is correct, they are 48-31-7.
Yep, through 86 games.
Yeah. Pretty damn good.
Mm-hmm.
248-539-9797. Do you believe that these 2 teams, the Pistons and the Red Wings, have a chance to make it to the finals of their respective divisions, conferences? 97-1.
The Red Wings won 4-3 in overtime last night against the Dallas Stars. Dylan Larkin scored twice, including the game-tying and game-winning goals in the third period and overtime. The Wings are now 22-13-3 heading into the holiday break as they celebrate a unique anniversary of sorts. A year ago yesterday, the Wings lost 4-0 to the Blues and were booed off the ice. Then head coach Derek Lalonde was fired, and Detroit hired Todd McClellan 3 days later. A lot can change in a year. The Wings are now off until Sunday. The Pistons also won last night, 136-127 over the Sacramento Kings to record their third straight win and seventh in the last 8 games. Tobias Harris led the way with 24 points, while Cade Cunningham and Jalen Duren each contributed 23 points of their own. Cade had a double-double by adding 14 assists, while Duren also had a double-double with 13 rebounds. The Pistons get today and tomorrow off before tipping off against the Utah Jazz on Friday. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Brendan. 248-539-9797. We're excited about the Red Wings and the Pistons. Hey, look, the Pistons made it to the playoffs last year, played well, lost in 6 games to the New York Knicks, team that eventually went to the Eastern Conference Finals. The Red Wings, they do decent up until March the last few years and had March sadness, as I like to call it. They had the Ottawa experience a couple of years ago. They've had games where you knew that they just were done. And this year appears for the Red Wings to be different. It's still too early in my mind to get out the Jim Costa car flags and all that kind of stuff, but it's exciting to see them play inspired hockey. Their captain is playing probably, maybe with the exception of the Four Nations, maybe the best hockey of his career. He really is playing very well. Of course, I'm talking about Dylan Larkin. Mm-hmm. And they are playing a really good brand of hockey. They still, turn over the puck too much. They still miss assignments defensively, but they're still, in those situations, a young team. And the addition of the youth that they have with, Sandin Pellikka and Emmett Finney, that is Danielson to a certain extent, they've energized some of these guys. And when you get the veteran like Van Riemsdyk, who's been so much better than we all thought, especially he wasn't even in training camp because he had an issue with the birth of a child. Yeah, he's been terrific.
An issue?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you meant.
He's been terrific, and they are a fun team to watch.
They are high energy and youth, and now how will that youth handle the length of the season? How will they handle the break for the Olympics? A lot of questions that only time will have the answers for, but they're 11 points of where they were ahead of where they were last year.
Yeah.
And so they've positioned themselves to be a playoff team at this point of the year. Now there's so much more hockey to be played. And again, how are they going to handle that Olympic break? That's going to be a big question.
They're 9-2-2 in their last 13. John Gibson, who, to be fair, looked like a sieve early in the season, has won 8 straight games, and looks like this is the reason why they got him. And they're playing well. Still, the way it's still so tight in this conference that, in a 4 or 5 game, and they go on a 4 or 5 game losing streak, they could be out of the playoff situation. So there's still a lot of hockey left. The Pistons, they're a machine right now.
Yeah. Winning in a lot of different ways with a lot of different guys stepping up.
The guy's getting hurt. The guy's not playing. Ron Holland hasn't played the last couple of games. So different guys, you're right. Different guys are stepping up. Are they playing the top competition? No. But I don't care. They're still NBA players. They're still 24-6. And that's pretty damn good. 248-539-9797. Everett, what's going on? Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to everyone. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Yeah, so here's my thing. I think this is a very exciting time to be a sports fan in Detroit. The Red Wings and the Pistons are in first place. Now, the question you asked, do I see both of them going to the finals? The Red Wings maybe to the second round of playoffs. I give the Pistons maybe to the Eastern Conference Finals. Who knows? But I think that last year they could have beaten the Knicks last year. because the 4 games that the Knicks won was very, the Pistons could have won all 4 of those games. So I see the Pistons probably going to the Eastern Conference Finals, maybe to the finals, by the way they playing.
What's the best thing you like about the Pistons?
The Pistons is the hustle. Everybody steps up, and, you really don't know who can you check. It reminds me of the Bad Boys because, like, they play as a unit, and it's like blue-collar basketball. And, like, they hustle, and they play defense. It's just like, wow. Because Isaiah Stewart reminds me of, like, a Rick Mahorn type. Like, he reminds me of a Rick Mahorn and a Ben Wallace type. It's just the hustle and the brutalness, and they don't back down from anybody.
Well, that part of it is true.
Mentality's there.
I'm sure Mahorn wishes he could shoot from the outside as good as Isaiah Stewart.
That's a different game.
And I know it's a completely different game. And Isaiah Stewart's not a great outside shooter, but he's still a minimal threat to actually shoot from 3.
Yeah.
We have some texts for you. I'd almost consider the Pistons the favorite to make it to the finals out of the East, but barring injury, no one is beating the Thunder this year. Look, I agree. The West, especially the top of the West,
is stronger, yeah.
With Denver as well.
San Antonio.
San Antonio's playing well. I mean, look, they beat the Thunder last night by 20 points, I think?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And Wemby didn't even start. He's, getting healthy slowly but surely, so he's on a minute restriction. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, they're getting much better. If the Wings are serious, they need to make a blockbuster trade for a star forward. I do not disagree with that. I do think I don't know what you'd have to give up to get a star forward or who that forward would be, but yeah, it's time. And, there are going to be some teams, whether it's Nashville with their high-priced guys like Stamkos or Marchessault or even I think Ryan O'Reilly's on Nashville. They need, if they're serious about trying to get out of the East, they need a forward who can not only score, but can go into corners and muck it up and be physical like the best team in the National Hockey League the last few years, the 2-time defending Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers of Paul Serra.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the only way, they can do that.
Yeah, make a run.
Is make a run and get a player like that. I'm not, probably not as good as like Marchand's acquisition was for Florida last year, but you know what I mean? They need
along those
like
lines.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this text is accurate for me. I'm still cautious about the Wings until I see how March plays out.
Yeah.
Now, granted, we'll see how March plays out. If March plays out well, then we're not going to have this conversation. They're going to be in the playoffs.
Yeah.
If March Madness is March sadness,
Yeah, like it has been for the last 3 years.
we're going to sit there and,
Shake our heads
blame
and-
Yzerman
yeah.
and do this and, how horrible are we? And
Yeah, we'll complete the decade.
yeah. Oh my God, you're right.
Yeah, I mean, this is year 10. So it's season 10,
right.
and it's an opportunity for them to take that step forward. And Paul brought up a great point earlier. We saw it with the Pistons last year, being able to get in and get that experience. I expect the Pistons to be competing for the Eastern Conference Finals, and then who knows what happens, because they did get some valuable experience. Guys that had never been in the postseason got that experience last year. There's a lot of the Red Wings that have never been in the postseason. What does that look like, feel like? What's the speed? How does it change? Because we all know that everything changes. Once you get to the postseason in every sport, the game changes. The speed changes. The intensity changes. How do they handle those moments? They don't even know what that feels like right now.
Yeah. And look, this game in the NHL, it's streaky. Even teams that you don't think are very good. I mean, Buffalo, all of a sudden, since they've made their general manager, they've won 7 in a row. They got 40 points. Now, obviously, the Wings have 47. But you see my point. They came out of nowhere, and, and a bad losing streak can set a team back a lot. I mean, right now in the East, the team with the longest losing streak is a team that the Red Wings will be playing next, Carolina. So hopefully that'll keep up because that's who they're tied with.
Add one more to them.
Yes, exactly. And, Montreal's got 45 points, and in the other division, Philly's second with 45 points. The Islanders are playing really, really well. but the Wings finally beat them last week. So yeah, things are looking good, and I like the way they're playing. Their power play has been much better this year than it was, at times last year. And actually, it started off like it was terrible, but they've
made some adjustments.
Raymond, Larkin's play, and having JVR in front of the net has really helped on the power play. You get that veteran presence, and Seider is playing like a Norris Trophy caliber defenseman. I'm not saying he's going to win. I'm not saying he's as good as Cale Makar or anything like that, but Seider is playing top-notch hockey. And you make a great point how they're going to react after the Olympic break. Some of them will be participating.
Sure.
Obviously,
what's the wear and tear mean?
Yeah.
Also, those guys that are not participating. That's a long time to be off.
Right. I will find out, I think, in a week, the U.S. and Canadian rosters. We know Seider is going to be playing for Germany. I'm not sure. I assume Raymond's going to play for Sweden. I'm not sure about Evanson. I don't know if he's ready for that yet, but whatever. And I know DeBrincat wants to play for the United States. I don't know if he's going to be selected or not. The Olympics are going to be great. But, coming off that break is going to be.
How does Lalonde, for those that aren't playing, how does he handle that time?
McClellan.
I'm sorry. Sorry. Oops. McClellan, how does he handle that time? Because he's done a really nice job of. They've had a losing streak of 3, they've had a losing streak of 4. They didn't start off great, and he has been able to refocus this team when they come back from the Olympics, whether they're playing or not. How does he refocus this team? Because you can't have, like, coming out of the break last year, the All-Star break, 5-6 games, and when are they going to score? When are they going to get that next point? It was very difficult for this team to emerge from that break.
Trying to figure out what they need. We got the text about the power forward, or star forward. Yes, I do think they need another defenseman too, because while Seider and Evanson are really good, and Pellican does what he does, he's still small. I think they need one more tougher defenseman, like somebody like Sherratt with more offensive skill, basically. Okay, because Sherratt's tough, and they need that, but they need somebody who can do more offensively than Ben Sherratt. I love his grit, and he'll stick up for players, but he's not a top 4 defenseman. Our telephone number 248-539-9797. Coming up next, it's the Power Surge.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch every level of football. We got a lot of bowl games going on right now. Obviously, we've got professional football going on. It's at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view, no matter where you are, of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa's Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
It is Christmas time around the world, including obviously here. And the holidays always bring an exciting bowl game down to Detroit the day after Christmas, Ford Field. We spoke to the Northwestern head coach yesterday, Neva Braun, and now his opponent, the head coach of the Chippewas of Central Michigan University, Matt Drinkle. How you doing, Matt?
Doing great. How are you guys? Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you for being with us. It's the Game Above Sports Bowl at Ford Field, and I imagine, now I got scoffed at for this, that you will have a home field advantage with the fan base here, wouldn't you?
I sure hope so. The feedback we've gotten and the turnout and interest in the game has been outstanding in our alumni base in the Detroit area specifically, let alone the state of Michigan, but Detroit specifically is huge. So I imagine there'll be a bum rush here for tickets, and we'll see a lot of Chippewa fans at the game Saturday or Friday.
Matt, it's your first year with the Chippewas. I imagine there were some things A, B, and C that you wanted to see and accomplish in your first year. Now that you're looking back before you play this bowl game, were you able to see in your program the growth that you were hoping in year one?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, obviously, our goals are going to not change depending on whether it's the first year or the fifth year or the 10th year. But there were, to me, some real positive strides taken this year on and off the field and getting a culture established. And it's pretty difficult walking into a situation to navigate kind of the landscape of college football right now. So to get the help that we have gotten from our players internally, from their leadership, has been unbelievable. So, yeah, all things are trending in the right direction. We just followed up our first semester here was the highest team GPA in school history in football, and we just broke it this semester. So things are heading in the right direction.
You played two quarterbacks for part of the season, and then what? Did Flores get hurt? I'm looking at the statistics, and how have you been able to navigate that?
In the UMass game, he got hurt for an extended period of time. He's been out since then.
And Joe Labus has done a nice job?
Yeah, he did a great job for us this year. He's a senior captain. He's an Iowa transfer who was coming off an injury, who led the league in passing efficiency this year. So he did a great job. And the cool part is, when Angel got hurt, he's really more of the runner of the two. Mm-hmm. He's going to play. He had non-surgical knee injury, so he's actually going to be playing in the game on Friday, which is great because we really had to reinvent kind of what we looked like on offense once Angel went down because we used him in the run game so much. So it'll be really exciting to see us kind of back to where we were when we were hitting our stride in the middle of the season.
Well, when you say passing efficiency, I'm looking this up. I mean, Joe was 68.5%. That's pretty damn good.
Yeah, one of the really cool things is with when you watch our style of play is we're not like one of those offenses who runs out and tries to just get as many yards and as points as possible because of what that does to the defense and the special teams. So we go a little bit slower pace than huddle, and Coach Chapin, our offensive coordinator, does an unbelievable job with Joe where we can dual call a lot of things and run a pro-style system because Joe is so smart and such a great decision maker. He always gets you in a really good position.
When I look at your defense, and especially where these guys are in their college careers, you got a very veteran defense. Who were some of those guys that stepped up in a leadership role to help you in year one?
Man, a leadership role, there's too many to name, but there are three guys that have popped off the film that have been all conference for us this year. So number one is Jordan Kwiatkowski, the linebacker, who's a Michigan native. He was a first-team all-conference guy, and we hope to see him play on Sundays. Michael Heldman, a defensive end, number 97. He's also a team captain and first-team all-conference, and he's one of the best sack pass rush specialists to ever come through here. And then Dakota Cochran was another all-conference linebacker, jersey number 1. He's from Ohio, but those three guys have really our defense has been pretty dominant, especially in spurts at this time of year, where they're real fast, real aggressive, create a lot of chaos, and those three guys lead the way.
Matt Drinkle is the head coach of Central Michigan. They'll be taking on Northwestern in the Game Above Sports Bowl at Ford Field on Friday. Going up against Northwestern, they're pretty much like every Northwestern team. They're just tough, well coached. What do you see when you look at their film?
Unfortunately, exactly what you just said. I've been a big Coach Braun fan for a huge chunk of my career. I'm from Iowa originally, and he got rolling in Division I at UNI, and then went from Northern Iowa to North Dakota State, and then NDSU to Northwestern. So I've been following him for a long time, and his product looks exactly like it. Like when this thing kicks off, it is going to look and sound like an old school Midwest Rust Belt football game, and that's exactly what his teams do. And the other part that's scary about Northwestern, not only the personnel, but they have just played better and better as the year's gone on. You really have to go back to the middle of October to find a game that either they didn't win or wasn't a one-score battle. So I think they had one hiccup against Southern Cal, but other than that, they have been playing unbelievable football. And it's exactly what you said. It's exactly what you think of when it's tough ass, run the ball and play good defense and be real disciplined and be real smart, make great decisions, and those guys are tough to beat.
So having said all of that about Northwestern, what are some of the keys? What does your team have to do, especially early in the game, to give yourself a chance to win?
We've got to win all of our margin plays, all of the things that we can control, whether that's, personally, in our last game, we saw a couple things that came through for us where we were short on a touchdown play, short on a fourth down conversion, two unsportsmanlike penalties. Those are things that just have to disappear completely from our game against Northwestern. We really need to play our best. And the other thing is we have got to play. We made a major shift in practice to take away some reps. Usually, I know in bowl season everybody's trying to get everybody more and more and more. We actually gave our guys a little bit of time off and then have made a huge emphasis in practice on taking less reps, but the reps that we take are harder and a little bit longer in duration so we can get used to playing a Big Ten opponent. So there's some of those things. And we'll have to – the other big one is just tackling well. We'll have to make sure we defeat blocks and tackle really well at the point of attack. And those three things will be key for us in the game.
You mentioned playing a Big Ten opponent. You guys have played, two Power Fives in Pitt and Michigan. They didn't go that well, obviously, 63-3 to Michigan. What do you have to do to make sure that doesn't happen again? And also, can that experience against Pitt and at the Big House help you on Friday?
Yeah, it's a little bit different where, when we played Pitt, that was a one-score game until I think pretty late in the third or fourth quarter. And then the Michigan game obviously got out of hand pretty early. But one of the things that was really unique about those two is we really made a strategic investment to prepare for conference play. So in those two Power 4 games the first time, we played every single kid on the entire roster. So this game is much more different than our original Power 4 games were. Those original Power 4 games, brand new football program, first time together. It's games 2 and 3 of our entire series together. So we wanted to get a lot of guys experience and reps and in that environment and with that pace of play. And now with it being a terminal game where, hey, this is postseason football. And this is the end of the run here. So you can kind of fire all the bullets in the chamber, so to speak.
Final thing I want to ask you, you obviously spent some time at West Point coaching there. We always hear about how it's so different being a coach, an assistant coach at the service academies and what these kids end up doing, especially after they graduate. Well, what was it like, competing at West Point?
Man, it's hard to put into words. I could talk for about 5 hours on how cool it was. The really unique perspective I had there is that the football program led by Jeff Monken is a machine. Like, Jeff Monken is one of the best head coaches in the country. What he does there is unbelievable. So I got to sit and watch firsthand, like, a top tier, unbelievable football program, watching that thing run. Then I got to watch that top tier, world-class academic side of West Point function. And then obviously the best in the world, the military side of it, function. And to watch those three entities that are really kind of the top 1% of their fields function and interact together and overcome adversity and problem solve, it really weaponizes you as far as giving you tools in your toolbox to solve problems and eradicate excuses and to troubleshoot things in pretty creative ways. So my time there, like I would not have been prepared for, I don't know that I'm still prepared for this job, but I would certainly not be prepared for this job had I not gotten a chance to go do that with Coach Monken and all the unbelievable people at Army, which is, and that those rivalry games are the real deal. People don't understand, like those academy games when those guys play each other, that is as an intensive a rivalry as you will ever find. There's nothing, like no one laughs about it. It's not like a fanfare, ha. It is as intense as it could possibly get, and you're hanging on every snap.
Well, Coach, we appreciate it. Good luck tomorrow. And the person who's usually in this chair, Jim Costa, is a CMU alum, and he'll be saying fire up Chips all day on Friday.
Well, that's awesome. Well, fire up Chips, and thank you guys so much for all your coverage and your support. And we can't wait to see all the Central Michigan fans out there on Friday.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Have a great Christmas.
Thanks. Merry Christmas, guys.
Thank you. It's Matt Drinkle, the head football coach at CMU. John, you almost look like you're fired up there the way he was talking, especially talking about the West Point.
Man, the Army-Navy game, that is one of my all-time favorites, and he is 100% correct. You are hanging on, especially when you're there, you are hanging on every single snap. It is as physical a game as you will see at any level of sports.
And it's a wonderful, wonderful rivalry. All right. We will put this puppy to pasture next. 97.1.
Hey, in the Motor City, winter isn't just a season. It's a challenge. And we all know that we're up to the challenge. And when the snow starts piling up on Woodward, the slush takes over I-75. You don't need a sleigh. Santa's on his way. You need a Sierra. This is professional-grade capability. The GMC Sierra, built to dominate the job site and upgrade your driveway all at the same time. So whether you're hauling the family tree up north or maybe you're taking some of those toys up north, we love our power toys. The Sierra delivers the power, the tech, as well as the premium luxury that you've earned. But you need to move fast. Right now, the Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are holding their holiday event. This is your chance to get behind the wheel of a truck that defines Detroit toughness. Don't let the holidays pass you by. These offers absolutely end on January the 2nd. Start the new year in professional grade style. Visit your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers today. We are professional grade.
John, where is he now? Where is St. Nick?
St. Nick is he's going to be in Hong Kong in 12 seconds.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, I thought he was. Oh, so I thought he was in Russia. I thought.
Well, he was in Russia. I mean,
He's going a real weird route. Oh, he's going the other way. I get it. Well, no, that.
I'm just telling you, this is the Santa tracker.
That makes
and,
no sense.
Yep. Yeah. He
So
just
Santa lost? Does Santa need a GPS for Christmas?
no. Santa is not lost. Let me see. It doesn't tell me the path that he's taking, but obviously,
How do you go? You want him to come over here eventually? You go Russia to Hong Kong?
yeah. He's well. I mean,
Geographically, am I wrong here? That makes no sense. It's like Santa's on like a backward airline or something.
Well, I'm telling
I
you where he's at.
Maybe John Morton drew up the game plan.
Could be. But yeah, it's going to take a lot of time to get in and around China, Mongolia, that whole deal. So, but he has delivered. He's approaching 1.4 billion presents that have already been delivered.
Wow.
Yeah. So
He's on fire.
he is, and didn't drop any.
I know. I wonder if it's easier for him now that so many people request stuff online. Like does Amazon have like planes to the North Pole and then he wraps them and all that stuff? I wonder how that.
No. So you misunderstand. Like parents and brothers and sisters, grandmas, grandpas, aunts, uncles, all that stuff.
They ask Santa.
No. They can provide and give their own gifts. So it doesn't affect Santa Claus at all. Santa still acquires his gifts. Now, he may use some of the retailers like Amazon, but a lot of the gifts are made at the North Pole.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
I mean, there are all the major companies have branches up there as well so that they can, service the clauses.
Did you ever watch? I mean, you probably didn't. There's a game show that's on right now called The Floor. Rob Lowe is the host. I'm not going to explain how it works, but it's
I'm not much of a TV guy, so
it's a quiz show. Anyway, so they had a contestant on this year who is from North Pole, Alaska. I was
really?
Stunned, and he went to like North Pole High School.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's great.
Yeah. So,
did they ask him who the principal was?
No, I figured that I'm sure his shop teacher would be Santa.
Sure, you would think
or
so.
At least one of his helpers.
The number one elf.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you would think so.
I just thought, you hear North Pole, and all you just think of Santa Claus. You don't think it's like a real place. You know what I mean?
Well, I think of it as a real place. I always have.
I know, but I thought it was just like a place, but the only person that lives there is Santa and his helpers and his elves. I never thought that.
Well, where do the other elves come from? You got to continue to repopulate the elf population.
Well, that's kind of the presence that Santa brings. That's why he stopped in Russia. Brought some brides to the North Pole. Right?
Yeah. So, I mean, but it begs the question, like, obviously, when you graduate high school here, are you going to go into one of the trades? Are you going to go to community college? Are you going to go to one of the universities? Are you going to leave? There they have the extra. Are you just going to go into, quote unquote, the trade of
present
being
making.
an elf? Yeah, and helping out Santa.
Yeah, carpentry.
I mean, that's a very valuable trade that I know Santa needs a lot of carpenters.
Yeah, like I wonder at North Pole High School, do they have like sports teams though?
Well, sure they have sports teams. Yeah.
Who do they?
They play reindeer games.
Oh, boy.
We got this week, guys. Oh, we got to go to Juneau. Juneau's closed for Hanukkah.
You would know.
I know. Juneau.
Yeah.
How long is Hanukkah lasting? I know it's 8 days, but what's the
8 crazy days?
It was over.
It's done?
2 nights. Yeah, it's done.
Sorry.
Indeed. How are you, Gator?
I'm doing all right.
Good.
Doing all right. Yep. Enjoyed watching the games last night. So
yes, absolutely. The Wings game was terrific.
It was. It was when you thought, oh no, man. You know,
I know.
They were able to come back, and then the win in overtime was great. The passing, the goals, it was a lot of fun. Goaltending for Gibson has been great lately.
Yep.
He's unbeaten his last 8.
And the cool thing was they beat a really good team. I mean, you watching them on that power play, it is ridiculous.
They're sick, yeah. And I think I like every once in a while how you get this breakup where you get to watch the game on a nationally televised audience, and then you get to get their perspective on it. And when those guys are talking about both teams, it's cool. And they're like, they're talking up Dallas like Dallas is ridiculously good.
Yeah.
And Dallas is very talented. So to see that the Red Wings not only
compete with them,
were hanging with them,
Right.
but they ended up beating them.
Yeah, and they were saying how great the Red Wings played after the first period.
Yeah.
And then explaining how it changed in the second period, and then.
But they're like, yeah, you can't make mistakes. You got to play perfect against Dallas, and the Red Wings made mistakes, and they had to pay for it. There it is. They're down 3-2, and they tied it up, and then they won it, and it was great. Great to watch that. Great to watch the Pistons do what they do, which is what they've been doing all year long. 24-6.
Yeah, they beat it. They beat like a gym team yesterday.
Don't care.
I know. I'm saying I'm not the. I'm more the style that Sacramento was playing. It was just up and down, and the speed of the Pistons. Because Sacramento's 2 best players are like 60 years old, and Westbrook and DeRozan, and they still played well.
Westbrook is still so good. Mm-hmm. I always thought of Westbrook as that guy at the trade deadline. Is that a guy that contending teams should look at? And yet, is he too selfish of a player? To adapt into the style of what the Pistons are about.
So, what do you got today?
Look, we'll talk some Lions for sure, and get into Pistons and Red Wings right out of the gate.
All right, everybody, have a very Merry Christmas. We will be back on Friday.
We'll be back on Friday, talking obviously post game. You're going to be on after the game, tomorrow night as well
with Jennifer. She will not be shooting the boot this game like she did. She paid homage to Gator last week. Absolutely,
she was uncensored.
That she was. Merry Christmas, everyone. Carson Anderson next.
I swear, King, we got to lobby for more time in between shows. This is a little more difficult than I was expecting. I'm not ready, but it's okay. It's okay. It's our Christmas Eve show, annual Christmas Eve show. Glad to be here. Glad to talk to the people. Got Kang and Kenny. Grumpy Cot behind the glass is screening the calls today. They'll be back in Friday's show, and we all have Christmas Day off, so that should be interesting. But what's really interesting is we got the Lions game tomorrow, and it's turning into be Obviously, it's a must-win for the Lions, and it's looking more and more like it's a good situation for the Lions because the Vikings are not going to have J.J. McCarthy at quarterback, so Max Brosmer is going to be the starter for the Vikings, and that should be certainly an easier test for the Lions, you would think. But the injury reports from practice each day, lots of guys are limited. A couple guys are no practice participants. It is what it is, but it doesn't seem like this is going to be a game where there's going to be massive amounts of players out for the Lions, which is good. In fact, I believe Graham Glasgow was a full participant, so if he's back and ready to go at center, that's good for the Lions, and we're going to be happy about that. But I did want to start today, King, with what's happening locally with these teams. Yesterday we had the poll about which team has been, most surprising between what the Lions have done to this point and, being on the outside looking with the playoffs, or you look at the two teams that are in first place with the Red Wings and the Pistons, and asking people between those three what was most surprising to this point. And believe the reason I'm having struggling logging in here, but the leader yesterday, and I made a mistake. It's a rookie mistake when I do the Twitter poll, is that I put it up for a full day instead of just a full show. So people are probably still voting on it. That being said, it was the Pistons by a wide margin. They had over 40% of the vote as of yesterday. And then it was the Red Wings, and it was the Lions, and those two were a little closer together because I think people are genuinely surprised by what's happened here with the Pistons being so good to start off the season, and it's awesome. This is not what anybody expected at this point, to be 24-6, to be the best team in the East, to be the beast in the East, to have some nice wins under your belt too. It's not just taking care of teams like Sacramento. You've got some good wins under your belt as well. It's been fun to watch the Pistons here, and it's also been really fun to watch the Red Wings. And I believe I heard them say in the morning show, the Red Wings are 11 points ahead of the pace of 11 points ahead of where they were last year at this time. And last year at this time is when they made the coaching change. I believe they got shut out 4-0. Then they made a coaching change, and things started to change. They played Toronto, if memory serves me, in McClellan's first game, and they gave a bunch of goals early in that game, and then came back to make it competitive at the end, and then they started playing some really good hockey under Todd McClellan for like the next month and a half, and then started getting back to like a 500 hockey team, and then things went in the tank when he got to March. So things obviously had changed. What I'm curious about is from the people out there, 248-539-9797. Is it out of these two teams, mentioned that the Pistons are 24-6 and leading the Eastern Conference, and then you have the Red Wings who are 22-13-3 with 47 points, and they're first in their division. Which has been more impressive to this point, just between those two? Obviously, we're leaving the Lions out because the Lions, they're 8-7 right now, going from a 15-win team last year down to, at best, would be a 10-win season and may not even make the playoffs. So between the Red Wings and the Pistons, and both teams were on full display last night. Red Wings nationally on TNT last night. The game started earlier at 6:30. And you got a national perspective in between periods and the whole pregame show and everything else. They're all talking about the Red Wings and talking about the Dallas Stars, and Dallas is a really good hockey team as well. And they've got 56 points at this point. They're outstanding. And the Red Wings won that game. That was quite impressive. The Pistons, now taking on, as Stoney said, kind of like a JV type team, but it doesn't matter. You win who you win against. But the record overall at 24-6, my God, that's a high percentage of winning. And both teams have done very well. Which has been most impressive between the two starts? The Pistons or the Red Wings? 248-539-9797. Same number to text. I want to get through that way. But Kang, when you were tuning in last night, I mean, I assume that Pistons was just business as usual for you, but I don't know if you caught any of the Wings game. But both teams are off to really good starts.
No, it's nice to have two good teams because what happened with the Lions this year has just been disappointing. And I know it's not completely over yet, but it feels like it is, right? That you have two other teams you can look to that are atop the standings and look forward to something after the Lions, because the Pistons, I think we all thought they'd be pretty good, like especially after last year, taking the Knicks to the brink, right? I mean, what they could have won that series with one controversial call in the corner 3 here at LCA. But the Wings, disappointing not making the playoffs, but you thought, okay, they're going to get better, right? They're going to get better with the coaching change. They didn't make the splash trades and additions that everyone wanted to, but you still felt like they were on that. Even though it was slightly getting better, they're going to get better. They're better than I thought. The Pistons, I'm surprised, but I'm not that surprised. I just felt like they're ready for the next step, and as if the young guys could develop as they were developing, and Cade could be that MVP type player with the right supporting cast. I could see, this is not crazy to me that they're the first seed. It's surprising, but it's not crazy. The Lions to me is more, it's almost crazy that they're not going to make the playoffs to me.
Yeah.
Like that was, if you would have told me before the year, I would have said, no way, give me your money, right? The Wings, like I said, I know there wasn't a ton of optimism going in, but it wasn't like they were tanking completely. They just weren't getting over the hump, right? That you wanted them to get over. Maybe this is finally the season. They're getting over that hump.
I think the biggest surprise to me, it's going to be the Red Wings over the Pistons, and it's not by much because I've been wildly surprised with how good the Pistons are. But with the Red Wings, it's a switch to the youth, which they've done this year. They've given guys, rookie players, a chance to play this year, and they don't typically do that with as many players as they did this year. And we'd heard about Sandin Pellikka for a while. We'd heard about Nate Danielson. These are first-round picks and players like that. But what we didn't hear anything about was Emmett Finney. Didn't expect anything out of Emmett Finney. And here, this guy comes in his rookie season. He's played on the top 2 lines, and he does not look out of place at all. He's just getting things done, and he looks awfully good for this team. The team as a whole, I think that they've gone the first 15 games of the season. It felt like they were had little streaks, winning 3, winning 4, and then losing 3. Like what is this team? Very frustrating, and the goaltending was not consistent. The defensive effort in front of the goaltenders was not consistent. But things have settled down now. John Gibson, whom they acquired in the offseason to be the guy, is now playing like the guy. In his last 8 games, hadn't lost. His goals against is down to I think it's 2.2 or 2.12 over that time. His save percentage is over 92%. He's done a heck of a job. But I didn't expect these young guys to be stepping in and playing such a huge role. Axel Sandin Pellikka is playing 18 minutes a game on the blue line. And it's a learning experience for him. He's been on the ice for way more goals than he's been on goals against than goals for. But nonetheless, he's getting all this experience and playing on his second pairing, and he looks really, really good. They brought up Nate Danielson. He had a chance to make it out of training camp, but he didn't because he was hurt, and bides his time a little bit down at Grand Rapids, and then gets an opportunity. They had Brandon Nygaard started this season with the Red Wings. Kind of a slow start. They sent him back down, but they were promoting some of these guys and giving them a chance. And Finney's got 19 points in 38 games, including 9 goals. I think it's pretty impressive for a guy that nobody was talking about last season. You didn't know about him. Didn't know about him really until training camp because you couldn't ignore him. He was all over the stat sheet during training camp. So it's been fun to watch this team play, but getting the goaltending back is great. And you compare and contrast it with what the Pistons are, and they're so young, and we forget how young this team is, but they're playing together like they're a veteran team. And with J.B. Bickerstaff as the head coach of this team, one of the knocks on his teams of the past has been that, okay, he'll get you to a point, and then the team, either the message gets stale or, maybe they'll take a step back. But there's immediate improvement. We saw the immediate improvement last year, but now we're seeing it's not improvement, it's massive growth now with the Pistons. And they're a fun basketball team to watch. Their style of play is not typical of the NBA. They embrace, being a little bit more defensive oriented than other teams. They're physical as hell. Sometimes it results in more fouls than you'd like. But they're not backing down from that. They're not going to change that style of basketball. And they're not like, most teams in the league that just launch 3-pointers and, hope that you can make your 36% from three and that's enough to get the job done. The Pistons are a little bit of a throwback. They like to go inside. They've got guys that can drive the lane. And if you're watching the game last night, they're just knifing through the lane the entire time. Jalen Duren is developing an offensive game that's just more than a lob, which is it's a lot of fun. But 248-539-9797 is a telephone number if you'd like to participate or send a text. Which team's start has been more impressive to you? What the Red Wings have done or what the Pistons have done? Both teams stand atop the respective Eastern conferences. It's not just the division for the Red Wings. They have 47 points, which ties them for number one in the East. Now, they've played a couple more games than everybody else, but still, I'll take it. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. Hey, quick question. Are you planning to save money this winter by taking ice-cold showers? Of course not. You're not doing that. And if you've got a problem with hot water in your house, you need to do what I did, and that's call the team over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. You don't let a frozen disaster ruin your holidays. Please don't do that. These local licensed experts are third-generation family tradesmen who handle the serious stuff so that you can get back to sipping hot chocolate. So whether it's your furnace or your water heater or your boiler or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. Welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program. Doug will be back on Friday's show. Got King and Grumpy Cott behind the glass, and we're looking forward to talking with you today. I was starting the show off talking about the Red Wings and the Pistons and what great starts they've been off to. We put up a Twitter poll yesterday that said which team is surprising you the most this season between the Lions, the Red Wings, and the Pistons. Had nearly 1,000 votes on the poll. I should probably stop the poll because it doesn't matter at this point. But 45.7% of the people said the Pistons. 31.6% of the people said the Lions, and the Red Wings were third at 22.7%. So this is what I find interesting. When you look at a poll like this and you see these results, the least surprising team is the Red Wings?
I just feel like, yeah, that doesn't make sense to me. My personal pick is the Lions because I just had high aspirations for them. I think they were like a legit Super Bowl contender, and to not make the playoffs is crazy from going from Super Bowl contender to not make the playoffs. But my second would be the Wings. Like, I made the case that they were kind of slowly trying to get over that hump, but you hadn't seen it yet. So how could you expect this, right? The Pistons, at least, we saw the progress they made last year. We saw them going to the first round, take the Knicks all the way to the end. Probably should have won that series if a call goes their way, but they didn't. But we knew how good they could be. Coming back into this season, I think we expected even more. The Wings, though, I just feel like maybe the people weren't paying attention to the Pistons. Is that why they're surprised by the Pistons? How could you not?
I don't know. I think maybe it's just the crazy start. You know, it's one thing to be playing good, but you're 24-6
and the best in the East, at least record wise.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's it. What is it? Is that an 80% winning percentage at this point? Do I have that right? Am I actually possibly right with my math? Because that would be crazy if it were.
Look at you. Look at you, buddy.
I just double checked it. It is.
It's Christmas miracle.
It is. It is a Christmas miracle. Oh, the switch to FM.
Well, we should ask Grumpy Cott. He's a huge Red Wing fan. How surprised, impressed are you, Grumpy Cott, about the Wings?
I'm surprised. I'm impressed. There's a couple of guys, Gator. You mentioned Finney. Out of nowhere, great story. A guy that causes turnovers, creates scoring chances. Very, very impressive.
Fast.
JVR, by the way, career renaissance here. Amazing in front of the net presence. I was talking to Stoney about it before the show. He was talking my ear off about JVR. I agree with him. I think it's great. But the Wings, I don't put in the surprising camp necessarily because they always do this, it seems. They always get on these weird streaks where they win. I'm not going to be fully bought in until the trade deadline, and I know that sounds like a silly thing to say, but I'm thrilled by the way they started.
It's not a silly thing to say, right? Because the last 3 Marches have been so devastating for Red Wing fans, and the Red Wings, obviously, because they're the ones playing those games. But the collapses like clockwork happened in March each of the last 3 years. I get it. I'm going to throw another name at you for the Red Wings that has been, I think you start to understand his value to the team. He's not anywhere near a point-a-game guy, but he's a guy he's glue for this team, and it's Andrew Kopp. Now, Kopp this year in 38 games has 20 points. He's got 17 assists. He only scored 3 goals. And last year, he only had 23 points in 56 games. But it's what happened after he played the 56 games. He got hurt and missed like March and April and all of that. That's when the collapse started, is when Andrew Kopp was out of the lineup. Now, yes, it also coincides with the Four Nations Cup and Dylan Larkin having an injury and him not being the same that he was. But not having Andrew Kopp was huge. That's leadership. That's a guy who gets out there, leads by example, and it's a guy who does all those little things that you need to be done. And here he is. He's healthy, and he's contributing again. And it's just that guy is one of these just kind of unsung heroes of this team that I find quite impressive with what he's been able to do. And couple that with JVR. They've got, we've talked for years about getting more adults in the room, and Comfer, Kopp, Van Riemsdyk, these are guys that really are getting the job done from an experience standpoint that help to show the way for a young team.
I'm glad the way you put it when you said glue guy, because he's definitely not putting up like numbers, like stats, counting stats, but the way he plays is the way that, I mean, even a playoff team needs a guy like that. I'm not sure where he slots in on a Stanley Cup team, but he definitely has a role on this team. And when you include a guy like JVR in that list of players that are, glue guys or guys that do play an important role on this team, they're role players. That's what they are.
Yeah, and with the Pistons and why they've been so impressive, it's just any given night somebody else is going to give you something. You know what Cade's going to give you. Cade's he's a budding superstar here. Jalen Duren has turned into that guy too. You know what Duren's going to get you. You know every night that Isaiah Stewart is going to be impressive defensively. He's going to block shots. He's going to get up in your face. He may not score, but he might score, but he may not. You don't know that. You don't know what the point total is going to be, but you know he's going to be rebounding and playing defense. It's everybody else that steps up when they need to. Hey, Tobias, we need something from you. Okay, I got you. Here's 18. Hey, Duncan Robinson, how about knocking down some threes? Yeah, I got you. I'll knock down 4 or 5 threes a night. Everybody on this team seems to accept the role. And Ken, while they're going through this right now, Jaden Ivey is a player that I love. Jaden Ivey. Loved him at Purdue. Big fan of his, and I was excited the Pistons got him. And unfortunately, last year he suffered the injury. The first year he's with the Pistons, Cade is out for most of the season. So, we never really got a chance in the first couple of years to see Ivey and Cunningham play together. And now this year, Ivey started the season again with another injury and was slowed. And he's a guy that's not getting that many minutes lately. They're just kind of easing him into it. But it's okay because the team is so good right now. They can afford to ease him back into it. Is he ever going to be the guy that's going to get back up to close to 30 minutes a game? Or is he going to be a bench guy, or is he going to be a guy that's, trade bait possibility? I don't know what they really have with Jaden Ivey at this point, but it's nice to know that if Cade's going to get himself in foul trouble, turn things over to Jaden Ivey, and the team's not going to miss too much.
The fact that they have this belt they do after every game, when they win, they pass the belt to another player on the team. That shows you how many different guys are contributing to the Pistons winning. We already know, like you said, what Cade brings every night. And we know for the most part what Jalen Duren's going to bring every night. But then after that, a guy that really steps up to win that game for them, that's why they have the belt. They pass around, whether it's Beef Stew, whether it's Duncan Robinson, whoever. Jaden Ivey is one of those guys, too, that can help contribute to wins throughout the year. Do we know what he's going to be by the end of the year? I hope so. I'm not sure, but I do know you don't mess with a good thing right now. And right now they're winning with the way they're implementing him into the team, the offense, coming off the bench, things like that. And hopefully he continues to get better, more confident. And so when other guys aren't on their gay game that night, he can be the guy, their A game, I said. He can be the guy that can help, alleviate some of that scoring and the pressure that, Cade and Jalen Duren have to kind of shoulder every night, it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild. Ivey's played 15 games, and he's averaging 15 minutes a game. I imagine it's going to change at some point and change significantly. But right now, doesn't matter. They're winning. Drew is in Detroit. Welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Drew.
Oh, hey, gentlemen. Merry Christmas.
Same to you.
All right, so I can't speak to my expectations of the Pistons because I self-admittedly do not pay attention to basketball anymore. But I expected this from the Red Wings, especially with Toronto taking a poop and Florida's absolutely decimated with injuries. It was our time to take advantage of it. I mean, Ottawa had a slide like this. For me, they're meeting expectations, or they're where I want them to be, I should say. But the test is they got to beat healthy Florida. I mean, we're first in the division, and they're 5 points behind us right now in the rearview mirror, coming quick. Matthew Tkachuk's getting healthy. We got to be winning those games. Good hockey teams win games against tough opponents, and we've been doing that, and we need to keep it up. And I love this hockey team right now, but I just wish we'd get a little bit tougher because Bob in Florida always has our number, and we really haven't been punched in the mouth too much. So we got to see how we handle some adversity.
Yeah, they played well last night against a really good team, and they beat Dallas. I'm surprised that you haven't paid attention to the Pistons with, like I mentioned earlier, they're winning at an 80% clip.
Yeah, I don't. I just don't have time. Like when I pay attention to something like hockey's my sport, dude.
Gotcha.
I'm all in.
No,
like,
it's clear hockey's your sport. No, I get that.
Yeah.
All right, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. I'm stunned that somebody says no. They expected this from the Red Wings. I mean, I guess I expected them to play better. I didn't expect them to be best in the conference, point wise at this point. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. Karsch and Anderson Show here on 97.1. Gator and Kang, along with Grumpy Cot, with you today. Taking your calls and texts, 248-539-9797. It's time for some football questions with the Wide Nine Around the League Blitz thingy. All right, so I forgot the Omaha 4 downs thing, but it's okay.
Thingy.
We'll figure it. Yeah, I did say thingy, but that didn't. The bed does not say thingy.
No. All right, no coin flip because you're just going to go first and I'm going to follow you. That's just the way this is going to work.
That's how it is going to work today.
with no Doug, all right?
That's right.
All right, question number 1, Gator. Phillip Rivers. He doesn't look terrible, actually. I mean, should the Colts actually think about bringing him back next year?
No. I don't think so. I think it's been a fun story. Look, I enjoyed watching him play the other night, and I think that's great, but he's never going to get his arm strength to be good again. And watching him make some of those deep throws or attempt to make some of those deep throws, just not happening. They were better. They were obviously so well off to start the season when they had a healthy Daniel Jones. They resurrected his career. I think it's nice to have Phil Rivers around. If they wanted to hire him as a quarterback coach, maybe that might make sense. But no, I don't think you bring him back as a player. No.
No, this was clearly a desperate move because they were just trying to hold on to any hope to make the playoffs they possibly could have. And they needed a guy who knew the offense and knew how to line guys up and just get guys in the right position and maybe lean on Jonathan Taylor and that defense to get him in, but it's probably not going to happen. It's funny because during Christmas time here, we get a lot of these Hallmark movies, right, Gator? This is like a Hallmark movie, man. They called up this old guy 5 years ago, hasn't played, coaching high school football. You got any more in you, buddy? Yeah, I think so, And
right. There's probably some conversation is seen in a barn with him and his kids and his grandkids.
Yeah.
Like, but we want to see you play, Pop.
All right, one more.
All right, I'll do it for the kids.
Yeah, and these deep balls, he's throwing their balloon balls. I mean, they got no velocity on him. I mean, he just doesn't have the arm strength anymore. But great story, though, and I'm just glad that he's so far healthy. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
All right, speaking of the Colts, they're a part of this question. The most surprising team, if they don't make the playoffs, is it the once 7-1 Colts, the defending AFC champs Chiefs, or our very own Detroit Lions? Which is the most surprising?
Whew. I mean, between these three teams, this is it's tough. I'm surprised that the Lions are on the outside looking in, but they literally still have a shot to make the playoffs. So I'm going to rule that part out. I thought they'd take a step back this year record-wise, but what I didn't expect was that they were going to have massive injuries again like they did last year, and the schedule is not in their favor, and this is where they're at. But I thought that they'd take a little bit of a step back, and they still have a chance to know it's not them. It's not the Colts either, because the Colts suffered a serious injury to their guy, to their quarterback, Daniel Jones, and that torpedoed everything. The first half of the season, you're looking at a well-oiled machine. Jonathan Taylor's the MVP of the league with that, but you hurt the quarterback. Now teams are like, all we got to do is stop Jonathan Taylor, and they have, and the Colts have taken a tailspin. The biggest surprise is, without a doubt to me, it's the Kansas City Chiefs. This is a team that every year you pencil in the AFC Championship game and you say, well, is this the year that Buffalo gets past them? Did the Bengals have something in them, a run that they can get past them? Is Lamar Jackson finally going to get it done and get past them? But it's always you got to get past Kansas City and Patrick Mahomes. And it's not Mahomes' injury that sunk them. They were sunk before he tore the ACL. Now, he was dealing with an injury, but he was still playing. So to me, it's Kansas City. I'm surprised that they're done.
Gator, I can't go with Kansas City because they were my bold-ass prediction to not make the playoffs. So I kind of saw this coming, right, and pat myself on the back.
There you go.
The Lions, they were actually the most bet team to miss the playoffs this year. So a lot of people didn't think they were going to make the playoffs. Maybe that was just the value was there for the bet. But whatever it is, people were on that bandwagon before the season started. So for me, the most surprising team not to make the playoffs is the once 7-1 Indianapolis Colts. I believe at one point they had like a 98% chance to make the playoffs, Gator. 98%
It was 98% when they were 7-1.
Unreal. And not only were they 7-1, they were 8-2. So it wasn't too bad by then, right? They went 500 in the next two games. But after that, obviously, the wheels fell off once Daniel Jones hurt his Achilles, and they're not going to make the playoffs. So to me, 7-1 Colts not making it, the most surprising. All right, has the Ravens Super Bowl window closed?
I don't think it's closed. This is a tough question to answer. I'm a big Lamar Jackson fan, but Lamar Jackson has not looked like Lamar Jackson this season, and I'm not sure why. They've given him weapons. He's got guys to work with. It's just they just keep faltering, and he's breaking down. His body's betrayed him a little bit this year. He's had to miss some time, and hopefully he doesn't miss time this week because the Lions need him to play against Green Bay. But his contract is only for another couple seasons. I was watching, TV out in the bullpen earlier today, and there was some topic that, do the Ravens need to extend Lamar Jackson? I'm like, wow, they're really talking about extending, like it's not automatic. But as far as his window, I think it's still open because he's not even 30 yet, and he is so incredibly talented. It's a question of, maybe a player or two that Baltimore needs to add. They're still there. I think, he's still kind of in that area where he can take a step forward, if you will. I think Kansas City, what they've done, they've taken steps back, and other teams are ready to jump on it. But I think Baltimore's still in the mix.
So I'm going to say no, but it's not a strong no that the window is closed, okay? Because I think I put Lamar Jackson in the same tier as Patrick Mahomes. As long as you have one of those two guys and they're healthy, you have a possibility to be a Super Bowl contender because you just got to build a little bit around them. Those two type of quarterbacks can single-handedly win you games. Now, they can't win you a whole season, but they can win you games when you're down a few guys or you're not playing your best. But I put Lamar Jackson in a category, so I won't say their window is closed, but it's getting a little tight here. And they gotta start, keeping them healthy and keep trying to build that. That defense really let them down this year. The defense is not the same defense it used to be. All right, speaking about the Ravens, should they actually move on from John Harbaugh?
This is interesting. This is like, did the Pittsburgh Steelers move on from Mike Tomlin? Harbaugh's been there for, 17, 18 years? His record has been impressive, 179 and 112 during his time. He's 13-11 in the playoffs. They make the playoffs just about every year. I think they've only missed out in the playoffs 4 times in his tenure as the coach. They do have a Super Bowl. But that Super Bowl wins back in 2012. That's a long time ago. You had to battle the Harbaughs. And there are times when teams get sick and tired of each other. And I think that we've heard this, the rumblings of this over the last couple of years. Are the Ravens going to move on from John Harbaugh? If I were the Ravens, I probably wouldn't, but I'm not going to be surprised if they do. Change the scenery for both parties involved.
Yeah, I'm not completely against it, actually. I know the first thought is, why would they do that? He's a staple, right? But they can't seem to hold on to leads, and I tend to blame the coaches more in those situations. Obviously, it's not all his fault. There's some weird, untimely, terrible fumbles they've had from certain players, Derrick Henry, Zay Flowers, but overall, I don't know if sometimes you just need new blood. Look at Seattle when they got Mike McDonald and they got rid of Pete Carroll, and look at the Patriots with Vrabel. Sometimes they have the players, they just might need a new guy speaking to those players. All right, speaking of Super Bowl, is it now or never for the Bills to ever win a Super Bowl this year?
No, they've got some time. Josh Allen's an incredible quarterback. Each year, I think that he's getting more nuanced and figuring things out, that he can't do everything with his feet and play that way. He's going to have to be a little more conservative with it. I think what's interesting is that, just when he thinks he's got a chance to just have a stranglehold on the division, oh, wait, the New England Patriots have reared their heads, and they're a really good football team. And they've got a young quarterback who's working it with them. But the rest of the division, Miami is quarterback less. The Jets don't know who's going to lead that team with quarterback, so they're still a ways away. I don't think it's done for the Bills. I don't think it's just this year or never. I think that they're, because of Josh Allen, his youth, and because it's a good team around him, they've got chances in years to come.
So I'm going to be a little bold here. I'm going to say yes. If they don't do this year, he'll never get one, Gator. And this is why. The Dragon is already slayed in the Chiefs and Mahomes, and you didn't even have to do the slaying. Now you have an unproven young quarterback in Bo Nix, Drake May, Trevor Lawrence. You should beat these guys if you have to go against them in the playoffs. By the way, Lamar Jackson probably ain't going to be in your way either. This is the year for Josh Allen and the Bills. No excuses. Get it done. If they don't get it done this year, they might not ever get it done. All right. Has Trevor Lawrence, speaking of young quarterback, has he finally turned the corner?
I think he has. He's a guy who's making plays with his feet and by throwing the football. He's got a career high with 26 touchdown passes, and he still has a couple games to go. He's run for another 7 touchdowns this season, which is also a career high. The one area of his game that's kind of taken a step back is his accuracy. He's only completing 60% of his passes. Then 20 years ago, that was awesome, but not in today's NFL. You need to throw well above 65% to be one of those upper echelon quarterbacks. He's got some improvement to make, but turning the corner, I think he's turned the corner. He's looking more and more like the quarterback we saw at Clemson, who was awesome.
I have a feeling I might regret this, but Duval.
Oh.
Yes, I think he has turned the corner. A lot of times these young quarterbacks, Gator, they just need the right coach. And maybe Liam Cohen is that guy. You know, it's all about situation and the coaching staff you have around him. And those other coaches he's had throughout his career has just not. I mean, I think one year he had a pretty good year, but other than that, he regressed again. I still question a lot of his decision making, but he's too young, too talented. From the quarterback I saw, the freshman I saw at Clemson, I think he has finally turned the corner. I think you got another good young quarterback in the AFC you got to worry about. All right, last question. This is crazy, but Gator, will the Jets go the entire 2025 season without an interception? That's right. The New York Jets have yet to intercept a football.
So I just Googled to see fewest team interceptions in a season. And Google says the NFL record for the fewest team interceptions in a season is 2. Held by the New England Patriots back in 2016, a mark that they set using multiple it's interceptions thrown. Wrong way to look at it. Damn it!
All right, so that completely goes out the window.
So that
Not
goes out the
stat of
window.
day.
All right, so forget stat. Absolutely not. What does not stat of the day sound like? So, no, I got to believe they're going to get. They can't possibly go the entire season without a pick, and yet they finish off against Drake May and Josh Allen, 2 guys who combined have thrown for only 18 interceptions this season. They got to get one. They got to get one.
Sorry, Gator, they're not going to get one. This team is going to make history.
Glenn!
They're going to make history. And if I were the Patriots and Bills, I would hand the ball off the entire game. They're not getting a pick off me. The New York Jets, futility, a record. And by the way, not just the entire season, a 17-game season.
I know.
No interceptions.
Where's the
It's
tip
never
pass?
happened.
How about the tip pass?
Nothing.
Oh, man. And there you have it. The wide-eyed Omaha 4-down around the league blitz thingy here on 97.1. I am absolutely baffled. The last football question that we brought up about the Jets, will the Jets actually go the entire season without making an interception, their defense? The NFL record for most games without an interception was 14, set in 1960 by the San Francisco 49ers. This team has played 15 games and now has the modern-day record of most games without an interception. They have 2 left. As I mentioned, they play against the Patriots and Drake May, and they'll play against the Bills and Josh Allen. Now, Allen has 10 picks this year. May has 8 picks this year. They're not immune to it. But you also, I guess, to this point, you wouldn't expect it. But, Keg, this is one of the most amazing statistics I've ever heard.
Yeah, well, it seems like the Jets are immune to making interceptions.
Right.
No, it's unbelievable. You would think, like you said, a tip pass, just, something fluky. It just happens to fall in your lap. That's the way it is. It's pretty crazy because Aaron Glenn, a defensive guy, former defensive back, comes over there. I know they traded Sauce Gardner away, but
yeah, which is big.
Not one person, not even like a linebacker. You know what I mean?
Right.
It doesn't have to be someone from the secondary.
Well, like I said, it's like, a tipped pass changes everything. Like you're watching the game, the Monday Night Football game, right? You got Brock Purdy, so 5 touchdowns, looks absolutely perfect, throws a pass over the middle, it sails on him a little bit, hits the receiver's hands, skips up in the air, and the Colts come down with an interception. Like, it happens. That tip pass for a pick happens all the time. We've talked to Jared Goff about it and saying, is that the most frustrating thing that you can have is a pass knocked down the line of scrimmage? He says, well, yeah, or a pass that gets tipped at the line of scrimmage ends up in the defender's hands. Or it goes off your receiver's hands into somebody else's. The longer that ball stays in the air, the more likely it is to get caught by somebody. The odds you would think they would favor the Jets, but here it is at the end of the season. It still hasn't happened. They have 2 games to get 1 pick, but they've already got the record.
Well, as far as, most games in a row without a pick, they got that record.
Would they go a full season without it? I can't believe they'd go a full season without it.
Well, I'm just going to go they are, Gator. And the thing is, Aiden Hutchinson has more interceptions than the entire Jets team.
That's crazy. And that just happened.
Yeah, I did.
Man. I mean, that's just nuts. Sometimes you hear something in sports and you're like, no, you can't. Are you really?
Yeah, I know. I had to look that up a couple times to make sure that was real. Because this can't be real.
They haven't, not the whole season? Really? The whole season. And I think that the ironic thing is who's coaching him. We have a lot of respect here in Detroit for Aaron Glenn. Loved him as our defensive coordinator here. I had a lot of respect for him as a player in the NFL for all those years. He was a really good defensive back. And here's his former defensive back, a defensive-minded head coach, and his team has yet to make a pick on the season. That is crazy. Absolutely, positively crazy. I did not expect that. But that's fun to debate and talk about. People, if you want to say something about it, feel free. Not going to stop you. 248-539-9797. Same number to text as well. We did get a bunch of texts have come in. We asked at starting the show, which is more impressive, what the Red Wings are doing right now or what the Pistons are doing right now. The Olympic break is going to mess the Red Wings up just like last year. The World Tournament did. NHL should not be playing in it. Not important. A couple of different things there. We'll start with the first part, which is the Olympic break is going to mess the Red Wings up just like last year's Four Nations Cup did. I think there were a couple things, and I touched on it a little bit earlier. I think the injury to Andrew Kopp last year ended up really screwing up this team, coupled with, Dylan Larkin coming back, and he had some sort of injury that he was dealing with. He was not the same player either. And I think both of those teams, along with some other factors, weighed in. I'm a little concerned with the Olympic break, not because of the time off. I'm concerned about the guys that are going to be playing for the Olympics. There's going to be several Red Wings that are going to be playing in the Olympics, and could be, really key players. Obviously, you're going to be the best of the best to represent your country, but you're talking about Dylan Larkin, maybe DeBrincat, maybe Patrick Kane. there's some Swedish players in consideration. Mo Seider with Germany. There's a lot to look at with players that could be out and risking injury playing for their country. And we know that the Olympics means a lot. These guys throw it all out on the line. We saw the Four Nations Cup, the hockey last year. If you can remember back to what that hockey was like, USA and Canada, that was absolutely, positively must-see TV. And the first 5 minutes of that game were absolutely insane with the fights. Yes, fights in international hockey. When it was nothing like an all-star game. This was incredible competition. And now it's going to be Olympic gold they're playing for. Should be the same kind of fierce atmosphere, I would imagine. Hopefully the temperature's dialed down from some of the rhetoric that was going on last year at that time, or I should say this past year at that time. But nonetheless, it'll be spirited, and that's a concern that I have, is that will they be risking more injury to key players? These are good players that are playing and representing the country in the Olympics, so that is a concern. Now, the other part of that is that they shouldn't be playing it at all. That's a debate for another day. I love Olympic hockey. I love having the professionals play. Either have all professionals, you have all amateurs. You can't do something in between. And, for years there was something in between. But once the United States started sending NHL players and the NHL allowed it, things got turned for the better. It got to be more interesting. More to come here on 97.1.
It's Christmas Eve, and that means it's game day eve for the Lions, who are getting ready to take on the Minnesota Vikings tomorrow afternoon. Just yesterday, the NFL announced its 2026 Pro Bowl teams, and Lions linebacker Jack Campbell made the team for the first time in his career. Dan Campbell was asked about Jack at his weekly press conference yesterday. Here's what he had to say.
He's gotten better every year. He's been on this upward trajectory. He's just continued to improve. God didn't say a lot. He just works. He's just a workhorse. He's all about ball. He loves ball, and he does it for the guy next to him. So his production speaks for itself. He's come so far, and there again, he's taken more reps than anybody we've got on this team to this point, which is a ton. So proud of him.
Tomorrow, the Lions kick off in Minneapolis at 4:35 right here on 97.1. Their playoff hopes are on life support at just 6% right now. Lions need to win and a Packers loss and need to repeat that next week. Louisville head football coach Jeff Brom has been named as a possible candidate for the Michigan job. Here's what he said to the media regarding the situation yesterday after the Cardinals' 27-22 win in Bush's Boca Raton Bowl of Beans. Former Utah coach Kyle Whittingham is the new favorite online to get the job. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
No interceptions. Still none. I just double-checked. Jets are still looking for that first defensive interception. Hasn't happened. I don't know if it will.
Do you think they think about it now, like with the last two games? Like, hey, if the ball's near me, don't knock it down. Try to pick it off. Like we can't be that team.
right. Like now they're going to take some chances on the corners. I'm gonna jump the route.
Jump the route, yeah.
Yes. You got because you'd be a hero in that locker room. Finally got it. Yeah, we lost 49-7, but hey, way to go. Cliffy got the pick. I don't know if they have anyone named Cliff, but you know what I'm saying. How would you play?
I'd play for the pick.
I'd play for the pick.
100%. Well,
you're a 3-win team or a 2, whatever the Jets are. I'd absolutely play for the pick. Everything I'm doing is for just individual glory at this point, which is also going to help the team because you get off the schneid if you make that interception. There's got to be so much pressure there too, right? I mean, as a defensive back, you pride yourself with how many passes defended, how many interceptions you have. You need the INT. Like Drake May. I'm going to study more Drake May video than I've ever seen in my entire life. And the next week is going to be the same thing for Josh Allen. You have to know everything, and you are absolutely jumping routes.
Yeah, who cares if you get burned at this point?
Who cares?
Every out route, just jumping.
Yeah. This corner was targeted 7 times. He gave up 6 receptions for 263 yards and 4 touchdowns, but he had the interception. That's how you want it, right? Man. That is really an unbelievable statistic on this. That's the most unbelievable statistic on the season, perhaps, that we've seen. Yeah. Stat of the day. 15 games without an interception for the defense. Incredible. Some more ticket text coming in. The Pistons seem to have the better roster. The Wings are getting more from youth. Can it be both? Both teams are incredible right now. Tom and Flat Rock. Yeah, you like both. But which one has been a little bit more impressive for you? The Pistons winning at an 80% clip with a 24-6 record, sitting atop the Eastern Conference. Or you look at the Red Wings. Hey, they're atop the Eastern Conference in the NHL with 47 points. They played 2 more games than everybody else, but there they are. Both are impressive, and actually, we forget how young the Pistons are. The Pistons are younger, I think, overall than the Red Wings are. But the Red Wings are introducing a bunch of rookies this year, whereas the Pistons are not. The Wings are the real deal. Aside from that, do you think that Biff is legit contender to become the head coach at Michigan? Rob at home. Well, Rob, Interesting question to ask. This is something we were going to bring up on the show, and we could talk about it now if you like. And I think it's interesting coming off the cut that we heard, 2 cuts in the update play with, I think it was Brian Brom talking about, or was it Jeff Brom talking about the Michigan interest, where he said, "I don't talk about other jobs. I love this team. I love where we're at, and we're going to celebrate a victory," which is not a denial at all. And my guess is if Brom is contacted for the Michigan job, he's quite interested in it. There have been lots of reports circulating that Brom is not happy with Louisville, even though it's his alma mater. There's other reports saying he's got a contract that he hasn't signed yet, that they want him back, but does he want to be there? The Michigan search is interesting and what they're doing. And I know that Michigan fans probably don't want to hear what I have to say about it because I'm a Spartan, and I'm just sitting back and, kind of enjoying this whole S show that's going on that really, frankly, has gone on for years and years and years at Michigan, with all the covering up that they've done with the Harbaugh stuff and cheating scandals and horrific offenses by assistant coaches, whether they were part-time staffers or full-time offensive coordinators, whatever they've done in just sweeping stuff under the rug. And finally, it's all coming to roost now. And the university doing their own investigation. Finally, we'll see how legit this investigation is and what it turns up. But I also think that there's a bit of blaming Sharon for everything right now, which I don't think is fair, because I think these seeds were planted long before he got there. But Sharon made his own bed, and he's having to deal with it. And he was fired, and from what I understand, and what everybody else understands based on what you read, for cause. And there are other issues going on there too. So you want to hear what I have to say about the coaching situation? I actually agree with Doug on this, in that if you can hire Kyle Whittingham, hire Kyle Whittingham. I think Kyle Whittingham is an outstanding coach. What he's done at Utah has been incredible. He's 66, which might turn some people off, but you're really looking just to usher away, separate yourself completely from the previous regime and the previous era. Anything with the Harbaugh tree, if you don't want to be connected with that, okay, understand. That's why Jed Fish, maybe he's not part of it. Maybe Jesse Minter isn't part of it. You're not going to look at those candidates because of those ties. Fair enough. But if you're not going to, then it kind of limits the pool. And the Whittingham thing, when I first heard that was a possibility, I thought it was interesting, because the way I understood it, and perhaps I'm wrong on this, and if I am, fair enough, okay. But I thought that he was walking away, stepping down from Utah. There was some mutual kind of splitting there. They said, hey, why don't we'll turn it over to somebody younger, turn it over to somebody else, but we want you to stay a part of Utah because you've been a part of Utah forever. And that they wanted him to go into, kick him upstairs, so to speak. And that's what I thought it was. I thought he was just done coaching. Like, if he wasn't going to coach for Utah, he wasn't going to coach anywhere. Because I would have loved to have had the opportunity to hire him in Michigan State a couple of years ago when they moved on from Mel Tucker. But that didn't happen. And now here it is. Michigan's job is open. And it's one of the last ones to be filled. And it doesn't seem like there's a ton of movement on who's going to get that job. Whittingham, to me, would be a home run hire for Michigan, because I think he is a guy that operates way above board. It's completely separated from any of the Harbaugh ties. It would make a lot of sense. The only place where maybe it doesn't make sense is he the Midwest guy that some people want, that would understand the whole Michigan-Ohio State thing, the whole Michigan-Michigan State thing, the whole Big Ten thing. Maybe not, but sometimes those things just work themselves out because you just know how to coach. That being said, the Biff Poggi part of this, again, do you want to associate yourself with somebody that's part of that regime that got you in trouble? It's not on, and this is where it's unfair to Biff. He could be the cleanest guy you have, but because it's just guilt by association, and you kind of have to say sorry. I'm sorry it's guilt by association, but we're moving on from anything of of that previous regime and that previous era. We can't do it. Sorry, Biff. Appreciate your time here. That's the way that I would approach it if I were Michigan. And I would look at Whittingham. You want to look at Brom? Go ahead. If you're able to hire him away, yeah, go ahead and do that. Otherwise, I would just simply say it's Biff Poggi's job for the year, and we're going to do a full-on search for a coach at the end of the season, or understanding that the Biff is a candidate for the coach, but in the meantime, he is still going to have that interim tag associated with it for the upcoming season until he's not the coach. But for them to just go ahead, if they were to get announce next week that they're giving him a 5-year contract, I'd be surprised by that, because I do think they're trying to move on, and I think they should move on. So those are my thoughts on that. I do find it interesting with the Brom comments yesterday. Really seemed to me that he wants the job. He's very interested in the job anyway at Michigan. As far as the Kalen DeBoer stuff that was out there, I don't know why you would leave Alabama for Michigan amid this scandal. That doesn't make any sense. If you're Kalen DeBoer and you just beat Oklahoma, you're in the college football playoff. You've got an opportunity to advance. You're taking on Indiana. It's going to be a big game. I think he's put that stuff to bed as best he can, I guess, and said he's going to stay there. He doesn't plan on moving anywhere. But other people have said the same thing and moved on. If Alabama loses to Indiana, is that enough for Alabama to say we want to move on? I think Alabama would be stupid as hell to do it, because they'd put themselves in the same position Michigan would be in, which is scrambling to find a coach. And where are you going to find somebody better than Kalen DeBoer at this point? You don't. So I just think it's kind of a pipe dream. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. All right, I think I say this once every year over the last 6 years. I hate that song.
Is that
is it wrong? Is it wrong?
Is there a reason why? Is it trigger?
I know. There's nothing about it. The Christmas donkey? What? What are we doing? What? There's no Christmas donkey. There's reindeer. You've got the dog and the Grinch. There's no donkey. I don't know. It just annoys me.
They changed it from a donkey to something else. Would you be okay?
I don't know. But at this point,
do you like the beat? Do you not like the?
Well, at this point, you're not changing it. It is what it is.
Okay.
Right?
No, you're not.
Hate's a strong word. I don't want to use that word. I strongly dislike that song. And I think once a year I may say something like that, either on the air or else just tell Doug off the air. But I'm letting the world know. I do not like that song. It's definitely on the list. The list of things that Gator strongly dislikes.
I'll let Doug know. Dominic the Donkey.
Yeah, Dominic the Donkey.
Right?
The song.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, I don't know the donkey personally. Hey, cool that they named him Dominic. That's awesome.
What if it's a good donkey? If it's a nice donkey?
It might be a fine donkey. I don't care. It might be a charming donkey. Like Arnold on Green Acres, the pig. Could be charming. One charming donkey. But I don't like the song.
I like the song.
Why do you like the song?
It's fun. It's stupid. That's why I like it. It's stupid and it's silly and it's dumb. And it makes me smile when I hear it.
Okay. Well, if it makes Grumpy Cot smile, then
I feel like this flies in the face of your Grumpy Cot theory here, huh?
Maybe that's why you're saying it.
Maybe
that's why you're trying to change your image. Maybe that's what my image is what it is. I'm not trying to change the world. You're trying to change your Grumpy Cot, and
I have a Christmas playlist that I've built over the years on my Spotify account. Dominic the Donkey was one of the first ads on it.
Wow. I was tempted to text both of you guys last night when Tobias Harris knocked down a 3.
I'd have threw my phone out of the window.
Just for the name Tobias. If you listened to yesterday's show, you're welcome. Let's get back to the phones. 248-539-9797. Same number to text as well. We got plenty of text to get to. Rob is next up on a cell phone. Rob, welcome to 97.1.
Merry Christmas, guys.
Merry Christmas to you, too.
I was calling in just to show some appreciation for Jared Goff, honestly. He didn't make the Pro Bowl, but his numbers this year are so good, and he has had such a great year when he's missed 3/5 of his offensive line, has no tight end to throw to. He's got 32 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. The Lions lead the NFL in the least amount of turnovers, and the guy gets no love. I mean, everything's his fault. No matter what he does, he can't do it right. I mean, it's funny to me because I've spent a lifetime watching horrible Lions quarterbacks, and we have one who's outperforming anyone we've ever had, including Stafford when he was here, and he just does not get appreciated.
I think there's a vocal
incredibly well this year.
Yeah, Rob, I think there's a vocal minority of people out there that don't like him because he's not mobile, and I think that those people value that so much. Maybe it's fantasy football, whether they get no fantasy points because he doesn't run, I don't know. But as it relates to the Pro Bowl, and when we found out yesterday that he was an alternate, Kang and I started talking off the air about this, and Kang, you brought up the point, and thanks for the call, Rob. I'll let you make the point.
Well, I just thought that, listen, I know it's tough to care right now because the Lions aren't doing that well, but when I looked at the Pro Bowl voting and who made the Pro Bowl rosters, and I thought, Jared Goff got screwed, man. Like, you can sell me on Darnold. I know not so much you, but you can sell me on Stafford, of course. But the guy who made it, Dak Prescott, over Jared Goff, because Goff is an alternate?
Yeah.
No way. Jared Goff, actually, across the board, stat-wise, is better than Dak Prescott. And then on top of that, because I know this plays a role into it, the Lions, even though not as good as they're supposed to be, they're still better than the Cowboys are. So Goff is helping his team. And like the caller mentioned, too, the offensive line isn't the same as it was last year. And he's still putting up these great numbers. It's just like, this is kind of going back to Detroit versus everybody. Maybe, Jared will realize it, too, after it's all said and done, that do we just not get the respect nationally that I think we should? Like I said, it's hard to bitch about something like this right now because the season isn't going well. But to be honest with you, if we're looking at just an individual thing, Jared Goff should be in the Pro Bowl. He should be on the Pro Bowl roster.
Without question. I mean, I'm a big Jared Goff fan. I think he is way underrated because of people overlook. They overlook what's positive about him, and all they focus on is that he can't move, that he doesn't run down the field and pick up first downs with his feet. Doesn't do it every game. And he's not a guy that's going to escape pressure all that often. You know, if he's really pressured, he's not getting out of it. He's going to spin and get hit and whatever. But he does move in the pocket to give himself an extra half a second. He's tough as nails. He'll stay in the pocket and take the shot while delivering the football. He's accurate. He's completed 68.6% of his passes. He's in like top 3 in almost every category for quarterbacks this year. He's the second-rated quarterback in the NFL behind Matthew Stafford. Stafford leads the NFL at 112.1. Goff is second at 109.4. The 32-5 touchdown interception ratio is incredible. Absolutely incredible. But I understand why people aren't thrilled with him because he doesn't make the thrilling play with his feet. That being said, when it came to the Pro Bowl voting, to have a second, to be second to Stafford wouldn't be any issue. But you bring up the Dak Prescott stuff, and what? Dak Prescott? Like, Dak's a good quarterback, but Jared Goff has killed them in every category except for like yards rushing, and I think it's total passing yards that Dak has like 100 more passing yards than Goff does, 140 more passing yards. But Goff has more touchdown passes. His rating is 9 points higher. Everything else is just stop with Dak Prescott. And then Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold's playing on a really good football team. Jared Goff's not. And I'm sorry, but I'll go with the guy who has done more fighting through adversity than the guy who's on the better team with a better record. And I don't know how much better Seattle is than Detroit. Let's just say for argument's sake that, yeah, Seattle's a better team. Okay. How do the quarterbacks stack up against each other? Goff's been better, flat out. It's disrespect. It is. We weren't planning to go there on the show, but the caller brought it up, so we'll talk about it. 248-539-9797. Aaron is in Shelby Township. Welcome to 97.1. Hey, Aaron.
Good morning, guys. I just want to start by saying I love the show. My car radio never leaves this station.
Thank you.
I want to talk about the Red Wings. I was able to watch the game last night. Beautiful comeback. That under the legs behind
the pass from Van Riemsdyk to Larkin was incredible.
Yeah, beautiful.
Between the legs, back to his play.
I stood up and put my arms up. My dog is jumping on me and everything because I was so excited. Then the game-winning goal in overtime, beautiful.
Beautiful.
And I agree with the last caller, Rob, about Goff. I agree with you. Go Lions, go Detroit, go Pistons. Everyone's playing great. The Wings deserve to be in first.
Which are you more surprised by, Aaron? Which surprises you more, that the Wings are in first, or the Pistons are in first, or by which team is playing better? Which surprises you more, or which impresses you more? They're two different questions, I guess.
I think the Wings impressed me the most because the turnaround from the last couple of years, just missing the playoffs and and getting beat out by Washington, all that, and now the Wings are in first place. As opposed, the Pistons will be kind of seeing that trend coming.
Yeah.
With our starters, Duran and Cunningham and everyone, and Harris and everyone, we've seen that development and that trend upward, the last couple of years. So I think I'm more surprised with the Red Wings right now than the Pistons. I already thought the Pistons would be in this position with how good they're getting and a couple of the injuries that happened in the East, with the Pacers and Boston. So I think I would have to answer the Red Wings.
All right. Thanks, Aaron. I appreciate it. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text if you'd like to get in touch with us that way. I got some more ticket texts coming in here. I think there's a difference between surprising and impressive. The Red Wings have been more surprising as to where they are now because they've had some games where they really did not perform well defensively. And I think the Pistons are more impressive because they've been very consistent in their excellent play. There's no question the Pistons have been more consistent. I mean, they're winning 80% of the games, 24-6. And you look back at the 6 losses, and I'm not sure there were too many dogs in those 6 losses where they just didn't, show up. For the Red Wings, you can look to several games and what the hell was I watching? And, they've kind of gotten their act together here. I believe they're 9-2-2 in their last 13 games. That's getting their act back together now. And, the goaltender they acquired in the offseason to be the guy in Gibson is now the guy. He's played outstanding hockey. In his last 8 games, he's unbeaten. Goals against average just over 2 and a save percentage over 92%. He's been great. And it's been fun to watch both of these teams. They were both on TV last night, Red Wings nationally on TNT. That game was at 6:30. Then they had the Pistons out on the left coast taking on Sacramento and doing their thing. And, going through, the game where you basically lead by 20 the entire game and then it gets tightened up a little bit in the fourth quarter as NBA games typically do, but they weather the storm and they end up winning it and it's fine. I like how both teams are playing. It's been a lot of fun. And we got the Lions playing tomorrow and playing for their playoff lives. If they want to make the playoffs, they got to win tomorrow. If they don't, it's all done. And that's not going to look good. We'll talk about that next here, 97.1. Now, isn't this better than Dominic the Christmas turkey? It's not really Christmassy either. I understand. I get it. Yeah. Although you would think that I would love this, right?
Do you have like a heavy metal version of Christmas songs in your house that you play throughout the year or something? Or
I do not.
December?
No. And what is it? Trans-Siberian Orchestra, I assume.
No,
that's
it's Twisted Sister.
Is that Twisted Sister?
Yeah.
Really? Okay. No. No, I don't. I don't. I don't know if I love Christmas music. I think some of the old classics I do, but yeah, I don't know.
You know how like all the pop stars end up doing their own rendition of all like, the Christmas songs? How come I'm sure there is, but how come the heavy metal and the other genres haven't caught on? I know country does it too.
There
Pop,
are
like
some.
I said,
I know that there are some. I couldn't tell you what they are right now off the top of my head, but I definitely have heard some.
Okay.
With the heavy metal bands doing some of that stuff. Yeah. Little
Does
Drummer
Metallica
Boy
have
is,
an album?
I
a Christmas
don't know if
album?
they'd have an album, but I'm pretty sure Metallica's done a Christmas song at some point in their career. I've never been a big fan of like the song Little Drummer Boy. And I think David Bowie do a rendition of that too, and I just didn't like that. I don't know. I'm sounding like a Scrooge myself. I don't want to sound like this. I love Christmas.
Grumpy Gator over here.
I love Christmas.
We got Grumpy Cot, Grumpy Gator.
I think the Grumpy is transferred over to you, my friend.
I love Tobias.
Tobias the cat.
I'm grumpy again.
I don't love Walter though. Mom's cat. He's mean. He's just mean. I was over there last night. Had to get some kitty litter for the cat and get some treats. So I stopped by my mom's house and took care of that, and nothing. That cat couldn't care less about me.
Cats are independent, man.
Yeah, totally. And I said, hey, buddy, I got you some treats. He came and bit me on the hand. And it's not a love bite. He bit me. That's what he does. He's just a jerk.
The closest I got was when I guess my wife will feed the cat McNuggets every so often. So I brought home McNuggets the other day, and the cat like poked his head around the corner.
Oh, what do you got
Is
there?
that for me? And then I was like, do you want some? We can, mend fences here.
Wow.
And then it ran away and hissed at me.
Yeah. He always has and he hissed
close.
at me. He's got to hiss at you. I understand. Well, I'm very much looking forward to Christmas tomorrow. I got Lois a Christmas sweater that I'm looking forward to putting the sweater on her, although it's going to be warm tomorrow. So, although by the time tomorrow night rolls around, after we've opened up the gifts, maybe it'll be more appropriate for her to wear a sweater outside. But, for people that wanted to know if I get something from a dog, yes, I do.
Does she get something for you?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe I bought it myself and said from Lois, but yeah. I get gifts
Oh,
from.
you shouldn't have, Lois.
Oh, come on, really? This
Tequila? How'd you know?
Another bottle? A new guitar? What?
Isn't it usually like spiteful peeing is what Lois will give you, and that's it?
No, there's not. The peeing is never spiteful. The peeing is accidental. The peeing is if I've let the dog in the house too long alone. It's a totally accidental thing. The spiteful thing is if she wakes me up early. That's absolutely spiteful and related directly to what time I either get home on the weekend or during the week. If I go out to a game or something like that, I come home late and don't spend a whole lot of time with her. Then, okay, it's time to go to bed. Then she'll wake up at like 5 o'clock in the morning. Let's go outside. But lately she's been a lot better about that. But yeah, no, I get her gifts without question. And she gets gifts from the family too. And, it's usually a toy of some kind, not treats because she's got pancreatitis. So she can't eat like normal treats, which really sucks. Really sucks. Same bland diet every day. I feel bad for her. Let's go back to the phones. 248-539-9797. Al is next up here, 97.1. Hey, Al.
Gentlemen, how are you? Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Merry Christmas to you.
So just a post-mortem from Sunday's game, and then I got a question for you guys.
Yeah.
First of all, what a clown show the refereeing was. They actually changed the scoreboard to reflect touchdown at the very end. And I was there with my son, Dominic, which, by the way, you got to lay off the song, right? I got a Dominic in my household. It's a great song. So anyway, the refs and it seemingly took forever for them to make a decision in an announcement. So it was just ridiculous. But my question is, with all the injuries that not only the Lions, but all the teams basically go through, has there ever been any thought to expanding the active roster for the teams? I mean, they went to 17 games, right? The season just goes on and on. All teams are struggling with injuries. Why wouldn't they expand it to 60, 65 players in the active roster?
Well, I don't know. Here's a great, and thanks for the call out. I think that it's a great question to ask. I thought you were going to go somewhere else with that, and I'm glad you didn't because we've addressed that before. But you went with expanding the rosters. And to me, it's not that I don't know if they have to expand the roster, but how about expanding the game day roster? Why do you have to have inactives? Like if you have a 53-man roster, let 53 guys suit up and play. Like you shouldn't have to designate 4 or 5 inactives each week that are from your active roster. I agree with that. And would that help with injuries? I don't know if that helps with injuries. I mean, it helps with depth, obviously, and helps you deal with an injury during a game. But as a preventative measure, I'm not sure if it would prevent too much with that. But I'll guarantee the players are all for expansion of the rosters because it's about the players' union, and the union wants to expand and make more money and get more money for more players. I'm sure they'd love that. And I think the idea is I like the idea, but for me, it's just get rid of the inactive list. Just make everybody active. If a player is out, then you have to promote somebody from, say, the practice squad to the active list. But I don't know why they do that. As far as the stuff that happened at the end of the game, they put it up on the board because they called it a touchdown. So they quickly put it up on the board because it was ruled that way. But they had to discuss it because there was a lot to discuss. What was the penalty? What's the rule on this? It's the end of the game. If they accept the penalty, it doesn't. How does that change things because it's the end of the game? Well, it changes things because the offense, it's an offensive penalty. They don't get another crack at it with an untimed down. So there's a lot that went into it and they had to decipher, and then they had to figure out was this a forward pass? Was this a backward pass? What happened there? They got it right. Did it take a little extra time? Yeah. But in the end, they got the call right. I thought it was offensive pass interference on Amon-Ra St. Brown. And because of that, it negates the touchdown. And because it's the end of the game, it negates any other opportunities, and they fell short, and it sucks.
Yeah, the refs had to follow protocol. And protocol is you have to announce that it was a touchdown, but it's going to be negated by the OPI, and the game's over because you cannot extend a game on an offensive, penalty. And that's where the knife gets twisted to Lions fans, though. Like, they felt like it was unnecessary to do that, to tell us touchdown, put it on the board and then go away. Yeah,
wait, hold on.
And as far as the ref is concerned, it's debatable whether it's pass interference, OPI or not. I think the problem a lot of fans are having right now, and even former players, and I see this throughout this week, is what is OPI? And you're leaving this up to the refs way too much, their discretion and what they think. People want more of a black and white thing on the OPI issue, And I think that's where the bigger discussion is. I know, but that's where the bigger discussion is. And so what seems like, it seems like they just call what they feel like calling that day. Like, this is an OPI today. But it might not be next week, and it might not be against this other team. But right now, that's an OPI. And as a player, it is frustrating because, I'm not doing anything different I did last week that wasn't called. So how do you play the game? How do you call the game?
It would be interesting to see, if you had, a classroom with all the officials in it, and they go play-by-play with controversial plays or plays that just, need to define what's interference, what isn't. And have the officials rule on that play. You got 30 guys in a room, however many you need, right? But they're all taking the test independent of each other, or nobody can cheat off each other. You don't know. It's not raising your hand. It's like you fill it in. And to see what percentage of the people think that that's an interference call or that's not an interference, or that's OPI or that's DPI. And I bet you that the number is wildly different.
Yeah, it should be 90% and above, right?
You would think.
Same answer.
Let's come up with a rule where you get to the point where it is 90%, where there's not much room for interpretation. Mm-hmm. It's as cut and dry as you can make it. And interference is one of those that is so difficult to call. I think it's like holding. Holding is difficult to call too. You don't want to stop momentum of the play. And yet, if the call is to be made, you got to make the call. Interference is tough. And in a league where it favors offense so much, it feels like it's so rare that you get the offensive pass interference call. And I actually like to see the offensive pass interference called because I think it's so unfair to defensive backs in the National Football League to play the game today because they're not allowed to do anything. Receivers get all the glory. If, hand fighting results in in an interference call sometimes. It's just not fair. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. Hey, it's winter. It's getting cold, and I know it may not be cold today, but trust me, it's going to be cold this weekend. And when it does, you may notice something with your garage doors. Maybe they're not working properly. Maybe they're making some strange noises because cold weather, and especially extreme cold weather, can wreak havoc on your garage door. Older equipment is especially susceptible to breaking down in the cold. So if you're having issues and you're worried about it, do the right thing. Call the great folks over at Precision Garage Door Service today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. I've called them in the past and called my house, diagnosed any problems right away, fixed them right there on the spot. Their technicians in the field have all the equipment necessary in their trucks to get the job done. If you need new garage doors, call them as well. I called them for new garage doors just a couple of years ago. They walked me through the entire process, and I could not have been happier. Again, the telephone number is 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can schedule an appointment on their website at a time that's convenient for you at precisiondoormi.com. Welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program here on 97.1. Gator King and Grumpy Cot working the phones, taking your calls and texts 248-539-9797. Doug will be back on Friday's show, the day after Christmas, because tomorrow is Christmas. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to watching the Lions play again. And as we get closer and closer to this game, I think we can look at this one and we know the importance of it. Lions have no chance of making the playoffs if they lose. They only have a 6% chance of making it. But what I don't think that's just percentages based on, teams and who they're playing. I think when you take a deeper look into it, the percentage is probably higher. When you look at their chances of winning the game tomorrow, probably improved greatly because of the quarterback situation. J.J. McCarthy out, Max Brosmer in. Lions are getting healthier. At least by the practice report, they're getting healthier. So getting some guys back, that should bode well for them. The point spread has gone up in that game. I think the Lions are favored now by 7.5 in that contest. You add to that the uncertainty with what's going on with Green Bay and their quarterback situation. They're taking on Baltimore on Saturday night. The Ravens coming into Green Bay. The Ravens look like getting closer to that game that Lamar Jackson's going to play. That's going to give them the better chance. So I think it's a better than 6% chance. I don't think it's a good percent chance that the Lions make the playoffs. All the Packers have to do is win one of their last two games, and their last game is against Minnesota. And I think Minnesota is just this decimated team at this point. And the Lions finish up at Chicago, and the Bears are playing so much better since the last time the Lions faced them that it's going to be tough. That being said, I haven't given up hope. I think there's still a chance. I'm not optimistic about it, but I do like their chances. But something that's kind of happened the last couple of days here, Kang, and really the last few weeks, when it relates to the Lions and their game planning and being able to run the ball, or more importantly, not being able to run the football, that's been really tough for this team. They haven't been able to run, and they've got a really good tandem of running backs with obviously with Sonic and Knuckles, and we're not sure what's going on here with this, because the way that they dole out the carries, it feels like there's a disparate number now going way in favor of Jahmyr Gibbs over David Montgomery. They used to be kind of dispersed, not evenly, but more close to even than not. But they're treating Jahmyr Gibbs like, you and I were talking before the show, you said tier 1 running back, which he is. He flat out is. But it doesn't mean you should ignore David Montgomery and what he can do. And it was just a couple of weeks ago that we heard them talking about, we need to get Montgomery more involved in the offense, and they just haven't. In the game against the Steelers, they couldn't run the ball at all. Although one carry went for 17 yards, and it was a David Montgomery carry. The Lions only ran for 15 yards total in the game. And now Montgomery had missed practice yesterday with an illness, or was limited with an illness. Not sure what his status is going to be for tomorrow's game. Hopefully he's healthy enough to play. But then there's some other stuff. Is he happy? Is he not happy? I hope he is. I'm a big fan of David Montgomery. I think he's an excellent complement to have with Jahmyr Gibbs. But do the Lions have an issue here? Because they need to give him the ball, I would think.
Well, it's an issue now because they're not winning. Like, if it's one thing if you're winning and Gibbs is getting the bulk of the carries, you really can't say anything about it. But when you start losing, then you go back to why are we losing? Why can't we run the ball? It doesn't take next-gen stats to figure out that Gibbs is getting the bulk of the carries at this point moving forward. He's on the field a lot more than Montgomery. I think they need to redistribute how they're doing it right now because the results aren't there. Montgomery's obviously a different type of back. Can he break one off? Sure, he can, but not like Gibbs can, right? But what he can do is he can soften up that defense. And I think there's certain games and situations where you need to lean on Monty more than Dan Campbell has. I think overall Campbell's done a good job at calling plays and the offense, but he's not perfect. And I think one of the things he needs to improve on is finding a way to get Montgomery in the running game going. I think an example was the Rams game, where, you're going to have to outscore the Rams, but I think there are times where you needed a little bit more ball control, and I think that should have been more of a Monty game than they let it happen, It's hard because Gibbs is a tier 1 back. He's so good, you don't want to take him off the field. But he's so good at receiving, you can actually line him up outside as well. So I don't think you have to take him off the field completely when you use Monty. You can use them both at the same time, but end up handing the ball off to Monty. They're in a situation here where, like I said, you have two pretty good running backs, one really good running back and Gibbs, and the other one a pretty good running back in Monty. I think he helps this team. You got to find a way to get him the ball more. It might be too little too late at this point, but it's clear the running game has not been clicking at least the last 2 weeks.
Look, they're still scoring lots of points. They're averaging 30 points a game. Last year it was 33 a game. It's a field goal difference, which in a lot of games makes the difference. But there has been inconsistency with the running game. Some games it's fantastic, and other games it's non-existent. All you have to do is look at this one. This was non-existent against Pittsburgh. The last time they faced Minnesota did a really nice job of stopping the run. The Lions had like 65 yards rushing in that game. Minnesota did a great job getting pressure on Jared Goff. They sacked them 5 times. David Montgomery actually coughed the ball up, which he never does. He fumbled in that game. And Lions defense played a pretty good game against the Vikings. Vikings were able to run the ball a little bit. They gashed them actually on a number of plays, but by and large, they played pretty well in that game. Held the total yardage down in that game, and you really it's just like 3 or 4 plays in that game that made all the difference in the world. A blocked field goal, there was the fumble, and a kick return that went for 61 yards.
Special teams really let them down in the Vikings game.
Yeah, all 3 aspects let them down.
Yeah. But since then, the defense has gotten a lot worse, and that's why I think Monty plays a role.
Big problem.
You ball control, things like you're right now. The defense can't stop anybody. It seems like, so I don't think you want them on the field. You never want your defense really on the field, but with Monty, you can control the clock a little bit more, and I think that's where they need to, because they're scoring points like you said, but there's a different. Don't just look at the end result, right? How did you get there, and then how much pressure did you put on your defense? It seems like they're putting a lot of pressure on their defense right now, and they can't handle it.
Yeah, there were a lot of 3-and-outs against the Steelers, and the biggest problem the Lions have had, I think, this year offensively, aside from obviously it's the offensive line, but this is tied to it. It's a reflection of not having the steadiness and stability of a great offensive line. It's first down. If they're not getting positive yards, if the running backs aren't falling forward, if they're getting hit in the backfield and taking a 2-yard loss on first down, they're not going anywhere. It's a struggle. Now it's 2nd and 12. They know you're going to throw it. If you get an incompletion, you bring up 3rd and 12. The third down completion percentage just hasn't been, I should say, the third down percentage of converting that has not been high enough for the Lions, and they get themselves behind real early in those drives, and it kills them. Like you can't take a loss on first down, and you couple that here and there when you have a pre-snap penalty of a false start, or a pre-snap penalty of illegal formation, illegal shift. We've seen too many of those, and we've also seen too many drop passes by the receivers this year too. There's a lot that's happened here that is not what we've been used to for the last couple of seasons. I think they can right the ship a little bit tomorrow. I don't know if they'll right it with the running game because the Vikings took care of the Lions, and I think that the Packers have put the rest of the league on notice with how to stop the Lions. You stop Jahmyr Gibbs, and you're going to have a good chance of stopping the Lions' high-powered offense. Certainly, you shut down the run game if you key on him. But the problem is you got to watch out because the Lions have so many weapons offensively with the receiving game that they can beat you in passing. More to come here at 97.1.
The Lions are getting ready to take on the Minnesota Vikings tomorrow for their second holiday game of the season. Tomorrow not only serves as a chance for Detroit to keep their playoff hopes alive, but it's a chance for revenge as well. Back in early November, the Lions lost 27-24 to the Vikings at home after giving up 142 yards on the ground and only rushing for 65 yards themselves. Yesterday, Dan Campbell told reporters what the team needs to improve on in order to get a win tomorrow.
He's going to have a lot on his plate. These guys present a lot of problems, a lot of challenges. So it starts there, and then we got to play fast, man. We got to play fast. We got to make sure communication is everybody's doing the same thing. We're honoring what Goff says. We're honoring what Kingsley says, or Graham, depending on who plays, and make sure we go.
Kickoff from Minneapolis can be heard right here on 97.1 at 4:35. Our holiday pregame coverage begins at 1 o'clock. And Michigan football is still in search of a full-time head coach 1 week away from their New Year's Eve bowl game. This morning, ESPN insider Pete Thamel took to Get Up and gave an update on Michigan's coaching search. Thamel said he does not expect the Wolverines to hire a coach certainly before Christmas and likely not before the new year either. He then mentioned 3 head coaches he heard were on Michigan's candidate list as Missouri's Eli Drinkwitz, Washington's Jedd Fisch, and former Utah head coach Kyle Whittingham. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, good afternoon on this Christmas Eve. Although we refer to it as Christmas Eve if it's only noon. I always thought that the day was just Christmas Eve, even though it's technically not night. Is that confusing?
I thought the whole day was Christmas Eve.
I always looked at it, but it's
the day before Christmas.
Day before.
Eve. The eve of Christmas. The whole day.
Right?
Right?
We're good. We're good. Right? We're good.
What, you waited till a certain time before? What'd you call it before?
No, I've always
December
thought the
24th?
whole day was, but then
Yeah.
I start. But I literally just when I say it out loud, I'm like Eve. I think evening, and it's 12:02. It's okay. It's nothing we need to fight over.
Oh, I don't want to fight. I'm done with those days. Dude, I see other people fighting. I'm like, not for me, ever. You win the argument, my friend. Go tell all your friends you beat me up. I don't care.
Bam! Bam! Was it Bam that he was shouting at the guy, or was it Pow? The fight with the golfer threw at the guy.
That was Pow.
Pow. Was it Pow?
That sounds funnier.
It was so great.
Pow!
He called his shot. The drunk guy just wouldn't shut up. All right, you want it? Let's go. Throws him in the pond. What a move. Throwing a guy in a pond. And the guy gets out of the pond like he's still going to do something. Okay, here we go. Pow! Pow! Pow!
Yelling pow during a fight with each punch is a move, man. That's hysterical.
Former NHLer, right?
Right. Yeah. And you find out this guy was, with a cup of coffee in the NHL. He was an enforcer.
You do not know who you're messing with. By the way, he was big anyways.
You're
so it's
right.
not like
I'm not fighting that guy.
Did you see after the Jake Paul, Anthony Joshua fight, Andrei Arlovsky almost got into a fight with a bunch of YouTube streamers?
Was that where it was? I heard something about Arlovsky, the former
idiots.
UFC champion.
You don't know who you're messing with. That guy doesn't look like a regular dude anyways, but my God, their lives were spared. Spared.
Can we talk a minute about the fight?
If you want to.
Because I'm pretty sure Doug didn't talk about it leading up to the fight last week, and it happened, Saturday night or whatever?
Yeah.
Friday
night. It was Friday night.
I totally forgot about it. And I'm at home, and I saw something on the bottom crawl on ESPN or something like that talking. I'm like, oh, is this on? Do I have it? Is it Netflix? And I'm logged into my account, and there's the fight. And, anytime that Jake Paul is going to fight, I want to watch to see him lose and get knocked out.
That's where a lot of the viewership is.
Yeah. And it hadn't happened to that point.
Not where he lost convincingly.
No, and the thing is, that, once he's in the ring, he looks like a competent fighter. Like, he's gotten better. He doesn't look out of play. He doesn't look like a fish out of water. Like Conor McGregor when he fought with Floyd Mayweather, he looked different. He was clearly not a boxer, like professional boxer. He handled himself fine. But you could tell he didn't, that's which guy's the boxer, which one isn't. It was easy. Jake Paul has turned himself into a guy who, when he steps in the ring and boxes, he looks like he's a boxer. He's dangerous. He is strong. He's got some real, some serious crunch to that punch. He's good. But he hadn't really fought a real boxer just yet in their prime, or just, still fighting when not well past the prime. I tuned in and I caught like the last 3 rounds of the fight. And what I saw at that point was a totally gassed Jake Paul, and, went up in class to fight this guy.
Oh, and in many ways, more than one in class.
Yeah. Yeah,
skill-wise,
yes.
weight-wise, everything.
Yeah, I was just talking weight-wise.
Yeah.
Let alone the fact that you're fighting a guy who's, a
former Olympian champion, former heavyweight champion. Still only 35 years old. Not like he's, Mike Tyson's age.
So I'm watching this, and now I'm getting excited because, okay, he hasn't been knocked out yet, and I'm pretty sure he's going to get his ass kicked by this guy, because that guy, that's a boxer. And it didn't take long. Just a couple rounds later, and boom, he took the shot to the jaw. And, I mean, he had been knocked down. They called them knockdowns. Had been knocked down several times in leading up to that. And the strange thing I thought was the referee in that fight, if you watched it, and you want to talk about 248-539-9797, every time he was knocked down, the referee went to give him a count. He would turn to push Joshua into the corner, and he'd turn around and he's like, 6, 7, 8. I'm like, what happened to 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5?
To Paul?
You're right, yeah.
Did he use his hands too?
He did not. He did not do
that. Something's up there.
Yeah, 6, 7. I don't know. But he just went right to 6. What?
Maybe he's trying to save Jake Paul. Like, hey, I'm going to help you out here. We're going to get right to 6 because you don't want to get back into this.
And not only was it like starting at 6, it was like 6, 7, 8, 9. Like there was no spacing. Like it was like, let's get there quickly. Like he wanted to end the fight. But when Joshua finally caught him with that shot to the jaw, and Jake Paul went down, and Jake Paul is on his hands and knees, and he goes, whoa. Literally said, whoa. He knew he'd been rocked, and it was done. And then we find out after the fight, he's doing the interview after the fight, and he's like, I think I got a broken jaw, and he's got blood in his mouth and a whole bit. And he does this big spit take right in front of Ariel Helwani doing the interview afterwards, and he was just nasty. Anthony Joshua says all the nice things about you. Hey, congrats to him for fighting this, and thanks for giving the opportunity. But he also wasn't letting him off the hook. He's like, yeah, I was just like trying to tune up, get ready for my fight, and in the end, I did what I said I was going to do. Then you find out the next day, Jake Paul broke his jaw in 2 places?
Yeah, 2 places.
Had to have surgery. I think he lost a couple teeth.
Yep, they had to pull teeth out because that type of surgery you need to.
He got messed up.
Oh, 2 titanium plates, two spots like you said, pulled teeth.
Are we done with this whole Jake Paul boxing experience now?
Honestly, like this might be the end of it, and it's not because of his choice. It's because Anthony Joshua's choice. And so the type of injury he suffered apparently is just one you don't come back and fight professionally from, because it could ruin the rest of your life, So, yeah, he's going to take some time off. He's going to be eating out of a tube for like a month or 2 here. And
he'll drop all that weight he gained.
Yeah. Well, he's going to be taking some time off for a while. Let's put it that way. And then after, let's say everything heals up, even then, I think he might be advised to just hang up the gloves, which is kind of a shame in a way, because if he really had aspirations of becoming a decent boxer, you can't jump that many levels, that many tiers. I mean, he went from cruiserweight to fighting these guys are like borderline former MMA guys, guys that aren't real professional boxers, to the former heavyweight champion who's probably going to fight
40 pounds heavier than him.
Yeah, who's going to fight this year probably for the belt.
Yeah,
or for a big fight against Fury. Yeah, you don't do that, because that might have just ruined any career that he thought he had. But not that anyone's crying for Jake Paul. I'm just saying that this might be the end of it.
Yeah, walking away with $80 to $100 million, whatever he's going to walk away with, is crazy to think that that's the case. But nonetheless, just curious if anybody watched that and their thoughts on that. And hopefully, I'm saying this, hopefully the experiment's over.
Well, here's the thing. What Jake Paul really did have going for him, though, is I never took him seriously as a legit boxer, but he could have tried that route. What he was serious at, though, and good at, was he's basically celebrity death boxing fight come to life.
Yeah.
He's actually really good at these, what would happen if you fought this guy type of cards, and that's what he was doing. And they were getting buys. Netflix bought this. They were making money, so he's actually good at that part. Becoming a professional boxer, becoming a professional boxer is a different story.
And maybe if he does recover, maybe he can fight as a legitimate cruiserweight I don't know. But to go through the rankings and all that, will he actually do that, or will he try to cut the line, which I think is what this whole thing is trying to do, is cut the line to the big payday, which he already did. But can he cut the line to a title fight? I don't know. If anybody wants to talk about it, just want to throw it out there. Let's get back to the phones. Brent is next up here, 97.1. Hey, Brent.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Good.
Hey, I just wanted to address that on Sunday, the fault of the loss for the Lions falls on one man and one man only, and that's the coach, Campbell. He should have kicked the field goal in the first half, and then which was a chip shot, by the way. So, and then he also should have taken the chip shot at the end of the game, and they would have won by one. You know, his decisions have cost him more than one game this year. So he seriously needs to think about that.
Well, I mean, the only reason it would have been a chip shot at the end of the game is if they had kicked the first one to begin with. And to play that game is tough because what you don't know is situationally how that changes how, other events in the game would have happened. But like you, I first guessed it. I said, let's go ahead and kick this ball. And they didn't. They went for it. That's what he does. It was their second drive of the game. They got all the way down inside the 10-yard line, and that's who Dan Campbell is. And I've come to the point where I have to accept that that's who it is. They've won a lot of football games because of him and his style, and this was one that they lost. And in the end, they lost because they committed a couple of penalties that just shot themselves in the foot that were touchdown plays. So they could have overcome that, which is what this team is built to do. It's the team is built to adapt and overcome mistakes that happen earlier in the game. Can you make up for that later? And they were about to until they didn't.
Yeah, I just feel a field goal at the end of the game would have won the game instead of having to try and score from the 15-yard line after two penalties.
Yeah, well, and it's unfortunate how that worked out. And thanks for the call. I appreciate it, although it wasn't at the end of the game. Where were they at the end of the game? Like the 8-yard line when the interception was thrown? 9-yard line. Is what it is, and it sucks. But this is the thing. This is a bone of contention people I have with Dan Campbell, and I understand it. And we've gotten some calls this week from people that said they're done with him. Now, is that knee-jerk reaction because the season hasn't gone the way you wanted it to this year, and you just conveniently forget about 15 wins last year, a division championship, 12 wins the year before, a division championship, and 2 playoff wins? We conveniently forget that because this is a down year? And to what do you attribute this down year to? I think you can explain away things like that. 248-539-9797. I hope to have maybe the Birchie kid. He might join us. He's got some big news. Maybe we'll talk to him at 12:30. Get his thoughts on what's happening for the game tomorrow on Christmas Day when the Lions take on the Vikings. This is 97.1. Welcome back to the Karsch Anderson program here on 97.1. Taking your calls and texts, 248-539-9797. I had a bunch of texts that have come in. My PTSD from the Tigers is keeping all hope low for all of our teams. That's Zach on his way to work. Merry Christmas. Thank you, Zach. Yeah, the PTSD from the Tigers, I guess. So that's the end of the season, the crash out that they had. They still made the playoffs. They did win a playoff series. And then they pushed the Seattle Mariners to the brink in a 5-game series. It went to the 5th game in 15 innings. I don't have any PTSD from the Tigers. I was entertained by the Tigers because they made the playoffs. Now, if the PTSD is because they almost didn't, okay, but they did. I get past that real quickly. And the fact that they beat the Guardians, fine with it. And then they pushed Seattle to the 5th game. Yeah, I'm okay. I want more. I'd like to reach the ALCS, have a chance to play for a World Series. I'd like the Tigers to do more this offseason, and there's still plenty of time to do more in the offseason. There's so many free agents that haven't signed yet. There are trades that can be made, but we'll wait and see what the Tigers decide to do. Meanwhile, other teams are spending money. The White Sox have spent a bunch of money. We'll see what the Tigers end up doing. But, if we're waiting to see, for Red Wing fans that want to wait and see what happens in March before they make a determination, okay, yeah, I understand that. But where do you stand right now? Like, how do you feel about them now? They're 11 points better than they were a year ago. And that's when they made the coaching hire, was almost exactly a year ago. And at that point, they went on a tear. Like after the first game under McClellan, it was a loss to Toronto. Then they went on an absolute tear. I keep that in mind too. But then they started to falter, and then they really fell downhill in March. But right now, this team is playing awfully well, and I'm excited about it. The goaltending is working the way that really I envisioned it to be, and I'm sure that's how Yzerman thought it was going to be. That you would have competent goaltending, better than competent goaltending. And John Gibson's been great, undefeated in his last 8 starts. The Wings are 9-2-2 in the last 13 games. They're getting contributions from the younger players. Everyone wants to see the youth movement. Let's bring up the younger players. Well, here they are. A lot of them getting a chance to play. And then you're getting a guy like Emmett Finney who comes out of nowhere, and he's played well. John Leonard, who nobody had heard of. He scored 19 goals in 20 games in Grand Rapids. He gets a chance to play with the Wings, and he doesn't look out of place out there. Mo Seider has kicked his game up significantly over the last 20 games. He's been outstanding. And the leaders like Larkin and Raymond, DeBrincat, these guys are all doing a great job. I'm enjoying this run. And at the same time, as great as the Red Wings have been, it pales a little bit to what the Pistons have done. Win again last night. They are 24-6 on the season. Let that sink in. 24-6. They're winning 80% of the games they play right now. That can't possibly continue at that rate, but it's a hell of a way to start. And both of the teams are at top of the conference. It's a lot of fun. I'll tell you why the Red Wings are no surprise. Because of the way that they give credit for losses and overtime warps the real standings. The Red Wings are actually 4 games away from being in dead last place. If you change those overtime points to losses, you're going to start seeing some teams with winning records have losing records. It doesn't tell the real story, and the division is too close from top to bottom. The Pistons have clearly separated themselves from the middle of the pack. That's from Doug in Woodhaven. Yes, Doug, I agree that numbers and point totals get skewed a little bit by overtime periods where you get to overtime, you get the automatic point. But they're winning the games. So that's a good thing. And it works that way for every team in the league. It just means that there's a lot of parity in the NHL. I'll agree with that. It's a long season, and that's why you get like within 3 weeks of the final game of the season, and you've got a handful of teams that are fighting for the last playoff spot. It's exciting. And we know all too well that once you get into the playoffs, you got a shot. Goalie gets hot, you can advance in the playoffs. And I feel like this team right now, it's a different look. Winning the game last night, against a red-hot Dallas Stars team, that's a good win. Can't take anything away from it. But I understand people that want to wait. It's just no fun to wait. It's no fun to wait until March to talk about a team that you can talk about today. 248-539-9797. Matt is next up here in Detroit. Welcome to 97.1. Hey, Matt.
Hey, y'all. Happy holidays. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you. Same to you.
Yeah. So just chiming in on the whole Demo and Gibbs thing. It's interesting hearing you talk about how, Green Bay kind of showed everybody the formula in terms of, like, if you stop Gibbs, then, you can shut this team down. And I think to me what's frustrating is that we kind of have the power to make that not the end of the conversation. It should be, okay, you can stop Gibbs. Well, can you stop the other head of this two-headed monster we have in our run game? And, looking at the Cowboys game and the Rams game, both of those games, you had a series where Demo just carried them down the field. In the Cowboys game, he scored a touchdown. In the Rams game, it ended up landing them at the end of the field, and they ended up just getting the field goal. But either way, in both those games, he just disappeared for the rest of the game. And in both of those games, he had, I believe, at least about double the yards per carry that Gibbs was getting.
Yeah, I'll tell you. So you want to see more Montgomery, clearly.
I want to see more of Montgomery, and I want to see more of Montgomery in games where Gibbs is getting stuffed. It's like it kind of feels like another, Dan Campbell's stubbornness on fourth down. Like, okay, we know, like you were saying, like we know that's what we're signing up for. That's part of the package. But this almost feels like another kind of stubbornness where it's like we're just kind of rolling the dice, being like, okay, well, Gibbs is going to get an explosive eventually, even though we're in the third quarter. And it's clear that they just have an answer for him. And it's also already clear that Demo has already showed us that he's giving us more success against this defense in this particular game.
Yeah, I can see that. And thanks for the call, Matt. I hear your points, and I kind of agree with a lot of it. When I say that the Packers kind of gave the template of how to stop the Lions is to stop Jahmyr Gibbs, okay, it's nice to have that template, but you still have to do it, which is not easy to do. Not every team is going to have players like the Packers have to make that happen. But it's just weird that if you look at Jahmyr Gibbs in his career against the Packers is averaging like 60 yards or something like that. And against everybody else, I think it's like 60 total yards in the game. Against everybody else, it's like close to 100. It's crazy, the difference there. So your point is, well, why not just use more David Montgomery? And I'm kind of with that. I'd like to see more David Montgomery. I understand having more touches for Jahmyr Gibbs. Let Jahmyr Gibbs have the ball 20 times a game between rushing and receiving, or 25, whatever you want to do. But that doesn't mean that David Montgomery only touches at 5. I mean, King, I'd like to see Demo get the ball at least 10 times on the ground.
I definitely would like to see it more, because the results right now, what they're doing isn't working. And I think Montgomery, he's a type of back that softens up that line. Even if he's only getting 1 or 2 yards, they're tough for 1 or 2 yards. They don't bring him down right away. You see all his guys grabbing his jersey, his legs are still moving, he still stays on his feet, Montgomery, right? The thing is, it's so hard to take Gibbs off the field because his speed and home run ability is so intoxicating. Every single time he touches the ball, he can take it to the house, no matter where he's at on the field. But if you look at his last 3 games, 4 games even, his average per carry, Gibbs, are below 3.6. That was the highest versus the Cowboys. Steelers, we saw what he did. 0.3 a carry, 2.9 versus the Rams. They're spying him now. They know that the Lions want to get him in space, and they have a guy or two willing to surround him to make sure he doesn't get loose. Because the reason he's got such a high average, I mean, he's got some monster games this year. That Giants game,
219 yards rushing or whatever,
The Commanders, where he had 142 yards on only 15 carries. So, you never want to take Gibbs off the field that much. You always want to keep him involved in the offense. But if you want to get just the running game going, I think you need to lean on Monty more than they have been.
I'd certainly like to see more of it. Now, you have to have the opportunity to have plays to do that too. Getting stuffed on first and second down, and then you're not having long possessions. It's going to be harder to do that. That being said, David Montgomery's a much better blocker. Having him in the game, even if teams think, well, that means they're going to pass, doesn't that that kind of sets up your run too with him. I'd like to see more. I understand you're going to give the ball more to Gibbs, and that's fine. But maybe bring that mix down.
I don't mind trying something different. And it may not matter because if the old line's not blocking, it doesn't matter who's back there, right?
Yeah.
If the defensive tackle or the ends are getting in behind the line of scrimmage, there's nothing you could do about that.
What we saw against Pittsburgh, I think, was an anomaly based on what the line that they had there. They had new guys in there, and players were in the backfield as the ball's being snapped, unblocked, and that's inexcusable. Those things have to be corrected for the next game. And some of that stuff happened the first week of the season against the Packers, and we were all freaked out about it. And they everybody kept saying, we got to execute, got to figure it out. And the next week they rolled up 52 against the Bears. Do I expect 52 points tomorrow against the Vikings? No, but I do expect them to be in much better shape. We're going to talk to the Birchie Kid next about that game here on 97.1. It's day before a Lions game. That means it's time to talk to our Lions insider, Will Birchfield. Birchie, how you doing, buddy?
We're doing pretty good, fellas. Running a little bit low on sleep. We welcomed Annie Elizabeth Birchfield into the world yesterday around 11:45 a.m. at the Henry Ford in Detroit. I'm having a bit of an identity crisis. I don't really know who I am or where I am. Somehow became a father to two. I don't know who let that happen, but don't tell the government. I don't know if they would approve of that. And you know what? I had totally forgotten that I was supposed to be on with you guys today as I'm trying to figure out exactly what's happening to my world right now. And then I received this really nice text from Kang, which said, "Hey, F your kid, are you coming on today?" So that felt like a little bit of a challenge. And I'm not one to back down from a challenge. And maybe this is a lesson in the future to young Annie and to young William that when you have commitments, you honor them. And if you're expected to be somewhere and do something, you get there and you do it. So I'm happy and honored to be on today, as always, fellas.
I knew you'd step up, Birchie. That's why I sent you there. I knew you'd step up, man.
Hey, Kang, if you had just said, "Are you coming on?" I probably would have said no. But once you laid down the gauntlet, I had no choice but to say yes.
Isn't it crazy they just let you walk out of the building with those things, by the way?
It's insane. I'm like, "Are you coming with us?" I am unfit.
You don't know me.
Like, who else is coming? We got, somebody with like a nurse's gown is coming, right? Anybody with scrubs they're coming with? No?
Yeah, and somehow I'm wearing the gown backwards. They're like, buddy, turn it around.
No. Oh, well, congratulations to you and your beautiful wife. I think it's awesome. We're all very happy for you. The 97.1 family, we're very happy for you. So congratulations there. Now with that business out of the way, let's look into the must-win situation the Lions have put themselves into. Obviously, to make the playoffs, they need help. The Packers have to lose both of their games. The Lions have to win both of their games. It starts tomorrow, and on paper, it looks like it's a really good opportunity for the Lions. No J.J. McCarthy. Max Brosmer is going to be starting at quarterback for the Vikings. He's completed a high percentage of passes, but he's also thrown 4 interceptions.
Yeah, I mean, this is a game that you simply have to win. There's no excuse not only to win, but I think to win kind of thoroughly. I mean, sure, credit to Brosmer for completing a few passes, but this is a quarterback you should be able to easily rattle. And I was talking about this with TJ Lang yesterday, and he was kind of the belief that they need to blitz all afternoon tomorrow, and not just these linebacker blitzes that we've seen a lot of this season that have probably turned a little bit stale here, but like bring some blitzes from the secondary and just get in this guy's face, and he'll probably give you a couple Christmas gifts in the process. The Lions' best games this year on defense, like most teams, have come when they produce takeaways, and I think tomorrow you have a real opportunity to do that if you can get in this kid's face and force him into some bad decisions.
So we always talk about a get-right game, Will, but is this a big, specifically get-right game for the defense? You just mentioned they got a quarterback who's making a second career start, prone to turning over the ball already. Jordan Mason looks like he's trending on not playing. The run defense can step up too as well. Like, is this how much of a big... Obviously, they got to just win the game, but just to get the defense right, because it's been struggling the last few weeks here.
Yeah, it's the run defense that has to get right tomorrow. There's no two ways about it. It's been terrible for 2 weeks now, which is really jarring because it was probably the strength of this defense for the better part of 3 years, including most of this season. But they've just been getting blown off the ball over the past 2 weeks. And I guess it was somewhat understandable or excusable when it happens against the Rams, who have run the ball on everyone this year and deploy a ton of heavy personnel. But when it happened against the Steelers, who had trouble all year running the ball, that was troubling. And Kelvin Shepard can say what he wants about it, but the fact is those guys have been getting abused and manhandled up front. And it's time for DJ Reader, who's a veteran, and Tyleik Williams, who's a first-round pick, and Aleem McNeil, who's making $97 million, to redefine themselves as the strength of this defense. Those guys just have to win more of their blocks up front, or the story probably won't change for this defense across the board.
Do those guys up front, when you talk to them after practices or after the game in the locker room, does it look like they're like stunned at how poorly things have gone over the last 5 weeks? Because they've given up over 400, I think it's almost 440 yards a game over the last 5 games.
Yeah, all of their numbers over the last 5 games would rank dead last in the NFL by a pretty wide margin over the course of the season, from points per game, 32, yards per game, 458, yards per play, I believe 6.9. So they're well aware that they have played well below standard now for the better part of a month, more than a month, in the most critical stretch of the season. And when you ask those guys in the middle, in the trenches, Reeder and Aleem, about the run defense, Aleem pointed to some self-induced errors last game. I'm not so sure how true that is. It looked to me like those guys were just losing most of their blocks. DJ Reeder said this week that he felt like the Steelers had a really, really good plan, and it was similar in some ways to the plan the Rams had with all of their 13 personnel. He felt like with some of those heavier packages, the Rams were able to create extra gaps on the ground, and the Lions weren't able to fill them, especially with those safeties coming down. Like Thomas Harper, probably guilty on both of those Jaylen Warren long runs on not finding and getting to his gap. Reeder also said you got to give credit to Aaron Rodgers, and this is where having a rookie defensive coordinator might rear its ugly head. Like, take the Warren 45-yard touchdown. I know he had 2 of them, but on one of them, Aaron Rodgers sniffed out a safety blitz from Avonte Maddox before the snap, checked out of a play and into a different one, running away from that blitz. The Lions didn't adjust on their end. They brought that blitz all the same. Kelvin Shepard did, and there went Jaylen Warren untouched 45 yards to the end zone. So as much as it's on execution and the players, it's also on the coaches and Kelvin Shepard to get these guys in the right spots. He was outwitted last week more than a couple times by the most veteran quarterback in the league, and Aaron Rodgers.
Dan Campbell's not going to change who he is. He reiterated that this week on the morning show in terms of 4th and 3. He's not going to kick the field goal. He's going to go for it. It's who he is, and I've accepted that's just how it's going to be. But it has played a role a little bit this year. Things have changed. The 4th down efficiency has not been anywhere near as good as it has been in the past. Is this an analytics thing that's going to change football for next season? Are more teams realizing that, the 4th down rate isn't as high as it used to be?
I think the teams with the elite offensive lines will stick to their guns. I think the teams that don't have those, including now the Lions, have to have some honest conversations with themselves and consider an adjustment. Like, I think the way I've always looked at this, in the past, when the Lions were one of the best and most aggressive 4th down teams in the league, it made sense because, like, the league average 4th down conversion rate didn't apply to them when they have one of the best offensive lines in the league. Like, that changed the very calculus for Dan Campbell. So it made sense for him to go for those more often than other teams in the league. Now, when they have probably at best a league average offensive line, they can't apply that same logic. And I do think that Dan will have to, or at least should, adjust if the offensive line moving forward looks more or less like it did this year. The other thing I think the Lions need to do on Thursday and the rest of the season, we'll see how long this goes, especially on the ground, is use some more of those jumbo packages. Like, we saw them use a bunch of Dan Skipper against the Cowboys when they put up 44 points. And we also saw a good bit of David Montgomery that night. Not a ton, but more than the past 2 games. And he turned 6 carries into 60 yards and a touchdown that night. I think the Lions tomorrow and in the season finale just need to get back to being bigger up front, bigger in their personnel and bigger at times in their running backs, meaning Demo. There's really no world in which David Montgomery should play only 13 snaps. That's how many he played last week. And sure, I know a lot of that was dictated by game script, but you got to find a way to involve your more bruising running back, especially maybe on 1st and goal from the 1 with 25 seconds to go and needing a touchdown. So I think the Lions are veering toward an awkward, uncomfortable conversation with Montgomery this offseason because they are not using him how they paid him on his extension last year. And they can't really, in good conscience, keep around a running back who's making like running back 1B money while using him like running back 2 or running back 3. So that's a conversation for the offseason. But in the meantime, they need to get heavier again up front to kind of reclaim who they are.
So I totally agree with you at your assessment on the upfront guys aren't the same as last year. That's why the 4th down conversions aren't working. Like, you can keep the same mentality, but if you don't have the horses or players to execute, it doesn't matter. So it looks like Graham Glasgow was a full practice yesterday, right? So is he going to be back at center?
Yeah.
And then what about the left guard and right guard? Ratledge, I assume, would be there, but is there any? Have you heard or seen anything where maybe Mahogany doesn't start at left guard, or do they rotate?
Yeah, I mean, they rotated Frazier in for that one series, I think, last week, and that was all he got. They'll probably try and get him out there a little bit again tomorrow. I still think they view Mahogany as their starter at left guard, and it would probably behoove them to let him rediscover a flow in the final 2 games, even if that's all that it is. I think they're still working through who's going to play center on Thursday. They really liked the way that Kingsley played last week, and, maybe there's an upside worth exploring there. It's fascinating trying to plot how the offensive line is going to look next season. Like, is that the year where you make the full-time switch at center with Tate Ratledge, or is Frank Ragnow possibly coming back? And if Frank Ragnow comes back, does that compel Taylor Decker, who might otherwise be inclined to retire, to come back for another year? And is Miles Frazier a guard, or is he a tackle? Because he's been repping at both spots in practice. And if Ratledge moves to center, then who plays right guard? Is that Frazier, and Mahogany's your left guard? So, there's a world in which the offensive line can be a strength again next season, but it also probably involves a few moving parts. So we'll see how it shakes out.
A lot of drama in the offseason. Last question for you quickly. Lions in the playoffs, I'm not going to hold you to, are they going to make the playoffs? What I'm going to ask you is, are we still going to be able to talk about the playoffs after the weekend?
Do we know if Lamar Jackson is playing yet for the Ravens?
Don't know for sure, but it looks like he's trending in the direction where he's going to play.
Okay, I think Baltimore wins that game with their season on the line. I think the Lions take care of business tomorrow. I do think we're talking about a scenario where they might make it in. And, hey, I'll say this, boys. I know they need a miracle to make the playoffs here, but in a world where I can raise 2 humans, anything is possible. Like, everything is on the table for humanity. So I think they've got a shot.
These are facts.
You haven't raised them yet, man.
Yeah, you got some time. You got a long time to get that done.
Yeah, it's all done here, right, Ken? You bring them home and then it just takes care of itself?
There's no difference between 1 and 2.
Listen,
whatever.
You got them home in the first place. That's the first giant step. So you're already cooking oil. Hey, best of luck to you and the wife. Congratulations to you. That's awesome, and we'll talk to you next week.
I appreciate it, guys. Merry Christmas.
All right, Merry Christmas. Will Birchfield, our Lions insider. You can catch him on Fox Sports as well, part of their pregame coverage on television. And, of course, we love him here writing stories for us and reporting for us on 97.1. So something that could have changed the outcome of Sunday's game before it even started. You had the incident with DK Metcalf and a fan. The interaction there, it's been caught on video, a couple different angles there where Metcalf walks up to the fan who's in the front row wearing this, blue hair wig or whatever it is he's wearing, and has a jersey there or a terrible towel or something. But DK Metcalf walks over to him, grabs him by the hair or shirt or something to pull him closer to him, ends up taking a swing at him, missing him, but it's an altercation. And then he walks away. It's right in front of some law enforcement, and the video cuts out. So I have no idea what law enforcement did after that point, if they went and talked to the kid or not. I don't know. But it results in a 2-game suspension for DK Metcalf. He appealed. The NFL said, we're upholding the 2-game suspension. It's going to cost him $555,000 in salary for the next, as he misses the last 2 games. It could cost him his contract, but the Steelers have said no, they plan on having DK Metcalf with them for next year, which is probably the right thing for the Steelers to do. But it brings about a couple of interesting questions. One, this thing happens before the game. If the league knows about this, or if the people on the field know about this, I mean, should DK Metcalf even have been playing in the game? You could argue that he shouldn't have been, but you can also say, well, you're innocent until proven guilty. You have to investigate it, and the investigation is not going to, reveal anything right then and there enough to definitively say, I guess, one way or the other. So he plays. But the other thing is, you get a fan interaction with a player, and I know the league wants to have this wonderful, symmetry with fans and players where they can get together and sign autographs and take pictures and selfies and all that and have kumbaya moments, and it's awesome. But when you're a visiting team, it's a different story because fans will say some vile stuff to athletes, and athletes put up with an awful lot. I'm not saying what the Lions fan said was vile. I have no idea what he said. I know what he said, which is, or the reports are that he called DK Metcalf by his actual name instead of the initials, and that somehow set him off. DK Metcalf tells a different story and says that there was a racial element to it, and there's no place in that for fan conduct either. And it's still an ongoing investigation with the NFL and the Detroit Lions. They're also still doing an investigation about it. But Kang, we've talked a lot on here over the last 18 years of doing the show about responsibility of fans. And there's some things you can say, and there's some things you can't say. You can't cross lines. And I don't know if a line was crossed, but I do know this. The player reaction crossed a line. As a player, I mentioned they have to put up with terrible stuff that is said. And you're hoping that someone's going to hear what is being said and that the person saying it will get punished without the player having to come over and do something that he shouldn't be doing. But in this case, Metcalf did something. He went over, confronted the guy, grabbed him, took a swing, and then walked away. Does the league need to institute some sort of policy for players, particularly players in a road situation? And at the same time, does there also need to be some sort of league-wide policy for fans and what's acceptable and what isn't acceptable? Now, I assume they have some eyewitness accounts, and when all this investigation shakes out, that we'll know a lot more. It'll become a lot clearer what was said and done. But I feel like maybe there needs to be some really well-defined rules of what can and can't be done as a fan and as a player.
Yeah, there probably isn't some fine print in your ticket and things like that. Like every team has a fan code of conduct. Right now, the NFL reportedly, according to Yahoo Sports, is they're talking to the Lions about their fan code of conduct and what they have in place. So we'll see what happens after that. But as a player, you cannot physically engage with the fans. You should not. If it's that bad, you need to grab a security guard, a police officer, whoever, someone from your team, like a staff, and point out who's doing wrong and what they're doing, and they'll get removed from the game. But with that being said, as a fan, you think you can say whatever you want to these players? You can't. They're human. And I'm not saying what they're going to do or could possibly do to you is justified, but they could do something is my point. They're human. there's only so much they can take and so much you can say. And so I think that's where it goes back to where you're saying, Gator, is what's the fan code of conduct? Like you want it in black and white or whatever written down. There's something there, but it gets gray, right? Like what's considered personal, what's considered offensive, I guess. And so, this is going to be under review, and every stadium and every team, I'm sure, has something like this, and they have to overlook it or look it over now after this.
Because fans will feel entitled because, hey, I'm paying $300 for that seat or $400 or whatever the price of the ticket is that you're paying. I should be able to say and do what I want. No.
There's not a force field there, by the way. They'll go into the. We saw with the Malice at the Palace, right?
Yeah. Well, yes, and I mean it's amazing. More things in basketball don't happen because of the proximity they have to the court, and thank God they don't happen. I mean, I watched a video the other week of stuff that's happened in the NHL in the past in the 70s, where players going up in the stands. It's unbelievable that stuff literally happened. But this is an interaction to have, and. It's all about we talk about taking the temperature down and people gripping the club too tightly, and there's comes a point where, like, if I'm sitting next to some guy and he's heckling some player, and I think as a person what crosses a line, you got to get checked on that. And I know it's not up to the person who's sitting next to the guy to check him, because who knows what if you're telling that guy, then now that guy's going to throw his anger at you, and next thing you know, you're throwing hands with the guy because he was yelling something unsavory at a player. It's kind of a slippery slope, but I feel like we all need to kind of take a step back and relax a little bit as fans. And, players too. Players are hot-headed too. And, they know that there's a target on their back, and reacting to something a fan says, probably not the way to go. We'll talk more about it next year, 97.1. Merry Christmas Eve, everybody. Gator with you along with Kang, Grumpy Cot, working the phones, taking your calls and texts, 248-539-9797. Doug will be back on Friday's show. Jeff Rieger's going to join him on Friday. So I'll be back next week for the rest of the year, which is all next week. But we've been talking about the incident that happened at the Lions game between a Lions fan, and DK Metcalf, where there was an altercation, a little bit physical there. DK reached up and grabbed the fan, kind of took a swipe at him, didn't look like he connected on it, and then turned around and walked back. And, you know, I try to understand things from, and Doug and I both do this on the show. This is the way that our show operates. We try to look at things from a 360-degree view. Try to look at it from both sides. There's a fan side, there's a player side, and if there's another side to it, you look at it from that point too. And I recognize that athletes have to endure a lot without reacting, and it's tough because it's some things are prideful, like you don't want to hear what's being said to you, and you just got to ignore it because if you're going to do something about it, it's not going to end well for you or anybody else, and there could be litigation and the whole bit. And understanding that is also understanding that there's responsibility on a fan to cool his temperature a little bit. And there are certain things you can and cannot say. More along the lines, there are things you cannot say or should not say as a human being to another human being. You know, honest heckling is one thing. I've never been that kind of guy that really wants to go out to the game and heckle an opposing player. Have I done it? Sure, I've done it, but you know, it's those times are few and far between. And I certainly know what I wouldn't say to somebody. What we don't know in this ordeal is what was actually said, and that's being investigated. You know, the reports are the fan was, from his standpoint, that he had said, just called DK Metcalf by his actual name, and DK didn't like that. The DK side of things is that he said some really vile things about his mother, and also with some racial tones to it. And there's no, if that's true, there's absolutely no place for that. And I'm wondering what responsibility the NFL has and what responsibility that the players have. And does there have to be some sort of joint code of conduct that everybody understands that if you cross that line and you're gone? DK Metcalf suspended for 2 games. He's not playing the rest of the season. He's out. I'm sure the Steelers aren't thrilled with that. And that his teammates are probably like, man, you got to be better. You got to be, we need you, you know, but it is what it is. He's going to have to serve that suspension. He's going to miss out on $555,000 in salary. He put his contract at risk. Nearly $40 million worth of a contract that he put at risk. Fortunately for him, the Steelers have backed DK and said, don't worry about it. We're bringing it back next year anyway. But they had the right to rip up the contract. But they're not going to do that. But it goes both ways. You know, the fans, there's a responsibility you have as a fan to not just be an ass out there. You can yell certain things, but there are certain things you can't yell. And I'm just curious how fans feel about that. Without knowing all the facts here, right? Just in generalities, do you think that there should be a code of conduct? Is there something that you know there are other lines that you wouldn't cross? Do you step in? Do you go grab somebody, an usher or security, and say, hey, look, this guy's getting out of hand here? I know that at the games they have those, they let you know, hey, text blank or whatever it is to this number and let us know if there's an incident or some sort of situation that you want security to address. And there are ways that they're becoming more accessible. And do they need to be more accessible? 248-539-9797. Bill is next up here at 97.1. Hey, Bill.
Merry Christmas, you guys.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you. What I've got is just 2 quick points. I read a blurb the next day that this goes back to Seattle, and they use the word stalker in the little blurb as well. So I don't know if these guys have a history going back all the way back.
Well, I think it was when he was with Seattle, and I think when Seattle was in Detroit, I think it was, I don't know if it actually went to, like, this guy was in Seattle.
Oh, okay. And the second point is the NBA has a point and remove from the players aspect.
Yeah.
They just point and they remove. And those were just the 2 points. I'll let you guys cover that.
Well, do you think they should have that in the NFL?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. You know, I was at the World Series when Weaver was pitching after he left the Tigers, and I told everyone around me, I says, I'm going to scream Weaver sucks for 9 innings if I have to. And I screamed it every single inning he was out there, and he stared me down every time he left the mound. My brother said, he's going to throw a ball at you in a minute. I says, I paid for the ticket.
So you think so I'm glad you said this. So now you think you're entitled to say what you want.
Well, to that aspect, because he left the Tigers, so he was an absolute traitor. So
no, they traded him away from the Tigers.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought he asked to be traded. So
no,
sorry.
They thanks. So you want you're a guy that went out there and said something you're going to say for 9 straight innings, this guy sucks, because you think you bought the ticket so it entitles you to do it. And at the same time, you're like, oh, yeah, they should be able to point and kick you out. Interesting. Very interesting. Chad is next up here, 97 ticket. Hey, Chad.
Hey, Gator. This kind of thing bothers me a little bit. I'm not for heckling. You shouldn't heckle. If you heckle, and you cross the line, you should get ejected and not be allowed back to a game. Simple as that. But, everybody's, what's the NFL thinking? What would the NFL do? Should he get to play? And really, no, he shouldn't get to play. If it were you and me and we got in a fight in the stands, are they going to wait and do an investigation before they throw us out? No. We broke the law.
Well, if it had gotten to the point where it actually was a real fight, I wonder if it would have been handled differently. But I did think about this. The second that I saw this all, I'm like, this is before the game, and there's a cop right there that's seeing
and he's
this.
just a citizen taking a swing at another citizen,
Yeah.
and he should have gone to jail.
It's interesting. Thanks for the call, Chad. Appreciate it. But he's paying for it in that he's losing salary for 2 weeks. He doesn't get to play for 2 weeks. Brian's in Detroit. Welcome, 97.1. Hey, Brian.
The greatest problem today is going viral. These fans and people out here, people who got podcasts, they're looking to say anything to get a reaction out of somebody.
You're right
you
there.
You cannot tell me, Gator, you can't tell me you said the guy's name and that's it, and he reacted like that. Who you think will believe that crap? I'm waiting for the first fan to just get whooped upside the head. Because sometimes, Gator, you just said it. You can't just talk and say anything about anybody, and then when they give it a reaction, everybody on his side. Like Chad talking about if it was me and you. Chad, you can't even make your neighborhood softball team. You're not an athlete. You don't know how that guy feel. What I'm saying is, Gator, you have to respect people. Yes, you can call, you could boom and do all that stuff. Once you cross the line, Gator, you're looking to get popped upside your head. And if it happened to you, that's on you. Because, Gator, guess what? Words hurt a lot more than sometimes getting hit. And people out here nowadays, Gator, they think they could say and do anything to athletes and famous people, and nothing should happen.
Yeah, well, you're right about that. Brian, thanks for the call, and Merry Christmas to you. And you're right about the aspect of people wanting to go viral. I see videos every damn day of it's so obvious that people are baiting others so that they get it on video. Whether it's people baiting the police, or if it's just baiting somebody in a store, whatever it is, it's horrible. They just want to go viral. And though I understand where somebody crosses the line, they say something, and then they get smacked for it. I think it gets you both in trouble if that happens. It doesn't justify you doing the smacking, because when you assault somebody, you're assaulting somebody regardless of what is being said to you. At least that's the way that our laws are set up. But there's a verbal assault too, and yes, there's a freedom of speech too. But I mean, there are different aspects of that. I think if somebody reacts to it with violence, then both people might get in trouble. But the person who is actually assaulting somebody, you're definitely getting in trouble. But that doesn't mean that the other guy who started it isn't going to. Let's pick up Dave. You're next up here. Dave, welcome 97.1.
Yeah, I just want to say that I agree with using Montgomery more. But if we use Montgomery more, we don't necessarily have to use Gibbs less. I would like to see us use them both. The only time I want to see us not use them is when they're resting, if they need a breather. They're the two best running backs in football, and Montgomery will never know his potential if we don't use them more. They're both threats at not only running the ball, but also at catching the ball. So and the object of a good play caller is to throw the defense off. So if we use both of them, I think that would throw the defense off. We could use if they're both in the backfield, the defense isn't going to know if we're going to hand it to them to run or if we're going to shoot Gibbs out to catch the ball. And there's just all kinds of ways that we need to use them both at the same time.
Yeah, you can do that. And thanks for the call, Dave. And you do, if you have them both on the field at the same time, you're taking somebody else off the field. You have to keep that in mind. As far as the potential of Montgomery, I think the Lions know exactly what they have with David Montgomery. They know he's an excellent running back. They know exactly what they have with him. The question is, do they use him enough? And having Montgomery and Gibbs on the field at the same time, I don't think anybody has a problem with that. You're not going to see them in the backfield necessarily at the same time unless one guy ends up going into motion, which would likely be Gibbs. But I do think there's absolutely plays that are called with both guys on the field. We've seen that. Where Gibbs lines up as a receiver, and he's an excellent receiver. He could very well be a receiver in this league. He's got those skills. But when we talk about David Montgomery, the question is, do the Lions use him enough? And I don't think they have. I think that, in reflection after a season, if you ask Dan Campbell, I think he'd be honest and say, yeah, we probably should have gotten David Montgomery more carries, given him the ball more. He's a guy who falls forward a little bit more often than he gets tripped behind the line. But obviously, you know what you have with Gibbs with that explosiveness. But both running backs are capable of doing that. Both running backs are capable of running between the tackles, and both running backs are capable of running outside the tackles. We'll see how they utilize both guys in the game tomorrow against the Vikings. This is 97.1. So the Lions currently are 7.5-point favorites over the Vikings. Just looking at the other games on the Christmas Day schedule, the Cowboys and Commanders start things off at 1 o'clock. Dallas is right now an 8.5-point favorite. I wonder if that's going to change. They just announced that Josh Johnson is going to play quarterback for the Commanders. They're on quarterback 3, and they're going with Josh Johnson, who's played for 33 of the 32 teams, I think. Is that accurate?
I had stat of the day.
Interesting. And then the night game is the Broncos at the Chiefs. I don't feel bad for the NFL, all right? Because the NFL makes money hand over fist.
Right? They're greedy bastards.
They are greedy bastards. And they put 3 games on Christmas Day. And, here you go, NFL.
3 divisional games. They thought at least one is really, really going to be good, right?
We got monsters, is what they're thinking, right? We're going to start the day with Dallas taking on the Commanders.
Oh, yeah, big division rivalry.
Big division rivalry. The Commanders made it to the NFC Championship game last year. Here we go. Let's set that one up.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm being told Jane Daniels is out.
What?
Marcus Mariota carrying this team. Here we go. I'm being told Marcus Mariota is out. All right. These the Cowboys coming. They started off slow, but they win after win after win. Oh, I'm being told the Cowboys now 6-8-1 on the season.
What? Neither teams can make the playoffs here?
And the Commanders are 4-11.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
What afternoon? We got the big one at 4:30. Lions and Vikings, right?
All right.
Well, I mean, these two teams last year were both 14-win teams going into the last week of the season.
Can't go wrong here.
Can't miss.
Can't go wrong.
Can't miss.
Undefeated, never lost.
Here come the Lions at 8-7. They need to win. They need help to get into the playoffs. It may not happen. The Vikings are out. They're 7-8, and they're starting Max Brosmer as their quarterback in the game. Not J.J. McCarthy, not Carson Wentz. It's Max Brosmer. Lions are 7.5-point favorite. But it's okay. We got the nightcap. We got this. The Broncos at the Chiefs. Here we go. Playoff teams, right? I mean, look what happened last year.
We'll get the Swift crowd in, right?
Yeah,
we
got the Swifties going to watch this.
Mm-hmm.
So you got Bo Nix and you call them the Nixies? I don't know. Everybody wants to see Bo Nix. And the Broncos, hey, Broncos doing their part. They're 12-3 this year. Awesome. Night game. Taking on the Chiefs and Patrick. Not Patrick Mahomes, actually. It's not Mahomes at all. In fact, it's something's gone horribly awry because Patrick Mahomes is out. So who is the quarterback for the Chiefs? Can you say it with me? Chris Oladokun. Who? This guy? What? Huh? Because Gardner Minshew, who was the backup, he got hurt. And we already know Patrick Mahomes is on IR. So you got 2 quarterbacks on IR. So here comes Chris Oladokun and the Kansas City Chiefs. Good luck. The NFL, it's kind of funny. And the NFL is going to make plenty of money off of these games. And everyone's going to watch. Whether on Netflix or Prime Video, we're going to watch these games because we love football. We're slave to football. And, of course, it means something with the Lions playing for Lions fans tomorrow. We're all going to check out that game, even though it is Christmas. I just thought it's interesting. When you look at these matchups, beginning of the season, NFL is drooling. They're salivating at the prospects of what these 3 games could mean based off of last year's results and this year's expectations. And then here you get to week 15 and things have fallen flat. Richard's next up here, 901. Hey, Richard.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
Great show.
Thank you.
So we're talking about a code of conduct for the fans. But if you look at the frame, because I kind of went back frame by frame, in the center of the frame at the bottom, behind the cabinet, there's a Michigan State police officer. You can see his hat. Yeah. And then up in the right corner of the frame, there's a red shirt security, and both of those guys are within 10 feet. Does there not need to be some rules put in place for those guys to keep that from happening?
Perhaps, but at the same time, it's before a game and, someone's waving something that looks like for somebody to sign, and you don't want to discourage players from going to fans and signing stuff. And the other thing is the video cuts out before you see if either the security guard or the police officer, if they had anything to do with this afterwards. Did they go and talk to anybody? I don't know. So I kind of want to exonerate them a little bit. But this is where I'm talking about what you're saying, where I'm concerned if something like this, does this have the league saying, okay, you know what? We don't want the players to interact with the fans before games. Or if they do, are they going to have to be accompanied by security if they go to approach, the wall and go to sign something? Because I don't know if that was the reason that DK Metcalf went over there because he was going to sign something for the guy, or if DK Metcalf was reacting to something the guy said and it was unsavory enough where he wanted to go and confront the guy. But either way, I think it's an interesting question, Richard. Does that mean that security needs to accompany somebody as they walk over to the fans?
Well, thanks for taking my call.
Thank you very much. Let's pick up Alex is next up. Welcome, 97.1, Alex.
Hey, thanks for taking the call. The major thing about this DK thing, I think, goes to the quality of the product that the NFL is putting out there, particularly when it comes to officiating. We have multiple camera angles of DK going to the stands, grabbing a fan and punching him, and somehow he's able to continue playing in that game when we can have New York buzz in, review basically any call except pass interferences at the end of the game, rightfully or wrongfully called. So, I mean, it kind of just goes to, how can we see all of this stuff happening, we as fans watching the game, players on the field, but when there are, clear and obvious incidents that should be addressed, we have to wait for the next day for it to come about.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between an incident that isn't around referees and stuff like that. And you don't have microphones here to pick up what is being said, what led to all this. I think I understand the frustration about it to a point. I also think that things do need to be investigated, and they have to take the proper time with it. But this was one, because there was a physical altercation, that maybe a quick investigation could have resulted in, this guy's at the very least he's at fault of assault and probably shouldn't be playing in this game.
Yeah, if they just do a quick booth review, threw a punch, I mean, at a minimum, 15-yard penalty, unsportsmanlike conduct. The same thing as a coach or a player standing on that white sideline getting in the way of a referee.
Yeah, I mean, this happens before the game, but I understand what you're saying. And again, there's a lot of moving parts to this and a lot of things that haven't been revealed. So I guess I'm reserving my judgment on that part of it, should he have played in this game or not, because I don't know everything that went into it. What I'm getting at is, should there be some sort of code of conduct with the fans and the players? And I think the previous call had an interesting idea there. If you're a player and you're going to go walk over to the stands, then maybe a security guard needs to be with you as you do it, just to make sure that nothing nefarious is going to go on. Jake is next up here on 97.1. Hey, Jake.
Hey, guys. Merry Christmas, Kang, and Gator to your family.
Thank you. Same to you.
Thank you. So before I start, I just want to chime in on the DK thing, but before I start, I just want to get my Lions pick in. Give me Lions 9.5.
Wait, did you say Lions 9.5, winning by 9?
Yes, sir. Write that down.
All right. I'll write it down.
Okay. The DK thing. So I'm just wondering, the suspensions, he's losing millions of dollars. Why is there no legal action taken? Why isn't he being charged with assault? Because for a fact if this happened in an alley or something and there was a fan chirping off and, he did the same thing in an alley, he'd be locked up.
I don't know. There's an investigation that's ongoing with this, and, I guess it's up to the fan if the fan really wants to press charges on something like this. It didn't look like the DK connected with anything. He did take a swipe but didn't make contact. So there's a lot, like I said before, I think there's a lot of moving parts with this thing. And, before I know exactly what was said to provoke DK Metcalf, I'm not going to just automatically assume that this is assault and he should be thrown in jail or something like that. You got to investigate. And that's part of the whole due process thing. You can't just go out and, throw somebody in jail before you know what's happening here. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We got football questions coming up next here on 97.1. Hey, it's great to see our teams in the D back to their winning ways. It's just like the team over at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield is making sure that the customers win on every deal, and right now those deals are incredible, starting with Friends pricing for everyone on every 2025 demo in stock. You can get a 2026 Chevy Equinox EV for only $169 a month, or your choice, 2025 Trax or 2026 Equinox for only $199 a month. No games, no gimmicks. This is just great winning deals for the customers. Need more money for your trade-in? Well, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. They treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. We're talking about big money for your trade, up to $2,000 more. You're paying too much for service only to feel like you're in the cheap seats? Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line. Service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles are available. There's no appointments necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph, or go to sarahchevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. You know, King, I was reminded during the football questions, your last comment about the Jets and how they haven't recorded an interception defensively yet this year. You said that if you were the Patriots this week or the Bills in the last week of the season, you would run the ball every single play so that you don't risk throwing an interception.
Not happening on my watch.
Wow.
If I were the receivers, and let's say it's Drake May throws a ball up, and you know this is a good chance of getting picked, I'm tackling the defensive back. Tackling, and which they should do anyways, because that just, that way there's no turnover, but more so than ever.
Lots of OPI.
Oh, yeah.
Lots of OPI.
OPI all day, man.
You're not today. Not up in here.
Dude, if the Jets get a pick, they're going to celebrate like they won the Super Bowl, right?
Oh, my God. Well, they kind of should at this point. I mean, you've got a 3-win season or whatever they're at, and... they're not. I'm not sure what the Jets even know what they're going to do when it comes to the draft. Do they go for a quarterback? Do they not? Do they build it out? Who knows? I don't. Oh, mock draft. Not yet. Not yet. Although I did see some discouraging news on the Twitter. Ian Rappaport tweets out another practice day without Lamar Jackson, who is dealing with a back contusion. Not a good sign. Now, this is Wednesday, okay? Lamar's a veteran. He just needs to manage the pain, get some treatment, and, hopefully it'll work itself out and, get to the walkthrough on Friday and be ready to go to beat the Packers on Saturday night. Because if there's no Lamar Jackson, it doesn't look like it's very good opportunity for the Ravens to win, although, they still have a running game and who knows who the Packers are going to throw at quarterback. So we shall see what happens there. Some more feedback coming in. Fans should only be able to say two things to players: boo and cheer. That's from James in Grosse Pointe. My family had tickets in section 125, row 15, which is right near the visitors' bench. We had them for 20 years. There usually has quite a few visiting fans that are sitting there. However, what I observed in the 20 years was an absolute mess. Drunks constantly trying to engage the opposing team. It was absolutely chaos for most games. That's unfortunate. I wonder if that fan may have said something bad to DK when he was with Seattle, but he didn't on Sunday since it was brought up they had a past. I don't know. I don't know what was said before. I don't know what was said this time around. We just have video of the interaction without audio of what was being said. Scott, DK is a pro. Why did he go towards the fans? Simply ignore and play football, Dan and Novi. Well, to that, Dan, I'd say that's probably the easy thing to say in a text. But in actuality, if somebody says something to you that is so far beyond the line, is that what you're going to do? Don't know. I'm not sure if it's fair to have that statement. Alex is next up here, 971 Ticket. Hey, Alex, how are you?
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right.
I was just calling. I used to coach football, and I was called many, many words. And I don't think that the players should have had one thing to say. I mean, it's going to happen. It happens all the time. There was a police officer sitting right there. I thought the police officer should have did something when the guy took a swing.
Yeah, which is interesting. I mean, to find out what perhaps the officer has to say about that, because he was close proximity. Was he close enough to hear what was being said? I don't know. Did he actually, did he see what was happening? You can see him there, but I'm not sure if he's looking at the confrontation. So I don't know. I mean, there's a lot. That's why there's an investigation.
Yeah, and DJ. I mean, DJ said he said a racial slur. If he did, there's a lot of people that were standing around him. It looked like that were also, different racial ethnicity. I mean, I don't think the guy would have said something like that in front of all the other people that were there.
I don't know. I don't know what was said. That's why, and thanks for the call. That's why you do an investigation on it. Jeff Rager joins us in studio today. Hello, Jeff.
What's going on, guys? How are we? Merry Christmas. Happy post-Hanukkah. Tomorrow's a big game. Lions got a gift. They get to go against that Brosmer kid.
Yeah, that's not bad. I'll take it. I'll take it. Although I just saw the update that Lamar not at practice today is still not a good thing there. Lamar Jackson and Lions
I actually think
the,
Huntley played better in that game than Lamar. I just saw a report on ESPN that Harbaugh's growing tired of Lamar. So maybe the backup wins. I think Jordan Love's going to play in that game. He was questionable, or he was a limited participant yesterday at practice, meaning concussion. Maybe he's going to play.
Maybe. maybe not. But I mean, Malik Willis played. I think Malik Willis is pretty good.
He's very good.
But he got banged up in that game too. So I'm not sure what's going to happen.
Yeah, they didn't lose that game because of Malik Willis. He was great.
No. But Lions, they got to take care of their own business, and then whatever happens is going to happen. But I've got a pretty good feeling. I might be a little chesty about the Lions against the Vikings in this one. I think
you're
Lions
excited.
Well, no, I'm not excited.
It is
I
the
feel
same spread that it was against the Steelers.
It's not excitement. It's confidence. Yeah. Although is it still 7.5?
Yes, unless it went up even more. Last time I looked. Here's what I wonder. Like, listen, I think if the Lions somehow made the playoffs, that the first playoff game, they'd probably got to go to L.A. or Seattle or Green Bay, or I guess maybe Chicago, probably not Green Bay. Wherever they went, every Lions fan would be jacked. And you should be, because playoffs are still a special thing. But as of right now, if you're a Lions fan, are you going into tomorrow as huge effing game on Christmas, edge of my seat, I got to get this done? Or are you going in with the attitude of, oh, geez, just put me out of my misery. I'm ready for it to be done. Pull the
I would
plug.
have a hard time thinking of people saying, "Put me out of my misery." I mean, because it's not up to the Lions; it's up to the Packers, really.
That's true,
I
but
think
the Lions
should handle. They should handle their business here, and then Saturday night, if the Packers win, it's all over with, and that'll settle itself. But I can't imagine the fans put me out of the misery.
I think there's some fans. I did a topic with Woj a couple weeks ago, even before I got to this point, and we asked, would you rather miss the playoffs and then Brad Holmes has to understand he probably has to change his philosophy, or would you rather make the playoffs in an NFC where it's parity driven? You got yourself a great chance. You would not believe how many people called up and said miss. So we'll see. It's a big game. It's on Christmas. It's the perfect time, though, right?
It's funny. We looked at the schedule for these games, and I'm sure before the season began, the NFL is like, can't wait for Christmas week. I mean, look at this. You got the Cowboys and Commanders. Those are two teams, division rivals. Commanders made it to the NFC Championship game. The Cowboys, it's always a good draw. Lions, Vikings, both teams won 14 games going to the last week of the season last year. That's going to be an awesome battle. And then we're going to finish it up with Patrick Mahomes and the Swifties taking on the playoff team of the Bo Nix and the Broncos. And all three games are compromised.
They're duds, yes.
It's very interesting.
But we'll watch.
Rico today with you, too?
Yeah. Rico's here as well. We'll get you up to 6 o'clock on Christmas Eve.
Sounds pretty great. Kang, thank you very much. Want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, although we'll get Happy New Year next week, I should say. But Christmas is going to be a lot of fun for everybody. Enjoy the Lions tomorrow. And as Doug says, treat everyone with respect and stay safe, everybody.
Except for the Vikings. Well, hello, everybody. Happy Christmas Eve. Is it Happy Christmas Eve and then Merry Christmas, or is it Merry Christmas Eve? Probably doesn't matter. I'm a Jew, so what the hell do I know? How you doing, Rico? Yeah, people get upset about the happy holidays. You get the two groups, right? There's people that are like, bro, what if I don't celebrate Christmas? You should say happy holidays to me. Then there's other people that say, why don't you just say Merry Christmas? I say Merry Christmas now to everybody. And my daughter, who is kind of Jewish and kind of Christian and was born on Christmas, big day for her tomorrow. She's like, Daddy, some people don't celebrate Christmas. Why do you say Merry Christmas? And I'm like, well, they can still have a Merry Christmas on the day, right? Do you know what the perfect Jewish Christmas is, Rico? Because I am the expert. I've gone through many of these. A Jewish Christmas is usually, because I did a lot of these. Now I celebrate Christmas. But you wake up, you either go to the casino, because it's always open. You go to the movie theater, always open. And then you have a Chinese dinner. That is Chinese restaurant. That is the perfect Jewish Christmas. I've done this many times. And now I just celebrate Christmas like everybody else. So, in case you were wondering. Yeah, I think a lot of people go to the movies on Christmas Day simply because you want to get the hell out of the house. You can only take so much family. But now, tomorrow, right, you can watch the Lions. And, Rico, I asked Gator a question. I knew his answer already. I want to ask you a question. I want to ask the fine people a question. Woj and I did a topic a couple weeks ago. Maybe it was like 3 weeks ago. And the Lions were going back and forth, winning, losing, winning, losing, winning, losing. And their odds of making the postseason weren't great. They were out of the pit. They were the 8th seed, out of the playoff race at the time. And we asked the question. And Wojo thought nobody would be on the one side. But the question was, do you want to make the postseason? And you have a decent chance against some NFC teams that aren't that great. There's not a great team in the NFC. Or would you rather miss the postseason? Forcing Brad Holmes to understand that he didn't do a good enough job and he'd be forced to change his philosophy. And I wanted to make the postseason. Wojo wanted to make the postseason and also said this is a dumbass question because nobody will choose not making the postseason. Rico, 95% of people that called in or text in, I'm not kidding, said, I want to miss. I want to teach Brad a lesson. So I want to ask you a similar question, because now that you have a 6% chance to make the playoffs, tomorrow is Christmas. You might want to do other things than watch the Lions take on Brosmer and the Vikings. Do you think Lions fans are, oh my God, we still have a chance? I can't wait to watch, and then I'll watch the Packers take on Lamar at Lambeau. We still got a shot. Or do you think most Lions fans are like, please, just put me out of my misery. Just have it be over. I can't take it anymore. Which route are Lions fans choosing for tomorrow? Be careful now, because that's what Wojo thought too. And the majority of Lions fans that called in said, no, I want Brad to learn a lesson. And there is that dynamic. I think if they make the playoffs and win a playoff game, dare I say, I think the organization would be more apt to say, like you said yesterday, we're good. We had injuries. We're pretty much running it back. Instead of, if you miss the playoffs, then I think you got to stare at those hard facts as an organization, and they're going to be more apt to do something about it. Okay. Okay. Another reason fans might want to miss the playoffs is because they know you're not good enough. They know the Lions simply aren't good enough. This isn't the year. And you've all been part of seasons like this. I have. You have, Rico. I remember one of Jawan's teams at Michigan. I was so disgusted by the level of basketball, even though in the Big Ten tournament they still had a chance to go on a run and make the NCAA tournament. I wished it was over. We've all been there. You all just are exhausted. I've seen enough. I can't go through the mental gymnastics anymore. I need it to be over. So I think that's another reason fans might not want to make the playoffs. But then to argue against myself, you know how this works. The emotions are always the most raw right after a loss. And then by the time you get to the next week and kickoff, you're trying to figure out how you legitimately can win. And you actually convince yourself that you can win, and then you hope for the best. So I'm curious. You're saying most Lions fans still want to make the playoffs. I'm going to go with a different opinion. I think the majority of Lions fans are actually ready to hang it up this season. Not being negative, I think we're being human, and would probably not even watch tomorrow because it's Christmas. So 248-539-9797. You can text us at the exact same number. We'll get to the calls. I know this might be a tad negative on Christmas, so blame me if you need to blame somebody, but I am curious what people believe. Oh, well, what was your way? What was your way? No, what was... Okay. So what you're saying is the majority of people, before we talk to the people, are probably saying, Rieger, you're adult. Of course we want to make the postseason. You think the majority of people probably think that then, right? Okay. Change your mind.
See, but here's the thing.
Go ahead, David. David's very upset, I think, me.
I'm not upset. And
you look upset.
No, and what Rico just said is true. That's what most fans do, right? The game starts, you score the opening drive, and you're right. Oh, all we need now is the Packers to do this. If we continue to do this in this game and do our job. But at some point, Lions fans have to be tired. And I get it, Rico. The gift is Brosmer. That is your gift. JJ is out.
The Packers get that gift, too, next week. I just want to point that out.
Before I jump ahead to that. You could be. But my thing is, okay, so if you get the Christmas gift, then on Saturday, you're all in it again. And the emotions of, okay, now we need the Packers to lose. And even if that happens, then you got to do the emotional thing all over again next week.
Well, hold on a second.
You got to be tired of that, Lions fans.
I want to add a layer, and I agree with David here. He's speaking the truth. I want to add a layer. If you are done this week, that at least means, not that it makes it any better, but it might make it a little better. If you lose this week, at least it means that Ben can't knock you out. Because there would be nothing more painful than you going into that game in Chicago with a chance to make the playoffs and Green Bay's losing because you're scoreboard watching, or hell, maybe they flex that game the Sunday night, and then Ben beat you in Soldier Field. Like, that's impossible to get over. At least if you get knocked out this week, it doesn't matter what happened next week. So where are you at? A lot of people want to talk. Listen, I understand I'm in the minority. People are already calling me names. Like, I got this text that says Rieger is still a clown, which is very nice because that means at some point they thought maybe I wasn't a clown. Then they reevaluated, and once again, I'm wearing the makeup. But I think Lions fans, maybe they're afraid to say it. I'll say it. I don't want to win tomorrow. I want it to be over. I'm exhausted. Rico thinks I'm an idiot. David kind of agrees.
I don't think you're an idiot, Rieger. I just think that Lions fans, as angry as you were on Monday, you still want this team to win. You still feel like if we get to the playoffs, anything can happen.
248-539-9797. Get to you next. Merry Christmas Eve. Or Happy Christmas Eve. Santa's coming. He's like in Antarctica right now. 97.1.
Ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Most sportsbooks, well, the rewards are just flat. But Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack that Fan Cash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, whether you win or you're like Rieger and you lose. Use your Fan Cash to unlock the world of Fanatics with the profit boost, exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets, so much more. That's the real value to your sports fandom. And also, did I mention they're giving away millions in Fan Cash this year with games like Fan Cash Drops that is offered live in the Fanatics Sportsbook app every single Friday. Switch to the sportsbook that always has your back. Go check it out for yourself and download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, 97-1. Mike back next week. Talking about the Lions. Lions and Vikings tomorrow. You get the gift of Brosmer. Santa brought you Brosmer, the fifth-string quarterback for the Vikings. You need to win. If you win, your playoff chances go up to 8%. And then you need to watch Saturday night at Lambeau Field to see what the Packers do against Lamar, who might or might not play, and the Baltimore Ravens, who need to win because they're trying to catch David's Steelers to win their division. So I asked the question, and I'm not trying to be negative, I swear, but I'm just trying to give you my true feelings, Rico. And
you sure about that?
I will take the brunt of this. I don't want them to win. I've seen enough. I'm done. I want Brad to understand he needs to change. You believe Brad won't change. We did that topic yesterday where a lot of people called, is this the beginning of the end? So I would rather just have it be done for a litany of reasons. You say I'm full of it, and the people seem to think I'm full of it. So you want to take some calls? Where are people at? Give us your true emotions. This is the no judge zone. Do you want to win tomorrow, or are you beaten down? Do you kind of wish it was over? Fair?
Yeah, I got to think that Lions fans will stick up for their team. Lions fans want to see them win, Rieger, and I don't believe that they'll say, I don't want to make the playoffs. It's so counterproductive because it takes away from the grit. If you're true grit, you go down with the ship. You keep fighting, and I think
that grit has gone out the window, Rico.
Yeah, but you know what? To Lions fans, I'm promising you, let the Lions go up 7-0, and every household will go and do a breakdown of how the Lions can not only make the playoffs, but how it'd be advantageous because maybe they'll play Tampa or the Carolina Panthers. And then, if we had a rematch with the Eagles, I think we could beat the Eagles. And, Seattle, they still got Sam Darnold, and you will talk your way all the way to the NFC title game.
248-539-9797. You might be right, and I feel dirty. Tell me I'm wrong. I said you might be right. I feel dirty for feeling the way I'm feeling, especially along the fact that it's the holidays and tomorrow's Christmas, but I'm ready to be done. David, you got some text, and then we'll go to the phones?
I sure do. I don't want them to make the playoffs. I like them to get a better draft pick and hopefully draft Caden Proctor.
I didn't even think about that.
Just get me out of the NFL season. It's a tainted product. Hockeytown is back. Pistons are firing on all cylinders. All is right in the world.
That's 2, Rico. That's 2.
Brad Holmes is not changing no matter how they finish, so just go ahead and make the playoffs at this point.
Okay.
I'm out on the Lions this year. The Steelers game pissed me off. See you next year. Pontiac Pussycats. Aaron and Monroe.
Okay.
Rico, what does that tell you? It's a small sampling. 3 of the 4 texts that David read all said, no, don't. Are you changing your mind?
No, Rieger, I think it's reactionary. I think it's because you see that 6% to 10%, depending on where you're looking, and you realize that the end is closer than what you really wanted. Your expectations for the year, you're not going to hit them. Where you were thinking maybe we could run it back, maybe you'll have a home playoff game. You kind of know that the Pittsburgh game was the last time you'll see the Lions in Ford Field. I don't think that people really believe this. I think they're just reacting to the fact that they lost to the Steelers.
They're just saying
Dan Campbell lost 2 games in a row. The world is coming to an end. I think Lions fans are smarter than this.
So David just read a text that I actually agree with completely. He said Brad Holmes isn't going to change something to the effect of that. So at this point, just make the playoffs and see what happens. I think that no matter if they miss the playoffs or make the playoffs or whatever happens in the playoffs or doesn't happen, Brad Holmes is not changing his philosophy. We're not going to, quote, teach him a lesson by missing the playoffs. He's going to be rigid in his plans. So at that point, just make the playoffs, house money, whatever happens, happens.
If you believe that, that's fine. And a lot of people believe that, including our very own Kenny Cott. I refuse to believe that. If you don't make the postseason, your expectations were Super Bowl or bust. You don't make the playoffs, Brad will be forced to clean up the O-line, invest in the D-line, and this team should look different. At least convince Frank Ragnow to come back and play center for this team. I refuse to believe that Brad won't change if they miss the postseason, which is a big reason why I just want it to be over. But let's go to the phones. Leah, 97.1. You're on. What's going on?
Hi, yes. So I agree with a little bit of what all of you guys are saying, David, Rico, and you, Rieger. So, no, you just said the last part. Brad is going to be forced. If we don't make the playoffs, really, even if we make the playoffs and lose, like I don't think we will, he's going to have to do something. He has to revamp the O-line and the D-line. So Brad is a top executive. He's a smart guy. He's not going to not do anything. So that's that part, whether we win or whether we lose. So another thing I'll say is true Lions fans most true Lions fans who have been here all along through thick and thin, we are not the ones that are emotional. The new Lions fans are the ones that are emotional, that if we get up 7 points or if we win a game, they'll still have these big hopes. No, really, true Lions fans who really know ball, we're not. And I say that because of my family. I have 5 brothers, and I have a little sister, and their kids, like I hear it at work. Like, only the new fans are the ones that are emotional, fired there. Oh, we don't make it. Brad's not going to do anything. You guys don't know anything about ball. He's a top executive. And the second thing is, look what happened to the 49ers last year. They were crap last year. They came back this year. They made changes. Look what happened to the Eagles in 23.
Yes.
So the Lions have a great squad and a great organization. So that's what they're going to do.
Hey, Leah, real quick. I wonder about the dynamic of the new and old Lions fans. So you're saying new Lions fans want them to win or don't want them to win?
New Lions fans have unrealistic expectations. It'll be 2 things. Either they don't want them to win at all, and they'll say Brad's not going to do anything, so whatever. Or they'll have that hope. I think I heard Rico say, "Oh no, the true Lions fans, we're realistic about it. Whether we win or whether we don't win, we're not going to realistically think we're going to. Absolutely not. I'm a diehard Lions fan, and if there is a dynamic between the two kinds. One is over emotional, and the other one is we're really
We're
realistic.
just used to it.
We're realistic.
Leah, it's a great call, and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Leah.
Are the new Lions fans the one you see like on Sundays at the Walmarts and the Myers and the Targets, and they're all decked out in the Lions gear? Are those the new Lions fans? Like, are the new Lions fans the one that stopped going to the cider mill in the fall to watch Lions games because they had Lions parties, and now are they going to be back to going to the cider mills? Like, what's
Jeff,
a new Lions fan?
You know who I think new Lions fans are?
Tell me.
Are the ones that chant Jared Goff when he's not there at grocery stores, at a hockey game,
That behavior's
at a
dead, I
baseball
feel.
game.
I have not heard. That's fair. That's fair. You know what? You know what I don't like about new Lions fans? I'm just going to be completely honest with you. I don't like the new Lions fans, if there is such a thing. Like, if you legitimately...
Oh, there's a thing.
Okay, I don't like the fact that they didn't go through the misery. And they just hopped aboard when things went great and you had the cool drone shows and you're going to the NFC Championship game. I feel old Lions fans have been through hell and back. So maybe the caller had a point.
Jeff, don't do that. Don't fan gatekeep
I
like
am.
that.
I'm going to.
That's one of my bigger pet peeves is people that do that. Is people who fan gatekeep saying, just because you didn't watch while they were bad and you didn't suffer.
No, I think
now
you had
you're not
to.
allowed to jump on board because you didn't experience the suffering.
I don't know.
Look at that. Kenny bringing the gavel. I like this.
Kenny is trying to be the everyman. What are you running for political office over there? Every Lions fan is the same? No, I heard in the parade there's going to be a special close spot for the old Lions fans, and the new Lions fans are going to have to be back in the back.
Isn't there a contingent of the fan base, though, that says, if you're bad, why do I want... We should boycott the team. We shouldn't go to the games. We should not watch them on TV.
No, football's different, though.
I don't
Football's
think
different
it
than
is.
any
I don't
other
think it
sport.
should be. I don't think it should be.
I don't know. I've run into too many new Lions fans that I never saw with Lion jersey, gear, anything on until now.
Why would they be buying gear if they're so bad and unwatchable?
Because they're fans.
Well, no.
You support your team no matter what.
I now know. It is amazing. It is amazing. Like, I have a daughter, right? And 3, 4, 5, 7, 8 years ago, right? When Olive was very young, I used to tell everybody, I'm going to watch the game. I can't be with Olive on the play date, right? And now all Olive's friends' parents are watching the games. They're having Lions watch parties. 8 years ago, they were going to the cider mill. Now they're all getting together and having the parties, which is great, by the way. They invite me over. I don't go.
Do you know why, though? It's because they're watchable. Back then, they weren't watchable.
Right,
Give us
and
something
you got to
watch, and
remember,
we will watch.
Kenny, and you also have to remember that we are reactionary people. So it's the same reason why people do stupid trends on social media, because you did it. I have to do it. I want to be a part of the crowd. Lions started winning, and it became the cool place to go, cool thing to do. You saw the same thing when the Pistons were at the Palace, and they had the sellout streak, and they were fun. And then they weren't fun anymore.
And then I was sitting there by myself because no one else was showing up to games.
Exactly.
Were you looking angrily at those empty seats going, ooh, these people not showing up?
You know when it started, though?
Because they were not watchable.
I remember in 2006, people would call the station and say, now that the Tigers are good, I can't get the seats that I used to get because now everybody is going to Tigers games. They used to get very upset about that. I now maybe feel their pain a little bit. All right, listen, we'll get back to the topic. Do you want them to? It's a stupid question, like on surface, but I think a lot of people agree with me. Have you had it and you're kind of hoping for a loss tomorrow? Or are you with Rico and everybody else that, of course, you win and you'll talk yourself into somehow winning in the postseason as well? 248-539-9797, 97.1. Oh, it's Christmas Eve. What else would you rather be doing than listening to Rico Barrett and myself? I'm filling in for Mike. We're here till 6, 248-539-9797, asking a question I don't think anybody would ask. But we have guts. I'm just admitting to you, I am done. As a lifelong Lions fan, I don't care that they win or lose tomorrow. I'm ready for it to be over, and I do hope that this proves to Brad Holmes that he needs to change things up if you believe that Brad isn't going to. So that's one of the scenarios. Or you can be with Rico Beard that Lions fans want this team desperately to win tomorrow. So at least for a night, 2 nights actually, you still have a shot to make the postseason. 248-539-9797. You can text us at the exact same number. Real quick, though. Also
Rieger,
talking
hold
about...
Hold on. I promise you this.
Yeah.
If the Lions... Here's how you know that you really want to make the playoffs.
Yes.
If the Lions win tomorrow.
Okay, which they should.
I promise you, every Lions fan will be watching the Green Bay game and rooting so hard for the Ravens. That's how you know I don't believe, well, I just want to lose. No. You're going to be so heavily invested. And then you're going to start all the preparation of it all comes down to week 18.
Ben Johnson.
We win, and JJ comes back, and maybe he can play like he did when they won the national title. That's where you'll be.
JJ was playing pretty good until he got injured. He won his last 2 games, let's not forget. Beat the Cowboys on, Monday Night Football. He was actually playing some pretty good football. But, Rico, you probably are right. And I do think we all go through this. Like, we all have spouses, and when they get angry about something, I'm way too mature for this myself, but they'll say stuff like, I'm done. We're never doing this again. I don't even want to go on vacation. They'll make statements like that, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You're saying Lions fans, like myself, are just saying, I don't want them to win, but I really don't mean it, that I really want them to win. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
It's a level of copium. Nah, it's a level of copium. Let's just end this thing right now because I don't want to go through another roller coaster. I don't want my Christmas potentially ruined, and I just want to pull the plug. But deep down, you got it. Until it says you have 0%, you'll always have hope.
248-539-9797. Also, we had a caller that called in, Leah, about the new Lions fans versus the old Lions fans. If you would like to tell us which kind you are and what the difference is, I would love to hear those calls. David's laughing. I don't know why, but I would love to hear those calls as well. Let's go to Jack on a cell. You're on 97.1. Merry Christmas, Jack.
Hey, Merry Christmas. Thanks for taking my call, guys. You guys are great.
Thank you.
Hey, if you think Brad Holmes is forced to change something, I don't know about that, because look how long we've been waiting for help on the pass rush. I mean, geez, for at least 2 years we've been helping for that.
Yeah, but Jack, that's my point. Like, you can't fight it anymore. Last year, Brad said, hey, listen, a lot of injuries coming off a 15-2 season. We don't need to change anything. And a lot of people bought it because, of course, hey, he's probably right. The Lions were dominant last year. This year, if you miss the playoffs, Brad cannot move forward status quo. He's got to finally give in and rebuild that D line, and he's going to have to rebuild the O-line too, it looks like.
Right. That's what it looks like. Look at we have 2 of the best running backs in the NFL, and what did we have last week against Pittsburgh?
15 yards rushing.
I mean, unbelievable. So I'm just saying that he doesn't like to go to free agency. So how are you going to do it quick in the meantime?
It's going to be through the draft. They're going to have to go out there and really not draft projects, but draft people who can play immediately next season.
248-539-9797. Jeff's hanging in Riverview. Merry Christmas, Jeffrey.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Rieger. I want to give you props. My son got his picture with you over the summer at one of the local golf courses, so thank you for that. That was really cool. You're a stand-up guy.
Look at you, a man of the people.
Was that before or after I threw a golf club? Do you know?
I don't. I'll have to ask him. He's coming over shortly.
All right, yeah. He probably there's a great chance all of Metro Detroit, if they golf, have seen me in a really bad state of mind because usually I throw clubs and throw tantrums and yell out curse words. It's not a great scene, Jeff, but thank you.
I've heard this analogy to the Eagles, and actually one of the guys in the afternoon show, I won't mention his name, but I think it's Doug Karsh, talks about the Eagles and how they won 2 Super Bowls, and there was something in the middle. The problem is we haven't won any Super Bowls, so don't use that as a basis for your argument. It's useless. Stick a fork in them. They're done. Stick a fork in them.
But do you want them to be done, though, or you're still hoping for the best?
I think there's an alternate reality there in Allen Park about where they really are, and listening to like Hutch talk and some of those things about receipts. I hadn't heard that, but that's a new one. We need new receipts. Let's put it that way.
All right, Jeffrey. Thank you. Rico, the people that want to lose are coming in hot and heavy.
I look, they may say that, Rieger, but I think that come tomorrow, Lions are up 14-0. If you ask the same question, let's take our chances. You're not going to be angry saying, oh my goodness, what are we doing losing? No, you're going to start saying, okay, maybe there's a shot, maybe there's a chance. Whether you're new fan or old fan, I don't want to upset Kenny because I don't do the fan gatekeeping thing either. If you're a fan, you're a fan. Newer fans do things a little differently than older fans.
Yes, I check IDs. I need to see a picture of you at a game from 1974 to 2016.
Or your early days, right? Your early days.
If you've never been to the Silverdome and you're 50, you're not a fan.
Is there an organ donor thing on your license that says Lions fan also?
Yeah, they actually. Never mind. I was going to say something.
No.
Really bad.
It boils down to if you can't tell me what position Ron Rivers played, then you're not a real fan.
Running back. I do like that. Like, did Michael Kofer play defense or offense? If you don't know the answer, you're not a real fan. That does trigger people, by the way. It does. Let's go to Ken. You're on 97.1. Merry Christmas, Ken.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to Wayne County and all of Michigan and all the world. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. What's going on?
Well, I've been quit being a fan since 2000, so it's been 25 years.
You're Lions free.
I've been hollering Pontiac Pussycats. They can go back to Pontiac for all I care. Since they've been downtown, all they've done is rake money off their fans. That's how I look at it.
But Ken, let me ask you this: do you still go to the games? Do you watch every week?
No.
You don't watch
no,
even.
We used to. My little brother's father, we used to get season tickets, so we would always go to the games before the pre-games. Last pre-game I went to, Bettis was playing, so I haven't been to downtown since. I went to the Jay-Z concert down there, but I haven't been down there since. And I live right in Holland Park. But my friends be on my head, be wanting to jump on me because the Lions be losing. And like I say, when you have never been nothing, you will never be treated like nothing. Only thing you can do is go out and take it, and the Lions will not take it for nothing. Does that make sense to you?
No, I get what you're saying. And appreciate the call. He's been Lions free for all of this time. So he is just, you know what? If you're not going to win, then what's the point?
I never thought Lions free was real.
That because he's not.
Yeah,
because
he
if
still
you're Lions
cares.
free, why are you calling us about the Lions?
Well,
you're
Lions
not Lions free.
But some I think people want to boast that they are Lions free. They're like, it's a badge of honor. I quit this team.
Yeah, it's like people who are on gluten-free diets or vegan. They have to let you know, oh, you know I'm vegan. No one asks. No one cares. Yeah. Unless you're at an airport, you don't need to announce everything. So no,
that's so good. You're right.
Do you have to announce you're vegan at an airport?
No, I'm just saying at airports, you have announcements. But all of a sudden, well, I'm vegan. No one cared. No one asked
What's in that dish? Because I'm vegan.
I'm gluten-free. Okay.
Well, I think gluten-free, like you have the celiac disease. So that's a real thing.
No.
People need to know, I feel.
No, some people can't eat it. There are other people who just go on gluten-free diets.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
But anyway,
Lions
fans, I think the last caller showed you could try to walk away, but you're going to be there. And I think what's going to happen is they start winning, and they win that game tomorrow on Christmas. your Christmas will be made. You'll be happy. You'll be singing, and you'll start dreaming about every different possibility. You will go out and buy a Lamar jersey, hoping that the Packers lose that game on Saturday.
I don't think Lions fans, listen, they're going to watch because we like watching football, but I don't think they're going to be like you say they will. I don't think Lions fans are going to be crushed if they don't make the playoffs. I think they've already said goodbye to the Lions for the season. What does Mike always say? It's like saying goodbye to Grandma Nona when she's already dead. Well, yeah,
Rieger.
It feels, it feels
Rieger,
dead.
No, Rieger, but the thing is,
come back, Nona.
You're still, because there will still be hope. And as you get closer to the playoffs, you're going to be like, man, screw it. I want to be in the playoffs now. I changed my mind. I know I said I didn't want any parts of this. You still do.
248-539-9797. You can text us at the exact same number. I admit to you, I'm honest with you, I'm over it. I'm ready for them to lose and this to be over. As a Lions fan, do you feel the same way, or are you on Rico's side? By the way, coming up later on in the program, Rico's got a holiday sports question that's amazing, and we welcome in, at some point, a guest to the studio. This guest is awesome. Unbelievable powers from this guest. We'll explain to you that as well. 97.1. 97.1, Merry Christmas. You can't say that enough. I don't think. By the way, do we have any clarity? The Christmas music ends on the 26th. Is that right?
No, I think Christmas music probably ends at the new year because you're still in the festive mood because some people are celebrating Christmas even though it's not on the day. Like think of all the Lions and they're playing in the game. So they're probably going to be celebrating Christmas on the 26th. So I take it to after New Year, take down the tree, take down your lights unless you're Wojo, and we'll move on.
I say end it on the 26th. That's just me. Let's do a blitz.
What's that sound? Ho, ho, ho!
Oh, boy.
Merry Christmas.
Oh, where is he right now?
He is over
It's
the
Black
Mediterranean.
Santa.
He's over the Mediterranean.
I actually have the map pulled up now. He is about to hit Greece as we speak.
All right.
I am delivering different gifts, though. Different gifts. We are going to do and go through some Christmas traditions. Things that people do. Maybe you do it. There's one on here that I've never heard of, but Kenny knows everything about. So we'll get to that soon.
Shooting squirrels?
All right. See, I knew when he was saying that, it was setting up some sort of a rake that I was not even a part of.
Roadkill stew.
Start with this tradition here. And these can be things leading up to Christmas, not just Christmas Day or Christmas Eve.
You realize I'm Jewish. I don't know anything about this stuff.
I understand that, but I'm
Okay.
sure you watch these. It is host a Christmas movie marathon.
Rico, your thoughts.
Bring some friends over and watch Christmas movies all night long.
That's new to me. I've never heard of this before. I mean, I guess if you're at home and you're with your family and your favorite movie pops on, or like A Christmas Story and Christmas Vacations on 24/7, but actually hosting a party, I don't know if I want people in my house that long.
That's not very nice of you. No, listen, I know the Christmas movies. Like, I wouldn't mind having people over. We can watch Die Hard. Then we can watch A Christmas Story. Then we can watch Home Alone. The problem is we've seen them all so many times that you just end up looking at your phone. But I guess you could talk to the people in your house.
No, you don't. Next tradition on the list here is spread a little magic with the elf on the shelf. That is one thing I have not gotten into, and I will never get into.
It is so creepy to me, that whole elf on a shelf and it's watching you. Like, how about no? Just no.
So, Rico, you can't talk on this. No offense, you have no kids. Kenny, you can't talk on this either.
Wow.
David and I are the authority on this. And while it's a pain in the butt, the kids love welcoming in the elf into the house.
No, I'm good. I've never introduced the elf on the shelf.
Oh,
in my
you've kept
house.
the elf away.
Never
Oh,
will.
I introduced the elf. Olive loves the elf. All her friends love the elf.
So, Rieger, let me ask you
Yes,
the question: Is this like the Delta Force of Elf, or is this like a reject elf that just couldn't cut it at the North Pole?
What do you mean? You're saying my elf is defective?
No. I'm saying like the elf on the shelf. Shouldn't they be making toys at the North Pole? So are these like the Delta Forces, like the badass elves?
Yes,
or
correct.
are these the elves that just can't get the job done?
No. These are the elves
They're
that
sitting on a shelf. What are they getting done?
No,
I think they're the reject
no.
elves.
These are the important elves.
Thank you, Kenny.
No, these are the elves that Santa sends out to spread the Christmas cheer. That's what these elves. These elves have a very important jobs. These elves are trusted to go into households. They pass the background checks.
Okay.
I also think David is a bit of a curmudgeon around Christmas because there is something that he has never taken his kids to do, which I find to be wild to me because it used to be a thing that I would do when I was like 5, 6, 7 years old every single year.
And that tradition is taking your kids to visit Santa at the mall.
Yeah, that's weird to me. We did it early on in Olive's life, but we haven't gone back.
So you put an elf on the shelf, but you won't go visit
Rico?
the big man himself.
Rico, I don't put the elf anywhere. It shows up.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow. Yeah, I've never taken my kids. Never. It's never been a conversation in my household.
Never once.
Never done
Really?
it.
Haven't they asked to go?
No, they have not. The wife hasn't brought it up. You would think the grandparents would bring it up. None of them. Aunts, uncles never said, you should take the kid. No one said a word. Been 15 years going strong now of never visiting Santa. Love it.
Wow.
Now, here's a tradition that I've never heard of until today. It is called Find the Pickle.
Wait, excuse me?
David,
you
that's
play
how
that
you
on a
got
frequent
kids.
basis, so you know.
It's actually a hide and go seek game. I didn't know anything about it, but Kenny does.
You're hiding a pickle?
So what?
You know what? We may need to move on from this one.
This is certainly setting up breaks for everybody to participate in, but in my household, and I Googled it to make sure I wasn't the only one. This is actually
You hide the pickle?
Yes, I Googled hide the pickle. So no, it's a thing where there's a pickle ornament that you hide inside of the Christmas tree because it's green, it matches, and you have to have your family, usually your kids, search for it in the tree and finds it, and whoever finds it wins. It's a tradition that will happen in my household every single year, and I did not expect nobody else to know about it but me.
Well,
Wait,
I just
back when
Googled
you
it.
were back when you were a kid?
Yeah, when you're like, Christmas age.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does say it's a real thing. It's a German-American custom where a pickle-shaped or ornament is hidden in a Christmas tree.
I'm not crazy.
Yeah, hide the pickle.
I enjoy playing hide the pickle.
I know
Put that
you
as
do.
a drop.
And then finally, a more traditional thing here's Christmas morning breakfast or Christmas brunch.
Yes. Yeah, I've had that as well. No, that's kind of a cool thing. You have the brunch and then you open up gifts afterwards. So yeah, but the pickle thing, no, that's new to me.
No, the hide the pickle. By the way, I Googled hide the pickle, and I'm now locked
work
out of my
life
Find
balance,
the
it's a bad
pickle.
idea.
Be careful, it's find the pickle.
Oh, well, somebody's got to hide the pickle, though. To find the pickle, you got to hide the
Rieger,
pickle. I'm just
Move
saying.
forward.
97.1. All right, hour number 2. 248-539-9797. A lot of people still want to answer the question, do you want the Lions actually to make the playoffs, which would mean you're rooting for a win tomorrow, or are you done? You're exhausted. You want Holmes to change the way he does business. For all those reasons, you hope the Lions lose tomorrow. 248-539-9797. You can text us at the exact same number. Rico, before we go back to the phones, I'm looking at this tweet from Tony Paul from the Detroit News. What do you make of this? I got to read this to you. Half hour ago, the Lions fan who got into it with DK Metcalf is going to hold a press conference on Friday.
You know, a lot of times I get accused of ruining a sport, and then sometimes sports just ruins themselves. Really? Why do I care what this clown has to say?
I think what he's probably going to say is, I said nothing racial. That's the only reason to hold a press conference, right?
How about this? Fade away. You had on a blue wig. No one knows who you are. How about we just keep it that way? No one knows who that guy is. Did you see his face? I didn't see his face.
No, I saw the blue shiny hair.
Right. So now you do the press conference to say, look at me. This is obviously a look at me guy because it sounds like this isn't the first time.
Yeah, but who's coming to this press conference? Is like
the
Channel
news.
2, 4, 7?
Rieger.
Do I got to go cover the damn press conference?
Yeah, did you not hear Gator's show? Fans are still upset that DK played in the game, so he's become almost a cult hero for Lions fans. And no.
Is this
he's
like
not.
This is like the dude that threw the cup at Malice at the Palace. Did he?
Yes.
Jeff Green, I believe his name was something Green.
Yes.
Did he have a press conference?
And the news stations will show up there. I'm sure Jay will show up there. And I don't care what this guy has to say.
Is he going to be in a net brace?
No one knows who you are. Yeah, probably going to look like Bobby Petrino. Dude, the fact that the Lions didn't take away your tickets, take that as a blessing. Move on with your life. We don't need to hear and see, well, I feel aggrieved and okay, whatever. If you're going to just go away. See, this is what I don't like about fans. Now, Kenny, I know this isn't me gatekeeping fans. This is me just saying it's not about you, guy. Nothing about this was about, because you tried to get under his skin, you did, because the second he pushed you away, you held up your arms like you scored a touchdown.
Well, by the way, that's a heckler's delight. That's
you're a loser.
Objective of being a heckler. I used to do that back in the day. You get an athlete to respond to you, you feel like a superhero. Like, I just got that millionaire to respond to me.
Well, if you see there's a video in the stands as it's ending, as he's going back to his seat, and he quote unquote tells the people, that was the goal, folks. That was the goal, folks. So he's all about attention.
Right.
Obviously, he's having a press conference.
Right.
That's not fan gatekeeping, Rico. That's just don't be a jerk to people. That's all that is.
Right.
I just want to know who's attending this press conference, who's going to be there to ask the tough questions. DK should show up to the press conference. He's not doing anything for the next 2 weeks.
No. If I'm DK, I show up to that guy's job. And I just sit out in the lobby.
Heckle him?
And just heckle him.
He's got 2 weeks free, right?
Right. You didn't say welcome to Walmart the right way. That's what I would do to him.
I am fascinated by this press conference. So while you say people want him to go away, and by the way, nobody knows who he is. I don't think his identity's out there. Like we saw the video, that's it. He's not Bartman. We don't know his address. But I want to go cover the presser for 97.1. Like if it's at like 6 o'clock, I want to go ask the questions. I'm interested how this is going to go down. Is this going to be streamed anywhere?
He sees his opportunity to get his 15 minutes of fame. He screwed up because no one saw his face. So now you can see my face and you can talk to me and you'll see I'm a real person. No, you're a loser.
Well, that's a good point by you, by the way. So now that his identity will be out there via this press conference, then will the Lions say, yeah, your tickets are gone, bro?
Yeah, and now it's like, well, I now he'll start screaming about, I need my privacy back. How about you just don't do this and keep your privacy?
Hold on a second. I got a text from our good buddy Jeff Lesson, who is an attorney, and he said his attorney will be announcing a lawsuit.
That makes sense.
It does make sense.
for
DK
grabbing your
obviously
hair?
touching him.
Okay.
He said that was the goal, folks. That was the
Okay,
goal.
and here's what I would say, and you know what? Lawyers, don't get me started on them, but here's the thing. You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. Instead of just letting this go, you're going to keep going and pressing the issue, and you may end up losing more than you thought you were going to lose trying to be cute. I would let this thing go. You're going to sue DK? If I'm DK, screw it. I got more money than you. You keep going. Keep trying to sue. Your lawyer will get rich. You'll be broke.
Well, the problem is we're led to believe that he said some racial slur and he called DK's mother a name that you can't say on the radio as well. So the fan looks pretty awful. So he's probably thinking, I didn't do any of that stuff. I'm going to clear it up and try to win a lawsuit that DK came after him. But if he did say that stuff, then nobody feels bad for him. And
no. And here's the thing. Once again, it's that old Chappelle show when keeping it real goes wrong. He could just walk away and be the hero right now, but he wants to press this issue. Now, you better scrub everything from your social media, because if anybody sees anything in question, oh, wait, you were a bad guy. You do say racist things. Or you got people out there who know the real person will step up and be like, no. He's not that type of guy. He's actually this type of guy. He is a jerk. I'm telling you, if I were him, my advice as his lawyer, let this go.
I do wonder how much you're going to sue him for. Like, how much money are you asking DK Metcalf for? Like, obviously, we know he's a millionaire. He just signed a nice new contract. I do wonder, like, we talking $100,000?
No, he's going to sue him for a couple million for emotional distress that you caused by going down there.
So he's going to say, so his lawyer's going to say, my client was just heckling. And DK started this, and now my client can't go to games, or he feels embarrassed, or he hates that everybody has the wrong idea about him.
Right. And I would say, if I was the judge, you know what? You win. DK owes you a new wig. There you go.
So this text that just came in says, new video from the cell phone can prove he did not say anything racist. Try again. And listen, I'm not saying that he did. That's just what was reported at one point. I would assume he did not, considering he's holding a press conference and trying to throw a lawsuit out there potentially, right? So if he did say something racist or unsavory to the point that DK responded like this, then he's got no leg to stand on. So
where'd the new cell phone footage
come
from? Because there was some lady sitting there watching the whole thing, but she didn't have a phone out. That's the only person that could be a real witness.
Sure.
Is that woman who was sitting right there. Other than that, this is he said, she said type of stuff. But we don't hear what he said because he had a wig on.
A lot of people want to talk about this. 248-539-9797. Oh, the phone lines are lit up. Apparently, the fan is holding a press conference on Friday. We're going to carry it live on 97.1. Okay, maybe we're not. That would be freaking amazing.
No. You can hold it live during your show. Won't be live when I'm on.
No, but here's the other question. Rico. If he said nothing other than just moderate heckling, DK, you suck, or he called him by his real name, we're led to believe. DK comes over, and at one point, it almost looked like they were having a fun conversation from the videos I saw. Did he actually make contact with his face? He didn't legitimately punch him.
No, he pushed the wig. He did not punch him. Put it this way. If DK Metcalf punched you, you would know you have been hit. He is one guy I'm never picking a fight with.
Okay,
now,
so if there's no contact, though, and there was some contact because it looked like he was holding the hair or whatever, the fake hair, if there's no contact, the fan's got no leg to stand on. How can you sue DK Metcalf?
Because you can sue anybody for anything, Rieger. We live in a litigious society. And here's the thing. You went down there to cause trouble.
Sure.
And then when trouble found you, you didn't like what happened. So
Rico,
for people saying, oh, well, you could do and say whatever you want. No, you can. In America, you could do and say whatever you want. You could go in there and call your boss any type of derogatory name. And your boss has the right to say, you done? You're fired. Okay? This freedom of speech thing, We take it as you could say whatever you want with no repercussions. No, there's always repercussions. Rieger, I've covered enough athletes to know there's certain hot button topics that will invoke a response. When you see somebody on the field just lose it, you know, man, somebody crossed the line because that person never loses it. That person wouldn't do that. So to sit there and call him his government name, I'm not buying that.
248-539-9797. You can text us at the same number. This is amazing. We had a nice holiday topic planned, and now we have full phone lines on the Fan and DK Metcalf. By the way, press conference on Friday. I don't think we're carrying it live, but
if you cover that thing, I will lose respect for you.
I am blown away by this entire thing. Come on, you're telling me you're not a little bit interested of what his lawyer and he's going to say?
I don't, because in my world, his last name might as well be Kardashian.
Maybe it is. 97.1. Merry Christmas, everybody. 97.1. Rico Beard over there. I'm Jeff filling in for Mike. And I got to be honest, this was not on our show sheet, but we get word. Breaking news. Huge news. The fan that got into the altercation with DK Metcalf is holding a press conference Friday. Rico, we have a time. Do you want to know the time?
No, but you're going to tell me anyway. Go ahead.
11 a.m. I want to call our boss. I'm actually doing the show with Doug on Friday. I want to carry this presser live.
Okay. For what? Tell me why.
I am fascinated by this. A lot of people are too. We have full phone lines. People want to talk about the presser. Also, the question's out there. Have you had enough of the Lions? Are you one of these few fans that are actually rooting for them to lose tomorrow just to get it over, to force Brad Holmes to have a different philosophy? Or do you desperately want to win to cling to those playoff chances? 248-539-9797. You can text us at the exact same number. Let's pick up. How about Dean in Milford? You're on 97.1. What's going on, Dino?
Not much. How's it going, guys? Real quick question for you. Did the guy get to stay at the game?
I believe so. Am I wrong about that?
So I don't know. So I'm under the impression that he did as well. Therefore, there's absolutely zero chance that he used a racial slur or he called his mom the C word. And you guys are asking, what can he sue for? The minute DK grabbed that guy's wig, that's actually assault. So that he has all grounds. And then even if he did say anything out of pocket, he called his mom the C word, whatever it was, that's not a threat. Therefore, your result in touching him is actually assault, and he has more than enough grounds.
Dean, maybe you're right legally, and I'm sure you are because it sounds correct. But hold on real quick.
Okay, no, but here's the thing.
Go on.
I didn't say anything.
No, that was
Dean.
me. That was me. That was David.
It was the other black guy.
Because here's why I'll say you're wrong on this. On surface, you're right. It is assault. But you know what this guy? Everyone's seen the video. You know where he was sitting? In a spot that DK couldn't get to him. He had to walk down to get to DK. So if he doesn't do that,
he's in an area he's allowed to be in.
Dean, you're not listening. If he doesn't walk towards him at the end, then he doesn't get assaulted. If you stay in your seat, you don't get assaulted.
But Dean, you're right. You're right. Legally, I'm sure you're right, and maybe he wins some money. But we're talking about should he sue? It's ridiculous. Real quick. This was his intent, it sounds like. Whether he said something awful or not, his intent was to get a reaction. He got the reaction, and now he's going to sue.
And now he doesn't like the reaction that he got because he got embarrassed.
I want to be clear on something. I want to be very clear on something. I think the guy in the stands is a bitch. On the other hand, DK Metcalf, you make millions and millions of dollars. Why do you care what some nobody in the stands has to say?
That's a good point.
No. But see here, Dean. See, I here's the problem with that. That's where all of a sudden fans feel like I can do whatever I want to do, and because you make no, you can't. You treat people, as Doug said, you treat people with respect, and you get respect. You go out there and you treat people like if you're an ass, don't get mad when people treat you that same way. So I don't feel sad for him. I don't. If he wants to sue, go right ahead and sue. And if I'm DK, I'm gonna make you spend so much money. I'm gonna drag this thing out, and good luck with that.
So if he was heckling, normal heckling, boo, you suck, DK, even if he called him his full name, which we're led to believe that he did, and DK got triggered, if that's the case, then if DK reacted that way, then yes, I mean, DK is in the wrong. But to David's point, the fact that he obviously came down to the railing to heckle him, and to my point of the intent was to get a reaction. Now that you got the reaction, so your whole plan was so you could sue DK Metcalf and make money off him?
Yeah, because, I mean, it reminded me when the fans were going after Kevin Durant, and he was like, say it to my face. Oh, hey, can we get your autograph? No, you can't. It's like you went down there hoping to get something. You got something, and now, let me get this straight. You're aggrieved because you came off looking like an idiot when you went down there looking like an idiot.
I wonder how old this guy is.
I guess this is where I'm lost. Like, you wanted to be an idiot. you're getting treated like an idiot, but you don't like being an idiot.
Well, he's
I'm lost.
suing because you think he's an idiot, or this was the plan from the get-go. Just real quick,
Okay,
a lot of people...
Hey, Rieger, don't put on a red wig and a clown nose and floppy shoes and get offended. I call you a clown.
It was actually a blue wig. I just wanted to point that out. According to this ESPN story, because a lot of people are like, gosh, you guys are just accusing this guy of saying something racist. We didn't accuse him of anything. On his Nightcap podcast Sunday, former NFL wide receiver Chad Johnson said the words caused Metcalf to react. He said, quote, I got word, obviously, I'm not condoning putting your hands on a fan or punching a fan, but he did call him a racial slur. He called him the N-word, and then he called his mother the C-word. I think with those words being exchanged and the fans saying that, I think that's where the action occurred. Now, according to this same article, the law firm, the Head Murphy law firm, says those allegations are completely false. Mm-hmm. And so he did not call DK those words. So I don't know what to believe. The bottom line is this whole thing is ridiculous.
Okay, here's the thing. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, he didn't say any of this. No one knows who you are, son. Why are you holding a press conference? Your reputation didn't get destroyed because I don't know who you are. We didn't see your face.
We do know who he is. He's in the ESPN story. Ryan Kennedy, the Detroit Lions fan.
Okay. Once again, attention whore looking for attention. So you're getting it. So congratulations.
248-539-9797. You can text us at the exact same number. Let's go to Dennis hanging in Wayne. You're on 97.1. What's going on, Dennis?
Hello, am I here?
You're here, my friend. Merry Christmas.
Oh, yeah. I just want to tell you the reason why us Lions fans want to hold on to hope. Because the field is just so lame. We can beat Seattle. We can beat the Rams if we get in the playoffs. We can beat the top 3 teams in the NFC. That's why we're holding on.
Wait, you think... Okay, Dennis, maybe you can. But you think you can go into L.A. and win a playoff game? You think you can go into Seattle and win a playoff game? See, I don't share that feeling with you.
Why not? We beat the Rams before. We beat Darnold last year.
You lost to them
Vikings.
this year.
Pardon me? I didn't hear you.
You lost to them this year.
I know, but that don't mean. But we have beaten them in the past. Is what I'm saying. You can't tell me one team right now in the NFL that is a Super Bowl favorite in NFC or AFC. This is a light year. You don't have Kansas City. You don't have Buffalo. You don't have Baltimore. This is our year, and our window is closing. That's why I'm just saying why we are holding on to hope. We're holding on to hope because our windows are closing, and we don't stay healthy enough to stay through a whole season to even get through a season to get to the playoffs. You actually think Stafford's going to win 2 Super Bowls when he did not win 1 playoff game in Detroit? Not one. He gave us nothing but 6s.
Dennis, he already won a Super Bowl, and he already beat you this year in Los Angeles. So, yes, I do think that if it came down to that, if you had to go to Los Angeles, I don't think you would win that game. But that's just my belief. By the way, we're getting a lot of text, and maybe I'm the dumbass, that he's not suing DK Metcalf. He's suing, maybe Chad Johnson? Because Chad put out there that he said something racist and called his mother that word. Do you buy that?
Oh, that's even more entertaining. Because now you got 2 guys who love attention going after each other. Okay, sure. This is the dumbest thing. But you know what? You could sue for whatever you want to sue for. Rieger, you could put it on the show. I won't be talking about this. This is dumb.
248-539-9797. People want to talk about the fan that's holding a press conference on Friday at 11 o'clock. 97.1.
All right, guys, I absolutely love what Matrix Basements did for me. They can do the exact same thing for you. You've heard me talking about it. They took a totally unfinished basement, put it together in about 7-8 weeks, and now I'm enjoying everything, watching all the games. You can do the same. If you were on the fence, don't be on the fence anymore. Why? They're offering build now, pay later. No interest, no payment until the year 2028. I did not stutter. Why wait for your dream space? Matrix Basements will allow you to get your brand new basement right now. Go to matrixbasements.com. Set up a free consultation. They'll come up with a design plan for you. If you act right now, you'll be ready by the time the NCAA tournament comes around. Matrix Basements, they're offering that build now, pay later program. Why wait? Enjoy your brand new basement a whole lot sooner.
Curveball on Christmas Eve. Talking about the fan that heckled DK Metcalf. He's now holding a press conference on Friday at 11 a.m. I swear I only brought it up because I thought it was funny. And it's exploded into a topic. 248-539-9797. You could text us at the exact same number. Where do you stand? I assume that he'll They'll file a lawsuit against maybe Chad Johnson for insinuating that he said something racist and offensive to his mother, right?
I guess. You'll be at the press conference.
No, I'll be working. I will not be at the press conference, but I do want to go to the press conference. I find it fascinating. I can't wait to see video of the press conference. And will this person be wearing a neck brace? A la Peter Brady and the Brady Bunch. Or actually, the person that was suing Peter Brady. Remember that episode?
Wow. Yeah. I was thinking more like Bobby Petrino.
So. Oh, that's a good one, too. All right. We got a lot of people that want to talk. Let's go to the phones. 248-539-9797. You can text us at the exact same number. Rob's in Port Huron. You're on 97.1. Merry Christmas, Rob.
Merry Christmas. Real quick, I would never, ever root against the Lions, the Pistons, or the Tigers to lose. I want them to win. So
okay.
Now, as far as this guy goes, I don't know why anybody's giving him any pub at all. This is just a bag of human fertilizer that look at me, look at me, look at me, and no. I think he needs a good butt whipping, but he did not say anything inane or, he crossed the line at some point to get that guy that mad. And you're really going to make DK Metcalf mad? Not a good idea.
Yeah, he's a big boy. But the crazy thing is, again, it keeps going back to the original intention, which is to get a reaction. And to David's point, he left his seat and came as close as he could to try to get DK to be affected by whatever the hell he was saying.
You're absolutely right.
And now that DK's buddy Chad Johnson said, I heard he said something bad, I guess that is what, slander or libel, whatever the spoken word is. Slander.
Slander.
So I guess maybe he's got a case. Maybe he'll win money. Hell if I know.
Whatever. My question is, whatever happened to decorum? Whatever happened to people treating each other with respect? I don't care if he's an opposing team's athlete or not. You can boo at him. You can say, hey, you stink. But come on, you're going to go all the way down there and just mouth off at somebody because you know they can't really get to you. You wouldn't do that at a basketball game because they can get to you there.
Well, you fired decorum. His name was Jim Caldwell.
That's true.
Decorum. How about a little decorum here? No, but Rob is right to one extent. Like, if your intention is to heckle, have a good time, get a reaction, then cool. Do your thing as long as you're not crossing that verbal line. But then once you do it, you're going to sue because something went wrong while you did it? If you make the decision to do it, then accept everything that comes with it. Or don't do it at all.
I'm with you. Don't be aggrieved. Don't get offended.
Let's go ahead and pick up Sharon in Davidson. You're on 97.1. What's going on, Sharon? Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. I'm so happy you picked me up. I saw the video that somebody in the second row right there next to the guy has a video going.
Sure.
And the kid didn't go down there for some destructive meeting. He had the guy's jersey in his hand, and he wanted him to sign it. So he's back there, and he did say his full name, whatever it is, because I heard it as he was walking down with the jersey, and that's when he tried to give it to the player, and I can't tell if he whispered anything or not. But according to the video, all he did was walk down. He said his name. I don't even know what his full name is, but it sounded like it was a long name. But and then he walked down there with the jersey. I think it was number 4, and for the player to sign. And so he stuck it out for the player to sign, and I don't think he said.
Okay, so Sharon, what you're saying is his intention was to not heckle at all. His intention was to get a jersey signed before the game.
Yeah, he walked down there with the jersey.
Okay.
Now he might have said the guy's full name
By the way,
to get his attention.
His full name is Declan Zacharias Metcalf. I believe I said that wrong.
He said that's what he said. I know it was something real long, and he said that, and that's right as the DJ turned around, and I think that's why he went back there. Maybe he doesn't like people using his full name. I don't know, but the guy had the jersey in his hand, and he started giving it towards DJ, and that's when DJ slapped his wig or whatever.
Thank you, Sharon. Rico, what do you make of that? Let's say it was truly honest, and he was just trying to get a piece of merchandise signed.
No, because no one gets that upset for an autograph. Sorry. I'm not buying that.
Let's go to Brian in Rochester. You're on 97.1. What's going on, Brian? Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Oh, yeah. Hey, Jeff, I think that, it is a real tool thing to do for this kid to go and sue him. And then the result might be like the movie Casino, where it's like, you can have the hammer and the money, or you can get out of here alive. It's up to you. The Fords might make some kind of deal to him. But to me, I say all bets are off. And that happened when DJ Metcalf, he went and said that the kid called him the N-word, and that has totally been proven false. There's 2 fan footage camera angles of the whole altercation, and he did not say no N-word or anything misogynistic or anything. So, yeah, I would say go after him. You know, everyone's out for a money grab these days, and it's sad, but, you know, look at Stoney. He wanted to retire, and he came back because, you know, he wants more money. So everyone wants
nice,
something more.
Brian. Nice. No, we appreciate the call. I have no idea what he said, and I gotta believe that's probably what the press conference is going to be about, right? The more you think about it, it's probably going to be, I didn't say what they're saying I said. But again, to your point, Rico, there's a really good way to avoid all of this. Don't do it if you don't want to take the chance of being misquoted.
If you're going down there to sign a jersey, nobody reacts that way for a jersey signing. He went down there. He wanted to get a rise. He got the rise, and now he doesn't like what came with that rise.
Maybe he said a 42-year-old is faster than you. Like Aaron Rodgers said to Jack Campbell. Let's go to Craig in Livonia. You're on 97.1. What's going on, Craigie?
Hey, guys. I just want to offer a unique perspective. I worked for the Lions, security, and I was stationed on the Steelers sidelines that game for the mobile cart that goes back and forth on the camera. And this guy is a season ticket holder. He sits in the second row, so he only had to go one row. Okay. Not that far to step up, okay? He is boisterous and loud, and he heckles the visiting team star players every game. But he never says anything vulgar, derogatory, racial, or anything of that nature. I spoke to the police officer down there. He agrees with him. He's like, I've known this guy for years, whatever. But here's the thing. DK has played a game in Ford Field the last 3 years. I don't know if people realize that.
That's a good point for Seattle.
Yeah. Well, last year he tried to get the fan removed when Seattle was there. So he already knew knew something was going on there. If you look at the video, DK is standing by the team bench. Something gets his attention. He turns to go walk over there, right? There's at least 30 feet, maybe more, between that wall and the team bench, plus he's a section over. That guy would have had to yell at the top of his lungs, either a racial slur or something about his mom, and everybody would have heard it. Nothing of that. My theory is that there's no way that happened.
Right, so, Craig, what do you make of it then? What triggered DK Metcalf, or he was just in a bad mood anyway of what happened the time before when he had the guy removed?
Well, one thing is he was having a bad game up until that point. But secondly, this is the third year in a row that he's had to deal with this guy. And I think it just kind of got under his skin. He's like, oh, this guy again. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but does DK really remember that? DK plays in a bunch of different places. He went from one team to another team. Is he really thinking, Detroit, I got to deal with that a-hole fan?
If you're a big enough a-hole, yeah.
No, but when he gets there, he could. And here's the thing: you can see the wheels turning in his head as he's deciding, should I go over there and take care of this thing? That's the damning video to me is where he leaves the bench and walks over there. Now, like I said, the guy only had to go one row to go down there. Now, if you look at the video, there is a security person that's sitting on the steps behind the fan. I've worked that position before. When the game's going on, you have to sit down on the steps. When the game is stopped, you stand up, turn around, and face the crowd, okay? So while that game's going on, that guy could easily slip past that woman and get to that first row.
Sure.
So, and also, when you're sitting on the steps, you can't see anything down on the field that's coming, 8-10 feet below you. You know what I'm saying? As he walks across. So as far as the security goes, she would have never known that DK was coming over to that wall.
Craig, we appreciate the call. Listen, I used to heckle all the time back before there were cell phones. What I've learned from this entire conversation, you got to be crazy to heckle these days. Nothing good is going to come out of it.
Yeah, and that's probably the last person. DK is like heckling Tyson back in his prime. It just ain't worth it, man. Congratulations. Well, you'll be famous for a few days, I guess.
That's the other thing. If you're this fan, and yes, I know his name is in articles, right? And I'm sure people close to him know he was that guy. But do you really want to draw attention to you being the guy in the altercation with DK Metcalf? Like, if anything, I would want to distance myself from this whole thing. Okay, it happened. even if I didn't say anything over the top, okay, DK reacted how he reacted, and just move on. I don't think I would want to be associated with this whole mess. Now that maybe he's filing a lawsuit and having a press conference, he's like front and center. Does that like deal with, I don't know, who he's employed by? Now more people know him. Hey, you're that a-hole that was heckling DK Metcalf, or maybe people are going to like him. I don't know. I wouldn't do this to bring attention to it. I would try to be done with it.
I'm with you, but he hired a lawyer and he feels the need to let people know he was lied about. Like, dude, or you sit in your seat and you enjoy the game.
Quick text.
It's go ahead.
It says this guy could lose his job for saying the N-word. His reputation is on the line. Most definitely sue DK if he definitely did not say that.
Right. But all I got to say is we've seen this before. You better just go ahead and delete everything off your social media and don't let something come up that you said back in high school or 10 years ago pop up. Just you had a way. You had an out. You could have let this go. You keep dragging this thing out, it may not end the way you think it's going to end.
248-539-9797. We can continue the conversation. The Lions playing the Vikings tomorrow is out there as well. What kind of fan are you? Do you want them to win or lose? As crazy of a question as that sounds. Also, I've gotten word, 5 o'clock, we have a very special guest. Security is going to come with this guest. He's going to come in studio, Rico, and he has this unbelievable power. We'll do it at 5.
Okay.
97.1. All right, 97.1. Let's clear up and finish off the DK fan conversation and the Lions conversation. We're moving on to 4 o'clock. 248-539-9797. You can text us at the exact same number. Rico, there's all kinds of texts all over the place. People are on every side of this altercation, and now there's a press conference on Friday. You just want to be done with it. I totally understand. I am fascinated by it. But where do people stand? I want to read a couple quick texts, and then we'll go to the phones and be done with it. Scott in Carlton says, let's go to our local trolling expert, Jeff Rieger, to get some clarification on the DK situation. Kermit, your thoughts. I'll tell you this. Hi-ho, Kermit the Frog here. I will tell you this. I always loved heckling. I always kept it clean. It's what I lived for as a fan, and if I got a reaction, I was always very happy, but I would also take whatever came with that reaction. There was not a chance in hell as a 50-year-old man that I would heckle these days. Not a chance. Now, I understand what this fan might be thinking. If he heckles every game, like the one security guard called up, and he keeps it clean every game, and then DK goes at him, and then Chad Johnson goes on a podcast and says he said this and this, a racial slur and the C word, I guess I could understand why he would want to clear his name, and maybe that's why you filed the lawsuit, right?
Yes, I understand that, but you don't put yourself in that situation, and you don't have to jump through all of these different hurdles. Sit there, watch the game, yell from your seat. You don't have to come down to the edge and hang over. No. You don't have to do all of that. This is what you chose to do, and then now you don't like all the smoke, okay? Then maybe sit your butt in the seat and watch the game.
I got to believe he's learned a lesson. He'll never do this again.
I promise you he has not. Because he's got to let you know, oh, this isn't me. This is the dude. No one cares who the real you is.
Rico, all I know is you better be careful what you say. He might sue you too.
Whatever. I didn't say anything. You know, play silly games.
All right, let's go to E in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Merry Christmas, E. How are you?
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. First off, I want to say that the guy, I think Metcalf was wrong, and whatever the guy said, the referees didn't think it was too much, or he should have got kicked out the game. The Lions, I got them winning both of these games. I got Green Bay losing to Baltimore.
Wow.
But I got an SOL moment. I got Green Bay beating Minnesota 27-24 in overtime, and the Lions missed the playoffs.
So, E, a more SOL moment would be you win against Minnesota, Green Bay loses to Baltimore, Green Bay then loses to Minnesota, and all you got to do is knock off Ben and the Bears to make the playoffs, and they beat you to keep you out. That would be SOL extreme.
That's what I meant to say. My bad.
Gotcha.
Go Blue. Go get Jed Fish. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
Thank you, E.
All right.
By the way, Jeff Brown not hired yet, Rico.
I don't think he's going to get hired.
I agree with you
now. He'll use Michigan to get a raise.
Let's go to one more. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No. Let's go to the call. Let's go to Daryl.
All right. Daryl in Detroit, you get the last word on this. What's up, Daryl? Merry Christmas.
Same to you. All right, first of all, the NFL released their statement in the audio. The guy said nothing racial at all. He was seeking an autograph, like people saying. And Rico keeps saying he shouldn't have got up. First of all, Metcalf is playing a freaking game. He should have sat on the bench and never went over there. So he's wrong for even letting someone draw his attention over there. His attention should have been on that game. Now it's going to cost him over $500,000 in games. And he already forfeited his contract. You know, they can cancel this, but he can make money back.
Daryl, let me stop you right there.
For being the
Steelers, hold on.
Go ahead.
The Steelers aren't going to cancel his contract. Second,
I know they're not. I know that.
DK could have stayed right on the bench, and so could the fan have stayed right in his seat.
Really? Check this out, Rico. It's costing him $555,000 for doing what he done is not costing that fan not a single penny.
Apparently, no, Daryl. Apparently, the fan is feeling some type of way because he hired a lawyer to have a press conference.
And he should sue Metcalf. He should.
Okay, Daryl. So what you're saying?
Johnson.
Daryl, hold on. So what you're saying is, fan can do and say whatever they want. Players can't.
Okay, no. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying if you're an NFL player playing a game, why are you engaging?
No, Daryl. I didn't ask you that. I said so. Players can't do anything, but fans can say and do whatever they want.
Yeah, Daryl's not there anymore. But yes, that's pretty much what he was saying.
And I think that's asinine that people believe that. No, you can't. You bought a ticket. Doesn't mean you get the right to turn this into Club Yuck Yucks.
So on Friday, you're on at 2:00. This is going to be resolved. You're not even going to mention it, Rico?
I don't even want to know the man's name.
Because
to me, he's nameless and
it's
faceless.
in the stories.
I don't have to read it.
I am amazed. Listen, I'll be honest. I thought it was the funniest thing when I read it way back at 3:00. But now I guess I see his point. If obviously somebody said he said something that he didn't, yes, I too would want to clear that up if I was being accused of such thing. But at the same time, maybe
don't
next time,
put yourself in that
don't heckle.
situation.
All right.
Don't put yourself in that situation.
And I hear what you're saying as well. 97.1. 97.1. Merry Christmas, everybody, or Merry Christmas Eve. Santa, where is Santa? He was over Greece last time we checked. Is he in Chicago by now? I don't know. 248-539-9797. Let's do it every week. The picks.
Yes, guys, it is time for the picks here, and it is bowl season, so let's get right to it. Tonight, you have California and Hawaii in the Hawaii Bowl. Hawaii is the 1.5-point favorite. Rico.
Okay, I'm assuming that the Cal quarterback's not playing in the game because I don't see why Hawaii would be favored. But Hawaii always lets me down. Go Cal.
Well, I was on a nice tropical vacation, and not but a few weeks ago. I miss places like that. I'm just going to go ahead and pick Hawaii.
I like that. I'm also going to go Hawaii because I don't think the California quarterback is playing. So I'll go Hawaii here.
I think Hawaii lives for this. The entire nation's going to be watching Hawaii Christmas Eve. It's an annual wonderful thing. I got the Rainbow Warriors.
Next, we have Central Michigan and Northwestern here in Detroit on Friday at the Game Above Sports Bowl. Northwestern, 10.5-point favorite. Rico.
Yeah, Central Michigan can burn down to the ground. Still upset for the helping out Connor Stallions. Plus, Fitzgerald came from Northwestern, so go Cats.
Rico, that's an emotional response about Central. That's why I have to be the more reasonable one here. I will take Central in this one.
You are right to take Central in this one, Kenny, because Central is a wonderful university. They do great things on the field and off the field. Let's go
with
Central.
spyglasses.
Actually, no, I'm switching to Northwestern now.
For all the people that hang out at Rubbles in Mount Pleasant, wish you were a Chippewa. This is everything to the Chips. I go Central to win the game.
Next on the agenda, we have Georgia Tech going against BYU in the Pop-Tart Bowl, which is in Orlando. -4 for BYU. Rico.
Yeah, BYU. I don't know if you soak Pop-Tarts or not, so give me Georgia Tech.
You can soak whatever you like, Rico. Give me BYU. Soak it up.
There will be a lot of, you know what, I can't even do it. You all did enough of it. BYU.
Fun fact, in 1964, Pop-Tarts were called Toast-'em Pop-Tarts, and BYU's gonna toast them.
Had no idea they were called that. Okay.
I bring facts.
Glad they don't call them that anymore. Let's move over to the New Mexico Bowl. You have number 25, North Texas, going against San Diego State. Rico.
I think North Texas, with the coach leaving, quarterback leaving, is going to want to do it big. Give me North Texas.
Yeah, I'm not going to pretend like I've watched either of these teams a whole bunch.
You're not going to pull
year.
a mic on us?
No, I don't have any grads. I don't know. I don't do the mascot thing. I'll just take San Diego State.
You are wrong here. I don't care that North Texas is losing their coach and their quarterback who is transferring is not playing. Doesn't matter to me. They still put up points. North Texas in this one.
Big game for San Diego State. I'm with Kenny Cott all day. We won a parlay yesterday. We win this one today, or this week. I go San Diego State.
Let's move over to the Texas Bowl. We have LSU. I don't think Lane Kiffin is coaching just yet. Going against number 21, Houston. The Texas Bowl is in Houston at NRG Stadium. Rico.
And everything is just lining up. I don't even know if LSU cares about this thing. Give me the Cougars.
I don't know who cares about this game. Who's even going to be playing in this game? I'll just take LSU.
Yeah, I'm with you, Rico. They don't care about this game. It's all about next year and beyond. They don't really care about who plays, who's coaching, what happens. I'm going Houston.
You know what they say? Houston's undefeated in bowl games played in Houston.
That's what they say, huh?
That's what they say. Fact, I go Houston.
Let's go over to the NFL. Huge games this weekend. Huge games. And we'll start with Saturday's matchup where the Texans are visiting the Los Angeles Chargers. The Chargers are a 1.5-point favorite. Rico.
Yeah, the Texans appear to be on a next level type of thing. I think they keep this thing going. Give me the Texans just to flat out win.
Yeah, I had the exact same thought as you, Rico. Give me the Texans.
Yeah, what's crazy about that is you're right about the Texans, but the Chargers somehow, some way, continue to win. So I have to go Chargers here.
Yeah, Chargers have all those injuries on the offensive line and still somehow, some way can get the 1 seed in the AFC. I go Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers.
Well, let's go over to John Harbaugh and the Ravens. They are visiting the Packers on Saturday. The Packers are a 3-point favorite. Rico.
I don't know if Lamar is going to be playing in this game or not, but Lions fans will not be happy. Give me the Packers.
Yeah, I'm just going to use those good old hopium pills. I'm going to take the Ravens in this one.
Well, to answer your question on Lamar, John Harbaugh spoke recently, and he said it is undetermined at this time on Lamar Jackson. That seems a little worrisome for me, so I have to go Packers here.
Games at Lambeau. They got to win to clinch a playoff spot. Place is going to be bumping, all that holiday cheer. I think Jordan Love might play. If not, Malik Willis has been great. I know he got banged up. I go Packers to win this game and probably knock the Lions out.
Another game Lions fans will be watching intently. The Bears go to San Francisco to visit the 49ers. The 49ers are a 3-point favorite in this game with Rat Purdy. Go ahead, Rico.
You will watch your mouth because you know what? David, the punter, has not punted since November 30th. He won't punt again. Give me the Niners.
Yeah, give
Homer.
Me.
Now I'm helping out the Lions here, I think.
How? We don't care about the Bears anymore. They're already in.
Okay.
Yeah, give me the Rat. Give me the Niners.
You know what? You're going to put some respect on that name.
Rat Purdy.
Well, here's what's going to happen. Your punter will punt, but it won't matter. It'll just be one punt. Everything else will be score, score, score. 49ers all day in this one.
You guys are all nuts. Absolutely crazy. I don't know what more the Bears got to show you, whether it's miracles or turnover or a great head coach. All they do is win, still a chance at the 1 seed. I got the Bears going into San Francisco and popping Rico's Niners.
Yeah, they can get the 1 seed. You're right about that. The Eagles are going to Buffalo. Buffalo is a 1.5-point favorite in this game. Rico, what you got?
Looks like Jalen Carter practiced for the second straight day. Without him on that defense, that Eagles defense is not the same. If he plays, Buffalo has been playing with some fire. I think they get burned. Give me the Eagles.
Yeah, I think even if he does play, it will probably be more of a limited role at first. So I will take Buffalo.
Yeah, I know the Eagles continue to win. They're making the playoffs, but I still don't trust them. And in this game, I trust the Bills just a little bit more. So let's go Buffalo.
Bills still a chance with the 1 seed as well. As crazy as that sound, game is in Buffalo, and I know the Eagles playing cold weather as well. I go Buffalo because I think the Eagles are fake as hell.
Now we head to the game Lions fans are looking forward to on Christmas Day. Lions go to the Vikings. Lions are 7.5-point favorite. The Vikings are starting some guy named Bosmer. We'll see what happens in this one, Rico.
Well, Lions fans, you will be put on life support. You don't lose 2 in a row. Well, you did. You don't lose 3 in a row. Dan Campbell, Lions win, and they're on life support.
Yeah, Dan Campbell will have this team motivated. They'll be playing with their hair on fire with a playoff spot on the line. I will take the Lions as well.
Well, I'm just going to say, I really thought it was going to be a not so Merry Christmas for the Detroit Lions, and then JJ got hurt. And they have their Christmas gift, even if it's just for a little bit of time, Lions.
I'm going to do my Brian from Detroit. Y'all got to be crazy. You guys realize last week we said the same damn thing? Not anybody picked the Steelers. Oh, Aaron Rodgers is over the hill. There you go. You got to be kidding me. I got the Vikings to put the Lions out of their misery. It's going to end tomorrow. They're going to run all over Detroit. Detroit has a ton of injuries. It's over tomorrow. I got the Vikings, Kevin O'Connell, to get a victory.
Okay.
Prove me wrong.
Oh, well, they may. Those are your picks. 97-1.
All right, 97-1. 248-539-9797. You can text us at the exact same number. Merry Christmas, everybody. Rico, I just have one last tidbit about the dude holding the press conference on Friday, and then I'll never bring it up, okay?
Rieger, I know you. Don't lie. No promises. Go ahead.
Ari Mirov, who does a great job covering the NFL, he tweeted about this. He says, Ryan Kennedy, the Lions fan involved in the incident with DK Metcalf, will be holding a press conference on Friday with his legal team to address the assault.
Wait, his legal team?
His legal team, yes.
Boy.
To address the assault, correct misinformation that has been publicly repeated as fact, and discuss the serious consequences Mr. Kennedy has faced, unquote. So obviously, who knows? Maybe his job fired him. He's just trying to clear his name. And DK can't do what he did. Nobody's letting DK off the hook. But I would have more respect for the fan if this is just to clear his name. However, when you get the legal team involved, I'm pretty sure the legal team is going to be charging expenses to hold a press conference. So you got to believe he's going to sue. But what the hell do I know?
Yeah, you know what? Or you could have just sat in your seat and none of this happens. And I'm not absolving DK, but don't go down there. Watch the game. Cheer for your team. Because you buy a ticket does not give you the right to just go and say and do whatever you want. It doesn't.
If you want anything on that, we did a whole hour, believe it or not. Hit the Odyssey Rewind and check it out for yourself. All right, Rico, listen. It's Christmas Eve, and you're in the festive mood. And you have a great topic, I think, for all the people listening as they're maybe finishing up their Christmas shopping or going to family and friends' house. Sell us.
Well, you know what? I'm going to ask the city of Detroit. You're allowed one gift. Not per team, one gift. That's it. That's all you get, Detroit. What would that gift be? It could be as simple as, you know what? I want to see Skubal re-signed. I want to see Skubal locked up, and the Tigers find as much money as they can to pay this man, and he is our guy. It could be the Lions miracle, and they make the playoffs. Somehow the 6% works, and they go on a nice run. It could be the Pistons. It could be you go out and you get Kalen DeBoer to leave Alabama if you're a Michigan fan, and he becomes your next head coach. But you only get one. That's it. Not per team, one wish per city. 248-539-9797. What would you wish for, Detroit?
All right, so can you be selfish? Should this be a gift that's best for the city, or can it be a gift that's best for you? Like, for instance,
best for you.
Okay, because I would like Michigan basketball to give Dusty all the money he ever could want so he never leaves while there's all this tumultuous upheaval in the Michigan athletic department. But I understand.
No, Rieger. I like that. That's what your gift would be, is you want to take care of Dusty May and Michigan basketball.
Be a gift to Dusty, too. But I have one better for the whole town. And this is unrealistic. I want another one, okay? Come on.
You get one.
I'm going to do either or because nobody would choose the Dusty one. I want to say this other one because nobody else will say it. All right? And it might trigger some people. I would do whatever it takes to trade for Joe Burrow. Boom. There, I said it.
Well, Jeff, also, isn't you, for your religion, don't you get to celebrate multiple days with multiple gifts?
I get 8 of them. I got 6 more. Do you want me to name them now?
Yes.
All right, Kenny, what do you got? One gift to Detroit sports.
I'm still trying to flesh this one out because I feel like I'm, at the end of the day, going to have to pick. But I want one of our 3 GMs in this town to actually have an impactful, whether it be an off-season or trade deadline, whether it's Steve making a deadline move, whether it's Scott Harris having a good off-season, whether it's, Brad Holmes not being stubborn in an off-season. I'm probably going to have to pick because that sounds like 3 different gifts. So I'm just going to pick Steve having a non-mundane trade deadline.
Like a big deadline.
Not like he doesn't have to go and trade for, Sidney Crosby, but like give me something that I can point out to and go, hey, all right, now this is a playoff push. Now that we actually can win a playoff round. That's what I want.
David?
I'm still thinking on mine because I don't want to come off as selfish.
Dude, it's your Christmas.
Dude, it's your Christmas. Rico already said we can be selfish if we want.
Okay, all right. The Pistons make a significant move and they win the NBA championship.
Well, that would be selfish. We get a championship out of the deal. You're doing something for the city.
It has to be the Pistons. No other team. The Pistons.
Okay. 248-539-9797. Rico is playing Santa Claus. You get one gift for all of Detroit sports, college included. What would it be? And it doesn't have to be the most beneficial to the area. All it is what you want. And here's some early examples on the text. Like, for instance, I want Bo Bichette to become a Tiger. Here's another one. The one gift Detroit needs is a new QB. Goff sucks. That's a little okay, that's filled with Christmas spirit. I said Joe Burrow. Go trade for Joe Burrow. Here's another one. Hey, guys, Merry Christmas to everybody. If I had one gift, I think it would be for the Tigers to be ultimately super competitive. Sign Skubal, Bregman, be very active in this offseason. So that, so far, is what people are saying. And, of course, there was one more that says, Izzo get a second championship. I am not for that, personally.
I'm not for that either.
Yeah, I don't want that
like
at all.
That one at all.
Yeah, so I think Rico texts that one in.
Well, if he's going to get it, have it next year when they play in downtown Detroit.
Oh, that's a good one.
What I want is more embarrassment. I want you to go back to the Final Four and get embarrassed in the championship game again while it's in Detroit. Do that.
I sent Rico a video on
David,
social.
Hold on real quick. David, that North Carolina team was filled with pros.
That was an NBA team, yeah.
The fact that they made it there and beat UConn, that was the win right there. I had no... They weren't ever going to beat that Carolina team.
That's fair. You're right.
248-539-9797. Christmas is tomorrow. You get one gift to the city of Detroit sports. What are you taking? And you heard what ours is. And listen, I got to be honest. Like I was listening to Kenny speak, one of our executives to make a big swing, essentially, whether it be Iserman or Scott Harris or Brad Holmes. I think the obvious gift, like a gift we all need, like underwear or socks, I think a new center. Whether it's Ragnow coming back out of retirement or whether you're drafting one that actually works out or whether you got to make a blockbuster trade for a center to help that offensive line rebuild, I think that would be the best gift to Detroit because you can't have another football season with that offensive line looking like it does right now.
Okay. Fair. I know a lot of people are saying, you got to go get Ragnow back. It's like, guys, Ragnow is willing to come back. I don't think his body is willing to come back.
You might be right.
See, and I'll be honest about that one because we're saying Christmas gift. I think asking for Ragnow back, I think that's a Christmas miracle. I don't think
you know what, David?
Happening.
That's fair. That's fair.
Well, you get a whole year to get. If he's serious about football, here's why I would push back a little bit. If he's serious and his intentions aren't to make more money, it's to actually play again because he loves it and misses it and retired too early in his mind, I got to believe he could get right in an entire offseason. Now, it's ridiculous that the Lions got you all excited about it 2 days later. He's got a grade 3 hammy tear or whatever it was, his hamstring literally falling off the bone. That's pretty bad. But I think if Frank wanted to come back, I think the Lions with open arms would welcome him back. And I think both parties would be pretty happy about it. I'm not shutting that door yet. You know, it's kind of like the Malik Beasley. Everybody always calls about the Pistons. Go get Beasley back. He's not playing for anybody.
See, that's not the significant move that I want Langdon to make. That's not winning you a championship.
Right, you want like Lauri Markkanen.
No, I don't want him either.
Oh, who do you want?
I actually want Trey Murphy.
Okay. So what about you? 248-539-9797. You get one gift for sports. What would it be? 97.1. 97.1, Merry Christmas, everybody. So, asking the question, you get one gift. For Detroit Sports, what would you choose? David has some text, and then we have a little bit of breaking news as far as the Lions injury report is concerned that we want to give to you right before the Minnesota game tomorrow. So, David, what do we got?
This is interesting because, a Bama National Championship. Okay.
What does that keep Kalen DeBoer away from Michigan?
I think he just might be going against Kenny. That's all. This gift wouldn't be just for the city of Detroit, but would definitely benefit them at some point. But I would love Major League Baseball to have a salary cap and a minimum. That is Gabe in Lansing.
Love it. How about just one? Like, they're going to get a minimum, aren't they? How do you feel about the Pittsburgh Pirates making moves, but the Tigers aren't? How does anybody feel about that? I mean, they just signed Ryan O'Hearn to a lengthy, expensive deal, a dude with some pop. Meanwhile, the Tigers' offense is the exact same.
No, but Rigger, I think you almost need a salary cap because the Dodgers will show you, okay, well, we'll just load up on an all-star team, pay you $1 million now, and you'll get the rest later.
No, and I understand that. The problem is you're never going to get a salary cap. The union for Major League Baseball is the strongest union in sports. There's just no way they're going to go for a salary cap. So a floor maybe, a lower luxury tax potentially, but I don't believe for a second baseball is going to get a salary cap. Like if that's the ask by the owners, they're never going to play baseball again. I believe.
It is wild, and it's needed because I looked last week when the tax bill came out for each team. I think the Dodgers tax bill was more than 15 teams' actual payroll. So it's like, what are we doing here?
Oh, yeah. No, listen, it's a joke for sure. I just don't know how you're going to change it. That's all I'm saying.
Christmas gift here. John Gruden as Michigan's new head coach. That's from Zach in Troy.
Now, because he's going to fail or because he's going to succeed? You always got to ask that, right? Because it could be from a Michigan State fan that wants the Michigan to suck.
MSU football natty, someone texted in and says.
I'm going to vote against that one, too.
Why is that?
I'm going to return it.
You don't care about football. You only care about basketball.
I mean, I hear you. I still don't want your people to be happy. I don't want the Spartans to be happy with a national championship. No way.
Why? Michigan just had one.
I don't want it, Rico.
Okay.
I'll read this one. Whatever. I'm not in a Christmas mood yet. I want Rieger, Wojo, Valini, and Rico to be the only on-air host on the ticket.
Well, hold on a second. Does that mean everybody else gets fired? And next question, does that mean we have to work more?
You have 12-hour shifts now.
And what about weekends? Are we all working the weekends too? So we're working 7 hours, 7 days a week, 12-hour shifts
you
a day?
Don't like that gift?
Well, if that's the case, that means we're renegotiating contracts.
There's no salary cap.
Right.
Wow. Well, I don't want everybody to get fired.
It didn't say that. It did not say that.
Okay.
This is from Mike. He says, this one's easy. A Stanley Cup.
That'd be nice.
We have those, though.
Okay, but if that's the case, let's just fast forward. I mean, every team wins a championship.
Right, exactly.
I at least had something that's like, all right, this is taking steps.
Well,
to
right.
Get to
I mean,
a championship.
you know what? Maybe, Kenny, you're right. Maybe I should have put the caveat in. Yes, everybody wants a championship. Non-championship, but you get one gift.
You didn't put a governor around this.
You know what? It could be. Lions fans may say, you know what? We want to draft the best mobile QB in this year's draft and say goodbye to Goff.
Somebody on the text got very upset with me about my Joe Burrow thought. I mean, this is a kind of fantasy. Is that fair to assume? What we're requesting is not going to happen, probably. Somebody says, why in the world would you want Joe Burrow over Goff? He's younger.
Wait.
He's better. He's actually cheaper right now, too.
Well, the text continues to say, other than 1 year, what has Burrow done that Goff hasn't done?
Are you serious right now?
That is what the text says.
Are you serious, Clark? Yeah, I would take that move in a heartbeat.
Yes, I also would take it because it means you keep him away from Minnesota. Like, isn't there a fear, and maybe I'm totally wrong about this, Joe Burrow is going to be out of Cincinnati eventually. I don't know when it's going to be. It probably won't be next year. But could you imagine if the Vikings got their hands on Joe Burrow?
Hold on, though.
That would scare the crap out of me. Because they should have got Aaron Rodgers this year.
You're exactly right. That was supposed to be the guy, but Pittsburgh fell in love with him, and they got him. But I'm thinking about that text. What has Burrow done that Goff hasn't done? They both gone to Super Bowls.
That is true.
And lost.
That is true.
Yeah. They throw for a lot of yards.
Joe Burrow can move a little better. I think Joe Burrow is the overall better
quarterback. But is that going to continue to be the way when he keeps getting hurt?
That's fair. Joe Burrow gets hurt too often.
Right. No, you're right. Goff has yet to really get the injury bug to bite him. But I'm still taking Burrow.
We know the arm is better, right? And that's why you're taking him, because the arm is better, but he really hasn't done anything more than Goff.
I like how week to week we can't tell if this Lions fan base actually likes Jared Goff or does not like Jared Goff.
Did they win?
That's probably the right. You're looking at it right, Rico. Did they win the last game? Oh, we didn't. Oh, he's not mobile enough. There's no way you can win with this guy.
If you want to hit on this, 248-539-9797, the best Christmas gift or Hanukkah gift for Detroit sports. But before we get back to those calls, I wanted to bring this up. We got a little bit of breaking news. Injury report is out. Rico, tell me what you think of this, okay? Giovanni Manu is out, okay? No big deal. He's been out.
The color me shocked.
Avonte Maddox has an illness and a back issue and is out, meaning that's one less safety that you got. And I understand people are down on the Legion of Whom and the safeties to begin with, but my God, dude. So no Maddox, meaning you might be even worse defensively. If that's possible, does this change at all your belief in what happens tomorrow?
No Maddox is going to make it very difficult, but I still think that they should. I think they got embarrassed by the Steelers. That offense rushing for 15 yards. That's where they got to do better than that. And I know Flores is going to bring the house. He's going to bring heat. He's kind of the one that came up with the cheat code on how to beat the Lions. Rieger, they have to adjust, right?
Well,
yes.
Let me add this.
Yeah.
Because I get it. All these I'm about to name are questionable. Short week. They may play. I don't know. But to have Marcus Davenport questionable, Aleem McNeil questionable, and Al-Quadin Muhammad also questionable, and Amik Robertson
You missed a couple. No offense. Also, Taylor Decker. You assume he's going to play.
I was going defense.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I got you. Yes.
But you're right. Amon-Ra questionable. Taylor Decker's questionable. That's a lot, man.
There's a lot there, and what I do wonder is just that motivation. If all of a sudden they just start losing, and now you realize your season is over. I mean, heck, you already had cryptic Facebook messages posts by David Montgomery.
And DJ Reader, too. So the David Montgomery one is interesting. He posted on social media that it was a picture of his shelf and his jersey and shoulder pads were on it, and you saw the name Montgomery, and that's all it was. And then a fan actually, and I'm paraphrasing here because I don't have it right in front of me, but a fan made the comment something to the extent of, the Lions aren't using you correctly. You're a total stud. I hope you get traded for your sake because you're better than this. And he liked that comment. So I think a lot of people are like, uh-oh, where's that culture that we've loved and heard so much about? And listen, it's one social media post. It's not the end of the world, of course. But to your point, Rico, I saw what Pittsburgh did against you. Pittsburgh was 28th in run. Coming into that game, they ran for 230 yards. And now listen, you're going against Brosmer instead of Aaron Rodgers. But I would not be floored if the Lions lose tomorrow. Not because they're giving in or wrapping it up or don't think they have a chance. I simply believe all that pressure against Jared Goff, like we saw in the first game, could be a turning point in this game. And I don't know personally that the Lions, even with Brosmer at quarterback, are going to be able to stop the run.
Yeah. I don't know. Rieger, if you were ever going to win a game and snap a losing streak, it's set up for you. You're not going up against a top quarterback.
Not
You're
even
going
a
up against
backup quarterback.
Right. You're a desperate team. And if you can't win this game, you don't deserve to be in the playoffs. And we can just go ahead and stop that talk right now.
You were a desperate team last week. Everybody and their mother picked you to win that game. You were a 7.5 point favorite.
Yeah, but you were at 40-some%. So you weren't desperate. You're like 40, I think it was like 41, 45%.
I know, but you couldn't lose that game because now other people have to help you out. If you would have won that game against the Steelers, you still control your own destiny. If you win out, you were going to be in the postseason, considering what it meant for you in Chicago and Green Bay. But now you need Green Bay to lose twice, which might happen, and maybe you win the next two potentially as well. But I truly believe the gas was emptied by that game. I don't know that Minnesota's going to win tomorrow, but I would not be shocked if it's over tomorrow. No, I think a lot of people listening are like, oh yeah, we got this one. Going against Brosmer, going against the Vikings. Vikings have nothing to play for. I see it differently. I would not be floored if Minnesota wins that football game.
Wow. If Minnesota wins, I mean, they've already beaten you. So it's not like, oh, wow. And JJ wasn't that great of a quarterback. Rieger, you're starting to sell me.
Hold on.
Let me keep going. JJ was a horrible quarterback.
Let me keep going because Brian Flores started the blueprint. Let's not forget it was Minnesota that made Dan Campbell get rid of John Morton. Would you guys call it professionally firing him or firing him, but he's still there?
Fire.
Yeah, exactly. So that happened. They're 4-6 in their last 10. Everything we thought we knew about this team, you don't lose 2 in a row. You definitely don't lose as a favorite. They've proven us all wrong. So I'm telling you, man, I would not be shocked. Now, would I bet it? No. I still think the Lions probably find a way, but I think it's going to be a hell of a lot closer, and I would take the points all day. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. No, I hear what you're saying, and yeah, we thought JJ was never going to walk in meditating under the goalpost and beat this team, and then it happened. Didn't think that, you know what? You're right. Didn't think that famous Jameis was going to come in here with the Giants and do what he did. Didn't think that Aaron Rodgers, because David was like, oh, he's too old. And he did. So, Rieger, you're starting to sell me a little bit.
248-539-9797, 97.1. Listen, people, you can have a football party without Win Schuler's cheese spread. You could. But you can also throw a pass without a receiver. Neither one's going to score you any points. Spread Win Schuler's on crackers and chips, burgers, sandwiches, whatever you love, and watch it disappear fast. Guys, today it's Christmas Eve, which means you're going to have a lot of Win Schuler's on hand when friends and family come over, and it's going to be a hit of your party. And I said this yesterday, I'm going to say it again. Instead of leaving Santa milk and cookies, leave Santa crackers and Win Schuler's. He's going to thank you and give you better gifts. So head to your market right now in the dairy section. Grab yourself any flavor of Win Schuler's. Keep a fridge full of all the flavors because once the game or Christmas starts, they're going to go fast. Go taste. Go Win Schuler's. 5:02, getting closer to good old St. Nick. Where's Santa at right now? Do we know? Can you check for us, Kenny? He was in Greece. Then he went to Chicago. I don't know where he is right now. He's getting closer, Rico.
Okay.
He's flying over Sweden right now.
Oh, good. All right. I can't wait. But, Rico, speaking of Santa, you would know more than I know. I'm very excited about this. But with Christmas, you got the ghost, right? It's the ghost of Christmas past, the ghost of Christmas present, and the ghost of Christmas future. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Okay. Every year, I have a contract with the ghost of Christmas past. The ghost walks in here, and he grants Detroit sports fans one thing that he can go back in the past and fix. I do this every Christmas. I have the ghost come in. He'll host with us. He can't speak, but he's definitely here. And the only caveat on this entire thing is the ghost will only fix what would be best for Detroit sports as a whole. Like, for instance, you can't be selfish with the ghost. You just can't be. So if you're going to say you would send the ghost back to COVID and make sure that Michigan State got to play in the NCAA tournament, not everybody's a Michigan State fan, Rico, so that doesn't work. What would be the best use of the ghost time?
The best use of the ghost time?
Yes, he
But
gets
it
to
has
go back.
Just be. Oh,
I do it
man.
every year, and the ghost has unbelievable powers. He can go back to one sporting event and change it for the better outcome. But again, it has to be what's best overall. The most amount of people have to be able to enjoy it in Metro Detroit. What would be the move? I got my move. What would be the move for you?
I think I would still go back and tell Rasheed to not leave Robert Ory for 10 seconds. Stay with your man.
That probably wins you a
Second title.
championship, right?
Second title. Yep.
That results in a championship, pretty obvious. I got a better one, I think, though. And the ghost is listening, by the way. He will have no issue going back and changing whatever we decide would be the best for the city. For me, I want the ghost to go back to San Francisco. A couple years ago, NFC Championship game. I want the ghost to make Dan Campbell not go for it on fourth down. Or I want the ghost to have Josh Reynolds catch one of those balls. Or I want the ghost to have Jahmyr Gibbs not fumble. I want the ghost to change one thing in that game, which means you get to go to a Super Bowl. And even if you don't win it, it's the first ever Super Bowl this area has ever experienced. It would be worth it. That's the move for me.
Well, Rigger, see, mine, it's 10 seconds and you win a title.
I don't care how long it takes the ghost.
One play, but who's to say that play changes the course of the game?
One extra possession. You don't have to punt the football away. You don't lose the football. You kick a field goal. You get 3 extra points. You had a 17-point lead at the half. And then San Francisco comes back. I will forever believe that is the worst game in the history of us because of how close you were to the one thing we want the most. So I would use the ghost for that.
Well,
David,
go ahead. I was about to say, that's where we're going to differ because I think losing to Jaden Daniels last year was the worst thing because you had everything in front of you. But go ahead.
Oh, I disagree. You were there. You were 30 minutes away, down up 17.
15-2, 1 seed,
Yeah, but
all
you had
games in front of your crowd.
But your defense was dead. You couldn't stop anybody. And you knew that. I mean, let's be honest. If any other quarterback other than Sam Darnold was the quarterback of the Minnesota Vikings, you'd probably lose that game.
Okay.
So,
All right, David, what you got?
So I also thought about the one that you brought up, Rico. But
the ghost is listening, by the way. He's in studio.
I've decided to change my mind here. And I'm going with one that is very controversial, and it doesn't even involve a play. It is simply the Detroit Pistons bad boys do not walk off the court against the Chicago Bulls. I think with that one, they get a ton more respect than they do in NBA circles without doing that. Because the whole Jordan thing happens, and you all were hating on Jordan, and now it becomes a big thing. If you don't walk off and you just give them credit at the end of the game, and that's it, now they may be more loved in NBA and sports circles. And I want my team to be loved. I love the bad boys. They deserve the love.
Interesting. I don't hate it. I still think mine is better. So we got a Pistons championship one. You make Sheed cover Big Shot Bob. I say go back and change at least one play in that NFC title game, and you probably win. You want the Pistons not to walk off the court against the Bulls like the babies that listen, they were babies that day. They were.
See, and that's why I want to change.
Yes.
Because you're calling them a baby.
They kind of were.
They weren't.
I
okay.
love the bad boys, but I didn't love that at all. Kenny, what would you say? Best use of the ghost time. He's taking notes, by the way. I'm the only one that can see the ghost. Now, you might all think I'm crazy, but he's right there. Can you see him, David?
Wait, does Kenny say not hitting the post in the Game 7?
I don't know. I think he wants, like, Talbot gone. What would you say?
Well, I actually agree completely with what you said, Jeff. And Rico, I hear you when you say last year was one of the bigger moments and maybe a worse loss. And maybe in a game sense it could have been, but they would have still had more work to do to get to a Super Bowl. There's no guarantee they accomplished that, whereas if one or two plays in that San Fran game were different, there's people who have passed away whose family members could have watched that Super Bowl with them. You know? That, I mean, at the very least, you're there. You have the lotto ticket in your hand.
Even if you ask the ghost to tell Kindle Vildor, hey, don't allow the ball to bounce off your face mask. Even if you change that, which resulted in a touchdown, you probably win that game and you go to the first Super Bowl ever, something we never actually thought was for us. Like, it's always been, we're never going to get there because we've never been there. And I agree. I think it's that move. But 248-539-9797, the ghost is here. He's taking time out of his busy schedule. He's taking notes. The best use of the ghost's time. Now, if I was being selfish, I would just ask him, hey, can you go back to Chris Webber and ask him not to call that timeout? But again, that'd be being very selfish on my part.
Because if I was being selfish, I would always go back to the Burke. If that was a clean block, they win a championship because of that against Louisville. But that's selfish. That's just me.
By the way, did you hear what Rick Pitino said to that?
I don't want to hear what Rick Pitino said. I ignored that part of that podcast.
Yeah, Stoney and Evan had Rick Pitino on their Pistons podcast. And Stoney asked him that question, and he said, people aren't going to realize this, but I can remember two bad calls that were horrendous that went against us. So you can bitch all you want. We had bad calls go against us as well.
The minute they asked that question on the podcast, I'm listening, and I went fast forward right past that part. Didn't even listen.
It was amazing.
Okay, well, yeah. Well, if you're going to be selfish, then yeah, I'm going to go back and say I want the COVID season back.
Right. Exactly.
I want it for Cassius.
We're not being selfish, Kenny. Kenny's saying,
you want to cancel the second
if we wanted to.
Or maybe you want to cancel the second half of your BCS game against Alabama, Rigo. What about that one?
No.
All right, the pillow fight is over. The ghost is stepping in. I'm getting word in my ears saying the ghost is saying this is not allowed. We said no being selfish. We're not being selfish.
Yes, the ghost will leave. The ghost is threatening to walk out. He's very busy this time of year. By the way, where did that come from? The ghost of Christmas past, future, and present. I remember seeing like a bunch of sitcoms back in the day.
Christmas Carol.
Oh, okay. All right. So the ghost is here fielding your calls. Let's go to Ryan in New Baltimore. You're on 97.1. Merry Christmas, Ryan. Talk to the ghost.
Merry Christmas, Rieger. All right. This is for the ghost. So we're talking back-to-back championships for the Pistons. How about take me back to 2009 Stanley Cup Finals, Game 7. Let Nick Lidstrom's goal, or would-be almost goal, in the final seconds where Fleury flew across the net in a 2-1 game. Give me that goal and some Stanley Cup Game 7 overtime for the back-to-back.
Hey, Ryan, do you remember in that game as well, Sidney Crosby refused to shake Nick's hand, and there were all those freaking Penguin fans there walking around in those powder blue Crosby jerseys? They were freaking obnoxious. I agree with you, Ryan. That's a great one.
Yeah, that, or I don't wish harm on anyone, but if the ghost could just make maybe Max Talbot sick for that game, because he had I think he had the only two goals in that game. Maybe make him sick.
Give Talbot food poisoning. What do you think about that one, Rico?
Hey, you said the ghost can do whatever it wants. If that's not selfish, sure.
248-539-9797. It gets us a title. Yours gets us a title. Mine gets us a Super Bowl. That one gets you probably a title.
But yours, Rigger, yours just gets you to the Super Bowl.
Which is enough.
Mine gets you the NBA title.
Well, they've never been to the Super Bowl, so that may just be justified just to get
Yeah,
there.
I've seen the NBA. I've seen them win a championship before in my lifetime. I've never seen the Lions in the Super Bowl.
Getting to the Super Bowl. Okay, guys, getting to the Super Bowl. David, you know this, and losing, not fun.
It is not fun. Aaron Rodgers is the reason I did that. I hate him.
Give me the coin flip, though. I'll take it.
You know what I would take? Yes, I'll take the experience. It'd be nice to know what it feels like those 2 weeks leading up to the Super Bowl. Everybody talking about you in a glowing way. That'd be amazing. Be amazing. Okay. All right, we'll take more
Losing
calls.
overtime, it's not fun.
Let me ask the Ghost. Do you have time, Mr. Ghost, to stick around for one more segment? He does. He does. He said yes. He's happy to be here. 97.1.
Does the Ghost sound like you?
No.
Okay.
He doesn't have a voice. He's a ghost. He probably sounds like boo.
I thought maybe it sounded like you as a ghost.
I feel that was a cheap shot.
It was. Have you ever wondered why Fanatic Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Most sportsbook, well, the rewards are just flat, but Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack Fan Cash. With Fanatic Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, whether you win or you lose. Use your Fan Cash to unlock the world of Fanatics with profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets, so much more. The real value to your sports fandom. That's what Fan Cash is. And did I mention they're giving away millions in Fan Cash this year with games like Fan Cash drops that are offered live on the Fanatic Sportsbook app every single Friday. So switch to the sportsbook that always has your back. Go check it out for yourself. Don't believe me? Download the Fanatics app today. Winning hits different here. You got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, getting close. 248-539-9797. The Ghost of Christmas Past in studio. Doing it pro bono, by the way, not asking to get paid. We can send the ghost back to one Detroit sporting event. He'll change it. The only thing he asks is that we make the best use of his time. So whatever he does, it needs to be the best for the collective area of Detroit sports fans. So what would you have him do? 248-539-9797. Rico, we got some texts. We got some calls. Do you have another one before we go to either of them?
No, I don't. Let's go to the calls.
DJ in Detroit, you're on 97.1. What's up, DJ? Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, fellas. Rico, Jeff, what's happening, my guys? Y'all
How are you?
Okay.
What's happening, DJ?
I'm good, man. So I'm glad y'all said this because I had to take the selfish part of it out of it because selfishly, I'm a basketball guy at heart, even though I call about the Lions most of the time. I'm a basketball dude. So with that being said, selfishly, Phantom Foul, Kareem, that changes history for Isaiah Thomas and our Pistons.
Just
and
call
whether
it
we're
right.
looked at as and whether we're looked at as a dynasty or not, we would have been the first ones to three-peat, and that would have stopped the Lakers back-to-back. Like, it could have changed so much history. But for everybody involved and all my fellow Detroiters out there, don't blow the horn on me. I was at that doggone game. The NFC Championship game was the only time in our lifetime that we're probably ever even going to have an inkling to see us go to a Super Bowl. So I want that change. Because, I mean, realistically, man, I'm 47. Jeff, you 50. I forgot how
Thanks for reminding me.
Rico. I'm just saying, realistically, 91, 2023, 24, you see what I'm saying? The odds are not on our side to even see our team go to a Super Bowl. So I'm with that one, in my opinion.
So you would have rather the Super Bowl, even though no guarantee you win?
Absolutely. I would love like literally me and my homeboys, my uncles, man, we are planning on going to Vegas, dude. I'm with Jeff. I want to experience it. I want to go in there and wear my What Up Though T-shirts and the D hat to the side and talk around. You know what I'm talking about? In Vegas, What Up Though. I want to experience that.
DJ,
we ain't never even experienced that, man.
I get it. All I'll say is there's no pain worse than having your team lose a Super Bowl.
I'll deal with it. I will chance it.
I'm with you, Jeff. I deal with it. I'm with you. Like let me experience it, man.
DJ,
at least I know what it smells like.
You know what I don't like? I don't like when Mike, Enrico, and David, people that have experienced the Super Bowl, I don't like when they tell you how hard it is to lose a Super Bowl. Let me experience it for myself. It's almost like, no, you don't want to go there on the off chance that you lose. No, I'll risk it to be there, okay?
I didn't say that, Rieger.
That's how I take it.
Hey, man. Hey, Jeff, all those guys you just named are my guys, man. But I'm going to tell them respectively, boo a job. Go on with that hocus pocus.
I love Bill Jeff.
All y'all teams are successful and have been there. So I don't want to hear the hocus pocus about how sad you are that you lost. You've been. You're talking to people who haven't even been.
Exactly.
So that's not fair.
DJ, I can say the last time they won, Jerry Rice was still playing. Let that sink in.
Key word, won.
And you
know
won
what it
4
feels
of them.
like. We have no clue.
Hey,
Exactly.
Rico. Wow.
Thanks, DJ. Merry Christmas.
About that. Wow.
Happy holidays, my guy.
You too.
All right, DJ. Merry Christmas.
That's very condescending of everybody that has a team that has gone to the Super Bowl. Exactly. Oh, trust me. Let me put my arm around you and tell you, you don't want to go to the Super Bowl if you lose. It's so painful.
Okay, now I feel how Wojo feels.
Bull jive.
You are misrepresenting
Yeah,
what
he is.
Rico
They-
and I
yeah.
said.
Bull jive.
If no one says we want you to not go so that you don't have the feeling of losing, what we're saying is the feeling of losing hurts.
No, what you're saying is, my brother does this too, and he's a Broncos fan. What you're saying is, in essence, without saying it, we've been, you haven't, you'll never be. We know everything about what it feels like to win and lose.
David, I don't even know what world this man lives in. Were you smoking with your ghost, Rieger? Seriously.
Well, I do have the ghost, and I'm the only one he can talk to, so you could maybe make that case.
Answers your question, yes.
You may be a little high. Okay, because neither one of us said that. We just said
That's how I interpret it. I'm just saying.
It's a
sometimes
pain
you got to go
that you've
deeper.
it's a pain you've never experienced before, sports-wise.
248-539-9797. You guys see the ghost, right? He's sitting right there. You guys don't?
I don't see a ghost.
Yeah, sure we do.
Let's go to Carlos. You're on 97.1. Merry Christmas, Carlos.
Merry Christmas, guys. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
Christmas.
Great. So my pick would be the NFC Championship. I'm with you, Rieger, because you're absolutely right. We've never been to the Super Bowl before, and I truly believe, guys, that they would have beat Kansas City because we were a better team. Kansas City had already been beaten by us earlier that year. So to me, that would have been full circle. What do you guys think?
No, just because you beat them earlier in the year doesn't mean you're going to beat them again. Remember, Kansas City, I know Lions fans don't want to hear this. They were minus a bunch of players in that game.
Well, so
who
were the
would have
Lions.
played in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, I know Mike Tirico put an asterisk on that game and all.
They were minus Kelsey, and they were minus the D lineman was holding out.
Yeah, Greg Jones. Chris Jones.
Yeah, but I think we were a lot hungrier too. I just think that the hunger was greater than it is today.
No.
I don't see the hunger today.
No. You may have had the hunger, but Kansas City would have had the experience.
Maybe
you would have lost.
But Carlos, here's what I would say, and nobody ever knows, obviously. That was a really good freaking Lions team. That Lions team, you could probably make the case, was better than last year's Lions team because they were completely healthy, and they rolled the Niners in the first half. And then Dan did his thing with those dumb fourth downs. He won't let kicks, the drop passes.
You mean like C.J. Gardner-Johnson celebrating at halftime, waving to the crowd?
It was a complete and utter failure in the second half. It hurts.
The ghost is leaving.
Yeah.
I think the ghost is
It
leaving.
was.
Thank
It
you, Carlos.
was. Yeah.
Well, why is the ghost leaving?
Because this isn't even the point. To talk about if they would have beat Kansas City, this isn't the point of bringing it up.
The ghost is used to this. This is why you bring him in. He's trying to decide what move to make. You got any text before we say goodbye to the ghost?
I do have some text.
What do you
here,
got?
And it is not championship related. Someone says the Galarraga perfect game.
That's a waste of the ghost.
Ghost is shaking his head that way. Because
Why is that a waste of the ghost?
Let me tell you why. Because I think Armando Galarraga, who got a Corvette out of the deal and wrote a book with Jim Joyce on it, I think he actually is better off for having got screwed. The first ever 28 out perfect game. It's unique. I think he's better off. So the ghost is not wasting his time. In fact, the ghost just threatened to leave if you have another lame suggestion like that.
Wow.
It's a personal accolade award versus the chance at a championship. Yeah, I'm gonna take the Super Bowl still instead of that.
Okay. Doug in North Carolina, I want the ghost to stop the limousine from crashing.
That's a great one.
In 1997.
That is a selfless one. That's a great call.
That's a very good one, yes.
But again, there's no guarantee today.
So no ghost gatekeeping from Kenny. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Konstantinov would have been amazing.
There's no guarantee of that.
I understand that, but you got a better chance to win more. Not to mention, the guy's life would not have been ruined.
The life part,
Let's talk about it on a
matters.
personal aspect.
Exactly, and also Sergei Monastikhanov, the masseuse. So, yes, that's a great one. I would agree. What else you got?
I get that part of it. Ghost option keeps Sue from stomping players on the field. So embarrassing league-wide, even now.
You know what, David? I got a text. It says, don't make phone call from hotel room. And
Could the ghost go back and save Sharon and Tucker?
Don't go on Instagram or OnlyFans. How about that one?
Okay, here's the funny thing. You realize it's been 2 weeks. It seems a lot longer than that. David, it was 2 weeks. You interrupted the show.
It feels like it happened months ago. You're right.
Right. Yeah. So I don't think the ghost could help those two.
I have one here.
Yes.
How about the ghost goes back and fixes Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals against the Penguins? Not one penalty. That's impossible.
How many did the Penguins get? How many power plays did they get in that game? I don't remember.
I have to go back and look.
Yeah, well, let's not forget the Wings did blow a 3-2 lead. You know, they lost Game 6 in Pittsburgh, then they lost Game 7 at Joe Louis Arena.
Then I'll give you this one before we get to the picks. This is from Gary in New Boston. He says, I would ask the Ghost to improve the 2006 Tigers pitcher's aim to first base during the World Series.
What about
Oh,
the
my goodness.
What about the Ghost having somebody not pitch to Big Poppy?
I was just about
or
to say
maybe
that. That's
bringing
on
Phil
here.
Koch, lefty versus
That's not
lefty.
selfish?
That gets you to the World Series probably, Rico. And that was the best Tigers team in 2013.
Okay. Just
All right.
checking.
So let me ask the Ghost very quickly, what's he actually going to go back and do? Let's see. Hold on. Oh, he left. I didn't even see him.
We haven't seen him at all. But.
Merry Christmas, 97.1.
Guys, you know I love what Matrix Basements has done for me. They took a totally unfinished basement, and in just 2 months, they tricked it out. They can do it for you. You've heard me talk about it. Now is the time to hook up with Matrix Basements. They are offering build now, pay later. That's no interest, no payment until 2028. You can brag about your basement to all your friends like I do, except you won't be making payments until the year 2028. Why wait for your dream space? Let Matrix Basements get your basement started right now. Go to matrixbasements.com, get that free consultation, and the next thing you know, you'll be sitting there watching the Final Four in your brand new basement, courtesy of Matrix Basements. 0 interest, 0 payments into the year 2028 with the Build Now, Pay Later program, and you can enjoy your beautiful new basement a whole lot sooner.
All right. Brian Chapman's going to come your way. It's going to take it at 10 o'clock, 6 to 10 on Christmas Eve. I'm told he's going to track Santa. He's going to give you segment-by-segment updates of where St. Nick is. By the way, where is he now? Can we get one more update? We sent the ghost of Christmas passed away.
Yeah, and gave you a nice Christmas gift in return.
What a lump of coal.
He is approaching Spain as we speak. He's
All right.
approaching Spain.
Big fan of Spain. Madrid, beautiful this time of year. David, any text?
Yes. This one is obvious. The ghost of Christmas past goes back to the 2023 NFC title game and the Lions win. That is from Brian in Howell.
I've pretty much, I feel, me and Kenny, we've got the ghost doing the best job. Wouldn't you say? Because the majority of people are like, yeah, of course, the NFC title game. Of course, beat the Niners. What else you got?
I would have the ghost make sure that there was a steady wind blowing in front of right field to knock down Ortiz grand slam in game 2 of the 2013 ALCS. That is Steve in Oak Park. That wasn't game 2, was it?
Yeah, it was game 2. Yeah.
I've erased it.
Remember,
from my
Max
memory.
Scherzer yanked himself out of that game. Remember game 3, Tigers lost 1-0.
Yes, okay.
Yes, Mike Napoli hit a solo shot against Justin Verlander, and the Tigers lost 1-0.
Try to erase that series
Brutal.
out of my head as much as possible.
You know, I don't even necessarily at this point care about the Grand Slam. If the Ghost could just go back to 2013 at Fenway Park and maybe just punch that cop, that freaking annoying cop, that cop that instead of seeing if Torrey Hunter was all right, he could have been injured. That cop is there with both hands in the air celebrating the Poppy Grants. I hate that cop.
But does that benefit everyone?
No.
It may, actually.
I hate that cop. Every time I see that picture, it gets my blood boiling. And Leland probably should have thrown a lefty out there. Just saying.
I still have a couple gifts, Christmas gifts coming through the text. Someone says a gift that the Pistons beat the Knicks in a playoff series and go to the NBA Finals. That is from Brian.
Especially because Evan Roberts from WFAN is so egotistical about New York. You heard his comments last week. He called the Pistons a cute little basketball team. So it would be nice to see them beat the Knicks. By the way, I have a quick text. Somebody says, I would have the Ghost beat up the Phantom Foul from the 87 Finals. Can I tell you guys something that's going to blow your mind? Unless you already know about this. If you go back and watch that footage, you know Bird was out of bounds?
No. He's talking about the Phantom Foul.
Oh, Phantom Foul. I'm sorry.
About
88. Yeah, I'm sorry. So 87 was Bird steals the ball.
Correct.
He was out of bounds. He hit the baseline. 88 was, yes, Kareem and Lambert, the Phantom Foul.
When you told me, because that was going to be my thought on the whole Ghost thing, was that Isaiah doesn't throw the ball away to Bird. And you gave me that information pre-show that he is on the line, Larry Bird. His foot is on the line after he steals that ball.
I didn't know this until recently when a guy called up. I think I was doing a weekend show. Sorry, I apologize. There's the audio. You hear Johnny Most speaking. And yes, the steal and then he steps out of bounds. That would have been challenged this day and age. Just saying.
John in Lake Orion asking for a gift here. This just may be a miracle, though. I want the Palace back. I live 3 minutes from that place. While you're at it, bring back the Vipers, too. I think that's more of a Christmas miracle. The Palace isn't coming back, and the Vipers are nowhere. No.
The Palace was awesome, though. The Palace was so much fun. The only problem with the Palace was, if you're from, like, I don't know, Oakland County, I feel the drive was just ridiculous. If you're from Wayne County, the drive was just way too long. LCA is great. I feel more people can probably go to it. It's more centrally located, but the Palace was fun. The Palace had championships for the Pistons, and the Palace, and I will forever believe this, had the greatest acoustics for concerts.
It sure did.
Like, it was amazing. I saw so many bands at the back when rock and roll used to exist. It doesn't exist anymore. But going to a concert at the Palace was so much fun. So one more, David?
Yeah, one more gift here. I want the Lions to hire a competent head coach.
Yeah, there you go. All right, Dan Campbell, Merry Christmas. Speaking of competent, wearing his Honolulu blue and silver today, Brian Chapman. He's going to take over the airwaves at 6 o'clock, and he's going to take you till 10 on Christmas Eve. He's going to keep you up to date where Santa is. What's going on, Chappie? Chappie Christmas.
It's not Chappie Christmas because you don't say Happy Christmas. It's Chappie Holidays, Chappie New Year,
I just
Chappie
like when you
4th of
use
July.
it. Like when I'm listening to you, I hear you say like, Chappie Halloween. I like it. It's catchy.
No, that makes sense. You just add a C to it, and it makes it that much more exciting. It takes it over the top. If you're going to a holiday celebration, a New Year celebration, you say Happy New Year. Whatever. You say Chappie New Year. Oh, wow, that's original. Thank you. I feel so much better now.
Or they think you're drunk already. Chappie, what the hell are you talking about? Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Vikings, Lions tomorrow. Maddox is out, so another safety down, not going to be able to play.
Another backup.
Well, another backup, fair. Do you see any scenario the Lions lose this game?
Well, yeah.
I do too.
Yeah. I mean,
actually think the Lions might lose.
People didn't think they were going to lose at home, and they did.
It's a great point by you, a point that I brought up as well.
And the Lions, I believe, this year are 0-6 against the top 15 defenses in the NFL. That includes the Vikings. So, and how did the Vikings beat them the first time? Not because they were airing it out and
they ran for 140 yards.
That's right.
And
they
you just
had a
gave
great
up
pass
230.
rush.
You're right. And I'm sure Kevin O'Connell would like nothing more than to knock the Lions, the team that knocked them out of winning the North last year, out of the playoffs.
Yeah, he would have.
I'm worried about tomorrow.
Are you really worried given that they have, a 4.9% chance to make the playoffs according to ESPN?
Okay, I think they're going to lose. That's what I should have said.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Well, then bet accordingly.
I think
plus
I will.
Money.
I think I will.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what do you got coming up?
Well, at 6:47, I'll give you 4 futures bet options. I know that you're a sports betting fan. You choose where you place a $50 bet. At the top of the show, it's an uncomfortable conversation, but we're going to have it about the coach of the Detroit Lions.
Christmas Eve?
Mm-hmm.
Come on. Mm-hmm. Can't be negative on Christmas Eve.
I didn't say negative. I said uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable and negative kind of mean the same, I feel.
Also, the least original sports radio topic of all time.
It wasn't one of mine, was it?
No, that's not. I'm saying that's coming up on my show as well at 8:17.
Okay.
By the way, another reason to root for the Lions to lose, if they get last place in the division, an easier schedule next year.
And a better draft pick.
Look what that did for the Bears.
All right. Brian Chapman coming up next. Guys, happy Chappie Christmas. Merry Christmas. David, Kenny, thank you. Rico, thank you. We'll catch
nice to see you, Rico.
Yeah, good to see you, Rico. We will catch you next time. 97.1.